Hey, what's up? It's cute. What if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Monkey Deku got harem. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Inko Midoriya slowly sat on the couch in her living room. She clasped her two hands together tightly as her clothes were slightly wet. Her eyes and face were red as dry streams of tears were evident on her young and gorgeous face. She was still crying fresh tears as they dropped towards her lap. Her emotions were set to an all-time high. The tears were filled with so much angst and depressed sadness that it could make the most positive and happiest person become enveloped with an unforgiving dose of absolute sorrow and misery. Inko and her 4-year-old son, Izuku Midoriya, went to the doctor today to see why the young green-haired boy has yet to manifest his quirk when everybody else in his age group have already done so. It was strange. When she was her son's age, she had long gotten her quirk. The same goes for the young boy's father. So why was it taking her Izuku so long to get his own power? She aimed to find out why. Also, it was her son's dream to become a great and righteous hero like his idol All Might. So he was even more anxious to find out what his quirk will be. He wanted to start working on it as soon as possible so he can train his power to the best of his ability so that he can be ready to become a hero once he was of age. However, fate had different plans. When they arrived to the doctor, he analyzed Izuku's x-rays and revealed to the Midoriyas that there was an absolute 0% chance of Izuku ever manifesting a quirk. The reason being that Izuku's toe was double-jointed. That extra joint isn't present in any person with a quirk. They were only in people who were quirkless, meaning that Izuku's body hadn't gotten through the evolutionary phase needed to be able to acquire a quirk of his own. The doctor told the mother-son duo that there was no chance that Izuku will ever become a pro-hero. He told the young boy that he should just give up now as there was no point in chasing an impossible dream. Izuku didn't even know how to react. He just stared in shock as his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 0% chance. No chance. Give up. Impossible dream. He didn't want to hear any of those words that came out of the doctor's mouth. From then on, it was a completely silent trip back home. As soon as they arrived at their house, Izuku immediately went straight to his bedroom. Inko, who was worried deeply about her son, went inside Izuku's room to see that he had the video of All Might's debut playing on his computer. Izuku turned around to face his mother as his eyes were completely full of tears and were trapped within his majestic green orbs. Izuku pointed towards the computer screen as it showed an image of All Might smiling as he saved over hundreds of civilians as he inspired peace and justice with his smile and presence alone. You see, Mom, he's always smiling, no matter what. He never gives up. Izuku said as he stuttered due to the emotional turmoil that no boy as young, innocent, and pure as himself should never ever endure. I become a hero, just like him. Izuku asked quietly as he indirectly pleaded for his mother to give him the hope and reassurance that he so desperately needed at the time. Inko stood there as her legs began to wobble and tears began to manifest from her green and appealing eyes. She wanted so terribly to hug her beloved son and reassure him that yes, he can become a hero just like All Might. To reassure him that no matter what, with or without a quirk, he can become a great hero as long as he works harder than anybody else. He wanted to make sure that no matter what, he will always have her as support when the entire world will be against his and his dreams. But she just couldn't. She just could not do that to her son that she loved and cared for so much. As a mother, she couldn't bring herself to give Izuku false hope. She loves the fact that he dreamed big, but she also wanted for him to dream realistically and not chase something that is unattainable. Inko understood just how dangerous a line work such as the pro-hero job can be. There are countless villains out there with unbelievable quirks. Inko didn't want her son to get hurt, or worse. She doesn't want her son to try so strong and yet to fail all the same. The disappointment would be unbearable for Izuku and herself. As a result, she proceeded with the action that she truly believed would be of best interest for her son's well-being and for herself as well. Inko hugged her son as strong as she could without hurting him, of course. She too cried her own set of tears as she said, "I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different." Izuku's own set of tears began to flow down his face as he said in his mind, "No, that's not it, Mom. That's not what I needed you to say." After crying in his mother's soft arms for about an hour, Izuku got too tired and fell asleep as Inko was hugging him. She wiped both his and her own tears and tucked Izuku into bed. She turned off his computer and closed the door as quietly as he could to make sure she didn't wake her son up. She then made her way to the couch in the living room, where she is now. Even though she was tired and stressed out, she still cried small drips of tears. She couldn't help but feel a part of this was her fault somewhat. She blames herself because she couldn't pass down and give Izuku her quirk so that he can become a hero. Even though her quirk of attracting small objects isn't much, she had full faith that if that was the quirk that Izuku was born with, he would still find a way to become a great hero no matter how weak his power may seem. She understood that 20% of the world still doesn't have any type of quirk or superpower. But almost all of those people are of the elderly. She knew there are still quirkless children out there. So it goes without saying that Izuku had a very slim chance of turning out quirkless, but why did it have to be her son? Why did it have to be the person who wanted to be a hero more than anybody else in the world? Inko sighed sadly. The world truly can be merciless and heartless, even to innocent children. Inko then heard the front door knob of their home turning as it was unlocked. She heard giant and strong footsteps full of authority make their way into the living room. At first she was shocked and scared at the same time since she left the door locked and didn't lend any house keys to anybody, not even her best friend Mitsuki Bakugo. She was about to use her quirk to attempt to defend herself against the assumed house invader, but as soon as she felt the presence of the person walking towards the living room, she calmed down as she knew exactly who it was. "I'm home. Why are almost all of the lights off? Don't tell me you two fell asleep at 9 p.m. A strong, masculine, but gentle voice said as the man arrived at the living room where Inko was sitting on the couch. "Sorry for coming here without letting you know first, honey. But when you texted me the other day that Izuku was going to the doctor today to find out what his quirk is, I immediately dropped everything and came to Japan as fast as I could. What kind of father would I be if I didn't come to see firsthand what power my beloved son Izuku is blessed with?" The man that stated this was a humorous person with the happiest and most gentle and genuine smile a man could have. He stood at a monster height of 6 feet 8 inches, 203 centimeters, and had a physique that could rival All Might himself. He had broad shoulders and pecs with biceps and triceps the size of thighs. He wasn't completely bulky like a certain symbol of peace, but he maintained a lean and muscular frame that didn't make him too big, but not too weak. It was an almost perfect combination of strength and speed. From his body alone, one can infer that this giant of a man had trained very diligently for nearly all of his life. Practically from the age he could walk. He was a true powerhouse. He had the body that other men envied and would kill to have and that women would dream to be under. He had curly and spiky dark green hair that was unkempt and flowed in all directions. His eyes were a bright emerald green that could entrap pretty much anybody into their beauty and calmness. It almost seemed like they were glowing as they screamed, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I will protect you." The intensity was fierce but gentle at the same time. As he breathed through his nostrils, small amounts of smoke could be visible coming out of his nose. And his overall body temperature was higher than normal as every room he stepped into just felt warmer all of a sudden. This is a side effect of his fire-breathing quirk. He wore a bright green sweatshirt with the symbol of a golden Chinese dragon embedded on both sides. The golden dragon was breathing crimson flames as the flames materialized into a giant fist, and the under the fire fist were the words, "Dragon Fist." And around his waist was brown monkey tail. The name of this adult male is none other than Hisashi Midoriya, the husband and lover of Inko Midoriya and the father of Izuku Midoriya. There was no question about it. Izuku is the spitting image of Hisashi, minus the freckles. Izuku inherited those from Hisashi's father. But even with a minor difference like that, Hisashi is exactly what Izuku would look like if he was an adult. When Hisashi heard the news that his son, Izuku, will be finding out what his quirk this Friday, he dropped all of his work and immediately booked a flight to Mustafu, Japan. He couldn't wait to see what quirk his son was blessed with. He hoped that it was especially his quirk, so that he could train him personally, helped him or it just like Izuku's grandfather did to him. He also wanted to visit his wife and son who Hisashi hasn't seen in such a long time. Even though he isn't around much since he works abroad, he still loved his family more than anything in the whole universe. It hurts him every day in his heart that his son is growing up without a father to raise him and show him the love only a father could to his son. But this isn't a perfect world, and sacrifices had to be made. And Hisashi had to be willing to make those sacrifices for the benefit and safety of his family. Even if it hurts him more than any villain could ever dream of. But when he stepped through the front door, he already knew something was wrong. All of lights of the home were turned off, minus the living room. When Hisashi came through the door, he expected to see a mini version of him with freckles running around the house, breathing crimson flames from his mouth or pulling small objects to himself as he created a huge mess in the home. Or hell, even a combination of both. But instead, he saw his appealing wife sobbing as she sat alone on the couch. He saw the dried tears all around her clothes as her eyes were red from all of the crying. She had a face seeping with sadness and sorrow. He didn't like that. So when his wife looked up to see him, Inko immediately did her best to dry her tears and put on a happy smile. Hisashi, you're home. What a pleasant surprise. I'm happy that you were able to make it. Hisashi stood silently as he witnessed the love of his life attempt to dry off her warm tears and erase the evidence of her ever crying. He saw through the smile and under it, he can still see the sorrow that consumed her. Hisashi sat next to Inko and hugged her as tight as he could while making sure not to hurt her. Inko sighed in relief as she relaxed into her lover's arms. It has been so long since she felt the strong arms of her lover, so she wanted to enjoy it as much as she could. Inko, honey, what's wrong? Where is our son? Hisashi asked calmly as he still needed to figure just what in the world happened before he arrived. Inko sniffed sadly as she began to remember the events of the day. Izuku's in his room, sleeping, Inko said as she laid her back against the couch while her husband still remained sitting up straight, patiently waiting for his partner to tell him what had been going on. Sleeping. Izuku. At 9. Now, listen, I may not be around much, but I know my own son. It doesn't matter if it is a school night or not, but around this time, my son is either studying, playing video games, or working on his hero journals. That boy is too smart for his own good. He simply can't just sleep at 9 p.m. Who does that? Not my kid. On occasions, he would stay up all night evaluating and analyzing both heroes and villains and their quirks. He's too stubborn to do anything different. And I'm to blame for that. He inherited most of those qualities from me. I was exactly the same when I was his age after all. Hisashi replied to Inko as he could tell from her eyes that something was not right. He wanted to know why his son is sleeping at 9, damn it. Inko smiled sadly. Hisashi is as perceptive as ever. But she really should have expected that. It is part of the reason why she grew to love him. Izuku went to bed early. He is sad and very hurt. Inko said as she thought of when Izuku began crying in her arm. Hisashi frowned as he heard this. What? Why is he sad and how did he get hurt? Was it that Katsuki kid again? I'm going to head over to his house and speak to his parents right now. Hisashi said as his voice suddenly got louder and sat up and began to move his feet to the front door. He knew about the bullying and abuse that Katsuki Bakugo and his goons made his son go through. When he first found out about it, he was going to go strangle the ash-blonde-haired boy. But Inko begged him to calm down and to not do anything stupid like strangling a 4-year-old kid, which would surely get him sued and arrested. Hisashi didn't end up actually strangling him, thank God. But that didn't mean that he let it slide. Hisashi was very overprotective of his one and only child. The thought of somebody even laying a finger on his green-haired head made Hisashi want to burn that person's face off with the hottest and reddest flames in existence. Inko grabbed Hisashi's arm to prevent him from starting something that would surely begin a mess. No, wait. This doesn't have anything to do with Katsuki or any type of bullying for that matter. So please relax. Inko pleaded with her husband as she knew how impulsive and reckless he could be whenever somebody messed with those he cared about. It is another reason why she grew to love him. Hisashi sighed as he sat back down on the couch. Okay honey, I'll calm down. But please tell me what's going on. I can't help you if you don't tell me the problem. And you know how I hate seeing both you and our Izuku cry. It pains my heart. I don't ever want to see the ones closest to me suffer like that. So tell me the problem, and I promise that I will fix it. Hisashi said with a smile so bright it could be mistaken for the sun itself and the warmth it produced. Inko smiled as she was truly grateful that she was lucky enough to find a great man like Hisashi. He is truly a man any woman would kill to have. She could only hope that their son, Izuku, will turn out the same or hell, maybe even better. Who knows? Inko looked down towards her lap as she shook her head. I'm sorry my love. But I'm afraid that's a promise you won't be able to keep no matter how strong you try. Inko told Hisashi as she still felt sadness throughout her entire being as she couldn't do anything about it either. Hisashi widened his eyes when hearing this. What do you mean, Inko? What could possibly be the problem that he couldn't fix no matter how strong he tried? Inko sighed as she began to explain what happened. Me and Izuku went to the doctor to figure out what his quirk was. He's already 4 years old and all of the other children in his age group have already manifested their own quirks, while our baby hasn't. So I scheduled an appointment to find out why our baby boy hasn't developed a quirk yet. But when we met with the doctor, he did an X-ray on Izuku and he revealed. Inko began to choke on her words as she still found difficulty in reliving the horrible, fateful events that transpired today. Okay, and what did he say? Did he say what quirk Izuku got? Hisashi asked as he was now worried about what the doctor told his family. When Inko heard her husband's words, she looked him right in the eye. That's exactly what the problem is, my dear. At first, Hisashi was confused. But after a few seconds, his super genius brain began to work at light speed. He then connected the dots. Hisashi had a horrified look on his face as he couldn't believe it. Oh no. Please, don't tell me. Inko saw that her husband had finally put 2 and 2 together. She nodded sadly as she said, Yes, dear. It is exactly what you think. I'm very sorry. And I wish it wasn't true. But fate had other plans. Inko took a deep breath as she prepared to finally say it. Our son, Izuku Midoriya, is quirkless. Hisashi was just shocked. How could this even happen? His father, grandfather, and plenty before them all had quirks. The same goes for Inko. Why in the world would their son be quirkless? It should be impossible. No way. He should have at least inherited one of their quirks. But then, Hisashi remembered the family secret that his own father told him many years before. No, he is not. Inko widened her eyes as she didn't expect an outburst like that from Hisashi. What did he mean he is not? That's not what Izuku's doctor had said. What do you mean he isn't? He didn't inherit either of our quirks, Hisashi. He can't breathe fire and he can't attract small objects to himself. He doesn't even have a tail like you do. Inko said as tears again started to trail down her face. The doctor said that because of a double-jointed toe, Izuku is quirkless. Only people who are quirkless have double-jointed toes while everybody else's is single-jointed. Hisashi rubbed his temples as did his best to remain calm under such a stressful situation. Well, then that doctor doesn't know what he's talking about. I don't care if he said that Izuku is quirkless or not. Izuku is still my son and I will always love him no matter what. He isn't a weak quirkless person. You and anybody else may not see it, but I and maybe a few others are able to see it. I can see the infinite potential that genius boy possesses. It is hidden and locked away tightly. But inside him is a massive amount of incredible power that you can't even begin to comprehend. Hisashi said as he stood up and began to look for something in his pockets. What are you talking about? He's just a little baby boy. He wouldn't even hurt a fly. Where is the power that you are speaking of coming from? Inko asked as she honestly had no idea what Hisashi was talking about. Ever since Izuku was born, he had never showed any signs of massive power or whatever Hisashi was talking about. If her son really has something like a hidden power, then she would know it. Hisashi smirked. That's because it is still not time. His body isn't ready. If he were to awaken that power the way he is now, then his physical body would be way too weak to support. His limbs would go flying straight off and his body will explode. He is still too young. He needs time to develop into a young man. Hisashi then found what he was looking for in his pockets and then pulled it out. Inko widened her eyes in terror. What? Why didn't you ever tell me? What if he accidentally awakens that power and it destroys him? Hisashi sighed as he knew this day would come. Listen. I never told you because it was for Izuku's safety. If word got out that he had all of this power stockpiled up inside of him, do you have any idea what the government or a villain would do to him? They would attempt to abuse him and try to take that power away from him and use it for their own personal and selfish gain. I couldn't let that happen to my own son. I, as a father and a husband, have to do what is best for you and him. That is my responsibility. That is why I have to work abroad. I can't stay here because if I do, they will find out that Izuku is my son and the power that he possesses. There are also other reasons, but I still can't tell you. Sorry, my love. Hisashi said in his mind as there were still things that he was keeping a secret. But, Hisashi, Izuku still thinks he's quirkless. And you know more than anyone how much he wants to be a hero. When the doctor said that he was quirkless, it destroyed him from the inside. You know how much he admires and idolizes All Might. He wants to be a hero just like him. Matter of fact, the first thing he did when we came back home was watch the All Might debut video. The same one he has watched over 10,000 times. He asked me if he can be a hero just like him. I wanted so badly to tell him that yes, he can be a hero. But I couldn't. I didn't want him to follow such an impossible dream. Inko said as she began sobbing again. Hisashi immediately went to comfort her as he said whispered relieving words to her. Izuku, son, your son needs you, Hisashi. Why you need to be there for him? Right now, the only person that can help him is his own father. You have to teach him and raise him on how to be a man. You need to prepare him for the real world and the dangers that come with it. He needs you more than anything else. Inko sobbed as she knew that she herself couldn't do much to help her son since she broke the boy's spirit already. She hoped that her husband can help rebuild that spirit. Hisashi was having an internal dilemma. He wanted nothing more than to stay with his appealing wife and son and raise and protect them like any father should. But he knew he couldn't do that. If he did, then Izuku and Inko would have to pay the ultimate price. But that still didn't mean he didn't want to stay with them or that he doesn't care for or love his family. Life was just unfair. Why does the world have to be so cruel? At the moment, Hisashi remembered one of the most important lessons that his own father taught him so long ago. Sometimes, in order to protect the ones we love the most, we have to make sacrifices that we may not want to make. Sometimes, we have to give up the things that we want the most. Hisashi looked at Inko with so much love and sadness. I'm sorry, Inko, but I can't. Life is unfair. But as heroes, we have to balance that unfairness by doing the best that we possibly can. I want nothing more for me to stay with you and our son. Believe I really wish I could. I love the both of you so very much. You two are the most important people in my life. And that is why I must go. Because I love you two so much, I can't allow myself to put you two in danger. Both of you are just too precious to me. That's why I must leave. Please understand. I know I have been a terrible husband and father, but I am doing the best that I can. That is why I must go. Hisashi stood up as he prepared to leave. But Inko stood up with him and hugged him from behind. I understand. If you truly have to leave, then that's fine. But, could you please stay the night? You have been away for so long, and I have not been able to connect with you in years. I'm a woman and I have needs, you know. Hisashi smiled as she did have a point. Up to that point, Hisashi had not touched a woman's body in so long. He had remained loyal to Inko and reserved himself to only Inko no matter how many women tried to stuck or flirt with him. He was loyal to a fault. He couldn't help it, it was in his blood after all. The same can be said for Inko. Anything for you, my love. Hisashi said as he put whatever he had in his hand back in his pocket where he found it. They then made their way to their bedroom and proceeded to undress as they experienced a night of pleasure. Hours later, Hisashi woke up to find himself lying next to a naked Inko under the covers. He saw the clock on the nightstand and it read 4:30 a.m. He looked towards his left to see Inko sleeping peacefully. So with that, he got off the bed and began to put his clothes back on. He used the bathroom and took a new toothbrush from the pack under the sink. He brushed his teeth and tidied himself up, made sure that his hair didn't look too crazy and that he didn't smell like section. Hisashi walked out the bathroom and walked towards Izuku's door. He was conflicted on whether or not to open the door. He hadn't seen the boy in so long, and wanted to see just how much he has grown since the last time he saw him. Hisashi stood there for a good 2 minutes before he heard a voice from behind him. "What are you so scared of? He is your son after all. You need to see him." Hisashi looked behind him to see Inko standing in the hallway with a night robe on. She smiled at him and ushered for him to go. Hisashi opened the door to Izuku's bedroom as silently as he could. When he walked in, the first thing that he noticed was the plethora of All Might merchandise, from action figure, to posters, backpacks, hell, even pajamas. What a fanboy! Hisashi thought as he silently chuckled, finding his son's admiration for the #1 hero amusing but at the same time, cute. Everybody needs a hero to look up to after all. Hisashi walked to Izuku's bed, as he saw his beloved son, sleeping peacefully with his back lying on the bed and his head on the pillow and his face facing towards the ceiling. Hisashi was about to tear up seeing this sight. "My baby boy. You have gotten bigger since the last time I have seen. I'm sorry that I missed your birthday. I am such a terrible father." Hisashi gently placed his hand on Izuku's green hair and rubbed his head slowly. "You're the spitting image of your grandfather and great-grandfather. You even have their freckles," Hisashi whispered as he looked at Izuku's face. While Izuku did inherit all of his looks from Hisashi, in his own opinion, Izuku still reminded him of his father and grandfather. Hisashi didn't completely inherit all of their looks, because he got some from his mother. But Izuku got the whole package. He got all of their looks, including Inko's and Hisashi's mother's. Someday you're going to grow up. And when you do, you're going to become great. No matter what, I know that you will become a hero. You will be the greatest of them all. You will be special kid. Hisashi then took his hand off Izuku and went through his drawers. He found a piece of paper and a pen. He then began jotting down a letter. After he was done, he folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. On the front of the envelope, he wrote in big bold letters, "For Izuku." He proceeded to leave the room, but before he did, he decided to take one last look at his son. He walked back towards him and gave him an embrace on the forehead. "Stay safe, my son. Become strong, be good, and protect the innocent. Never give up, no matter what others might say. Don't let them bring you down. Even if the world goes against you, always know that I will always support you. You can become a hero, even if you're quirkless. And please just be yourself. Those who mind, don't matter, and those who do matter, don't mind." Hisashi said as he went back towards the door. "I love you, my son. We'll meet again one day. But until then, take care." And with that, Hisashi finally closed the door to Izuku's room. Unbeknownst to Hisashi, Izuku had a smile on his face as he felt a gentle warmth around his body. He was having a good dream as he talked in his sleep. "Papa." As Hisashi closed the door, he walked towards where Inko was standing and waiting. "So you're leaving now, right?" Inko said as her happy smile turned into a sad frown. She wanted her husband to stay, but life just has other plans. Hisashi nodded as he too wanted to stay, but thus it was the sacrifice he had to make. "But before I go, I need you to listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you," Hisashi said as his face immediately transformed into a serious expression. Inko gulped as she nodded, ready for what her husband was about to tell her. "In about 10 years from now, Izuku's power will awaken. It will happen at a time when he will most need it. After a full night's of sleep, he is going to grow a brown monkey tail just like mine. He will grow to be about my height, if not taller when I was that age. His overall muscle mass will grow and he will gain extraordinary powers. Powers that would seem unthinkable even by today's standards. He will use these powers to train to become a hero. He will have the purest heart than anyone could ever imagine. He will fight for justice, truth, and he will protect the innocent. He will strike fear into the heart of villains and hope into the heart of heroes. I have no doubt that he will apply for you, Enhai. Once he makes it in, he will be pushed past his limits to get stronger and stronger in order to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. Even after all of that, he still wouldn't have even scratched the surface of his true potential. Hisashi then held up the envelope that was in his hand. This letter is for Izuku to read when he experiences his first ever transformation. Transformation? Inko asked as she didn't understand. Don't worry, you'll understand when it happens. It will most likely happen against a powerful villain that will push our son past his limits and even further beyond. When he gets his first transformation, he will most likely be out for a couple of days. That's when you know for sure that he did undergo a transformation. Each transformation will make Izuku even stronger and stronger than he was before. It will take a lot of strong work and dedication, but I know for sure that Izuku will master each and every transformation. He's our son after all. Hisashi then handed the envelope to Inko. Keep that in a safe place. Hisashi then went digging back into his pockets and pulled out 2 capsules. Both capsules had the Capsule Corporation logo printed on them. One was bigger than the other. Hisashi handed the capsules to Inko, who grabbed them carefully. Those 2 capsules contain extremely valuable items that have been passed down from generation to generation in my family. Give those to Izuku along with the letter. Oh, and make sure that he opens the smaller one first. Put those in a safe place as well. Okay, you can count on me. I'll make sure our son gets these items. Inko said as she saluted to Hisashi. Hisashi chuckled seeing his wife's antics. He then hugged and kissed Inko on the lips. When they separated, Hisashi put a hood on to conceal his face. I have to go, my love. Remember, to protect Izuku with your life. Make sure he stays safe. He needs to stay alive. The world is going to need him one day. And he is going to save all of our butts one day, that's for sure. I'll bet my life on that. Inko smiled sadly. Goodbye, Hisashi. Make sure to call and text, okay? Hisashi smiled. I will. If anything happens, let me know first, alright? I love the both of you dearly. When Izuku is of age, I will come back, but until then, goodbye and I love you. Hisashi then stepped out of the house as he saw the sun begin to rise. He looked up towards the sky as the sun shined down on him. Father, grandfather, and all of my ancestors, please watch over my son. Guide him towards the right path. He will have a tough life ahead of him, full of hardships and suffering. But I know that he will be able to get through all of that. I know that he will be able to transcend anything that comes his way. But he won't do it alone. He is going to need help. And with that help, he will succeed. He will succeed because that boy is our last hope. The human body really is something, isn't? A wide majority of people don't realize it, but they are much stronger than they think. If you look at it in face value, then the human body really isn't that impressive compared to many other species. Humans don't have claws, fangs, venom. Their average running speed isn't that impressive compared to the fastest beings on the planet. A human infant can't survive on its own at all. The baby must be nurtured and taken care of by another human being. If not, then the human baby will sadly and unfortunately not live very long at all. Every human has emotions. These emotions can be both positive and negative. And sometimes the negatives can outweigh the positives, resulting in men and women allowing their emotions and feelings to overrule their logic and rationale. This in turn will lead them to make bad decisions and ruin their relationships with the ones that they care about and the ones that truly matter. And that's just one of the things that limits humans from thriving, unlike other species that don't allow things like that to get in their way. Human beings truly do have many limitations that hinder their growth and evolution as a race. But what would happen if someone were to overcome those limits? While it is true that the human race does suffer from a load of limiters that stop them from thriving and ascending as a race, what over 99.9% of the population are not aware of is that there is actually a way to break those limiters. Yes, almost everybody in the world just accept what their limits and just go on with their lives. They don't strive to go beyond those limits and transcend whatever issues or obstacles that get in the way of their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. They either give up midway through because they don't have the guts to keep on working strong and sacrifice the necessary blood, sweat, and tears, Or they get so close but fail one time and they just decide to give up right then and there. However, that less than 0.1% of the population are the opposite. They are aware of the potential that they possess. They are aware that yes, it is possible to break those limits that prevent human beings from evolving further as a race. They fight for their dreams and aspirations and don't let other people tell them that they can't achieve their dreams. They will keep fighting. They will keep clawing. They will not stop until they achieve their life's purpose. Which why this less than 0.1% is able to transcend and surpass their limits and evolve into the best versions of themselves. However, with the introduction of quirks to the world, it changed humanity and the Earth so radically that it shook the whole foundation of the previously established principles of human nature. Humans were now superhumans and could now do things that weren't possible in real life. Things that were only found in comic books. Mankind was living in a superhuman society. So one would think, well then that means the previous limitations that the human body had are non-existent now, right? Well, I'm sorry to say, but it isn't that simple. You see, here's the thing. Humans cannot choose what quirk they are born with. They can't change it either. So whatever quirk you get, you're stuck with it for the rest of your life. So if someone is born with a weak but quirk, there's not much that they can to improve themselves as best as possible. They would have a pretty low ceiling. And that would place a huge limit on their power and evolution. The same thing with people that are born with extremely powerful quirks. Yeah, they could achieve a lot more and have a much higher ceiling. But then again, a ceiling is still a ceiling. And you can't go past it. And don't forget about the people who are born quirkless. They don't even have any powers. They are just average humans like back in the old days. So their ceiling is really low. And that just shows how messed up the world really is. Everything about a person is defined by your quirk. It is as if a quirk makes the person and not the other way around. Hell, one could argue this just limits humans more than before quirks emerged onto the scene. But who knows? Maybe there is a way to surpass your quirk's limits. Maybe people just don't know how to, or maybe they just never tried. Nonetheless, our favorite green-haired scion and one-for-all user is about to embark on a journey that will have him learn how to surpass his own limits. The strong way. Izuku Midoriya was back into his deep subconscious, which is above the Earth's orbit in space. He opened his eyes as he found himself floating above the Earth's atmosphere. He looked in front of him to see the giant green sun alongside the 4 sacred locked doors. I'm back here again. Izuku asked as he looked around and confirmed that he was indeed back inside his subconscious, where the power of one for all was stored and where the 4 doors were which were locked and held something unknown behind them which Izuku wanted to know. Izuku floated to where the green sun was located, which represented one for all. It still read 20% complete until full mastery. But something about it felt different to Izuku. It looked a lot bigger to him. And also it felt hotter, and he felt a lot more power and energy emanating from the humongous green sundae. Maybe it was just him, but something did feel a lot more different than last time around. Izuku then turned his attention to the first locked door to the right, which had the symbol of the Roman numeral of I. It was still golden in color and it was still huge, but Izuku also noticed a couple differences. He saw that the locks seemed like they were loosened and that the door actually opened a little before it was closed back. There was also something written on the door which read, "One step closer to achieving this power." This had Izuku scratch his head a little. He didn't remember doing anything that would cause something like this to happen. It was weird. He had so many questions. How is he one step closer? What is he one step closer to? What is this power? Why in the hell does he keep dreaming about it? Green sun and 4 random doors. I don't even know what this is even referring to. This is all just so random. I keep getting more and more questions, but not even one simple answer. Izuku yelled in annoyance as he punched the door as strong as he could. He immediately widened his eyes as he felt probably one of the most painful experiences in his life. Ah! Izuku screamed in agony. His fist was burning in hot pain as he tried to relieve the pain by blowing and massaging the injured hand. Oh my God! What is that door made of? That thing has to be harder than steel. Izuku yelled as he tried to take care of his now red hand. You're right. It is harder than steel. which is why I wouldn't recommend punching the door. Izuku widened his eyes as he heard a voice very similar to his. He looked behind him to see who it was, and then he had one of the biggest shocks of his life. Floating there was himself. He was staring at an exact copy of Izuku Midoriya. Everything was exactly the same. From the hair, to the eyes, the height, weight, arms, legs, and even the same freckles. The only difference being that this new Izuku was wearing his hero costume in full Scion armor. Izuku found it strong to from words in his mouth. What? Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Izuku asked as he was absolutely baffled at the fact there was literal clone of himself floating in space with him. The new Izuku smiled as he replied to Izuku's question. Oh, that's easy. I am you. And you are me. Izuku hung his mouth open as he thought he was hearing things. Okay, you lost me. You just said that you are me and I am you. Can you please explain what you mean by that? Izuku asked as he scratched his head in even more confusion. The other Izuku sighed as he knew that it wasn't going to be that easy for Izuku to understand. Alright, so here's the rundown. So there's you, Izuku Midoriya. You know, your regular self. But inside of you, there's a special place called your subconscious. Think of it as like your own little inner world where you are completely cut off from the outside world. Nobody can see nor hear us right now as we speak to each other in the subconscious. You know, when you go into your little muttering rants. You start to lose awareness of the outside world and focus more on your own self and your inner thinking. But when you enter the subconscious, that's when you fully go into your inner world. Get it so far? Izuku nodded. Yeah, it makes sense. I have always felt isolated, so it doesn't surprise me that I have my own world inside my mind. I'm just surprised I didn't find this out sooner. Yes, that is true. Now, let me explain to you what exactly I am. When I said that I am you and you are me, I meant it. You see, I am the inner Deku. Basically, I am the manifestation of what you truly are inside. All inner thoughts that you have ever had or things that you keep tucked away, I am all of it. I was created for the sole purpose of assisting you on your journey to becoming a hero and whatever you decide to do in life. Inner Deku said as he finished his explanation. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Izuku said as he held his chin and began thinking. Then a light bulb lit up in his head. Oh, I get it now. So I can think of you like the twin brother I never had. Izuku said, excited at the prospect of having a sibling-like version of himself. I guess you can think of me like that. The only difference being that twins are 100% alike. However, me and you are technically the same person, just in different forms. Inner Deku replied as he honestly kind of liked the idea of having a twin brother. He has never had siblings and has been socially isolated for most of his life, so it was a huge reliever. Izuku's eyes then widened as he remembered an important fact. Wait a minute. You just said like a minute ago that you were created. If that is true, then who created you? Izuku asked as he was really curious about who in the world would create an exact copy of him. Inner Deku smirked as he knew Izuku was too smart to not ask a question like that. You want to know who created me? Oh right, it was your father. Inner Deku replied. Now Izuku really thought he was losing it. He just heard that his father created an inner version of himself. And my father? Are you sure you're talking about my father, Hisashi Midoriya? Izuku asked as he now was starting to believe this is all a retarded dream. That's the one. Okay, you lost me again, bro. Can you please explain what you mean by that? Izuku nearly yelled as now things were starting to sound crazy. Inner Deku laughed as he saw Izuku's reaction. What is so funny? I'm sorry, just the way you react to things is just freaking hilarious. You should see your face. Izuku sighed. Great, now his own self is laughing at him. Inner Deku began to calm down as he now adopted a serious face. Alright, so when you were born, your father, Hisashi Midoriya, saw that you had what seemed like an endless amount of power brewing inside of you. He realized that if he kept you like that, the power would soon become too much for your small body and you would die of too much energy overflowing within you. So to prevent that, he locked away all of the excess energy that was too much for your small body to handle. He locked the power away in these 4 doors. Inner Deku stated as he pointed to the 4 giant doors with the Roman numerals. My purpose is to help you unlock these doors and to guide you in your journey of becoming a hero. He made it so that the only person that has the keys to these doors is me. I open the doors when you are both physically and mentally ready for the gargantuan amount of powers that these doors hold. They are locked right now because you are still not ready. You have not gotten the proper training yet to handle these transformations. If you were to, let's say, unlock door number 1 right now, then your entire body would explode due to the amount of power overloading. Izuku widened his eyes as he began to process all of the information. It all makes sense now. The reason why I didn't have this power until almost a year ago. My body was just too weak to handle all of this power. And I didn't have the proper training in order to utilize it. And my dad did all of this to protect me. Inner Deku nodded. You're finally beginning to understand. Your father entrusted me the keys to all of your power. Power that you wouldn't even begin to dream of. He knew how dangerous power like that can be. So he decided that the best course of action was to lock it away until you were ready. And that's why I'm here. When your father created me, he implanted me all of the memories of our ancestors and all of their powers and techniques. That way, I can show you them and learn from them, like how I've been doing for almost a year. Izuku then realized something else. Wait a minute. So all of those dreams and visions I have been getting all of these past months, they were all of your doing. Ding ding. You got it. You're smarter than you look. Yes, you are correct. All of the dreams and visions was me. I chose specific memories that would help you and ones you needed to know the most. You had to learn all of the things you learned because if not, you would just be a huge brute with absolutely no techniques. You have to expand your arsenal and versatility if you truly want to become the greatest hero in the world. Inner Deku stated as he was revealed to be the cause of all of the visions that Izuku had been getting all of these months. Wow, this is a lot to take in. Izuku said quietly as began to rub his temples. Learning all of this new information was kind of taxing on the brain. But Izuku made sure to strengthen both body and mind. Indeed it is. But there's still one more thing we have to talk about. Izuku's sweat dropped. There's more? Inner Deku then floated towards the first giant door. Remember when I said that the only person to unlock these doors was me? Aha. Well, it seems that you are an exception to the rule. Izuku's green eyes widened as he was confused with what Inner Deku was talking about. How am I an exception? I don't have the keys. Inner Deku pointed towards the door. During your fight with Nomu, you went all out. You even used Kaioken X3 combined with a 1-for-all final flash. It did a number on him, but it still wasn't enough. Your arms were broken, you had several broken ribs and other bones. You were completely exhausted. You couldn't even move. Nomu was coming to give you the final shot. But you didn't allow yourself to give up. Your unrelenting will and iron drive forced you to even push farther past your limits. You refused to lose. Inner Deku began to swipe his hand around the door. As a result, through your own willpower alone, you were able to forcefully crack open the first door and it began leaking its energy and power. I immediately noticed this and was about to close the cracks completely, but then I saw that you were in a very dire situation. So I decided to only allow a small portion of the energy to leak out because you needed the power. It was necessary to beat Nomu. However, I couldn't let all of the power escape since it would have killed you, especially in the state your body was. Even the amount I allowed you to use was a little pushing it. But it all turned out good in the end. Inner Deku said as he made sure there wasn't any cracks left in the door. Izuku absorbed all of his words before asking another question. Wait, so what happened to Nomu? Is everyone safe? You don't remember. You defeated him. Inner Deku said as he snapped his fingers, making a portal appear showing the fight between false Super Saiyan Deku and the anti-symbol of peace. It showed Deku completely dominating the fight with minimal effort as Nomu stood no chance against the false Super Saiyan. Then it showed the final blow, which the Super Gallic gun that shot Nomu out of the USJ and towards the sky. Izuku was aghast. He never would have thought that he would have so much power to completely blow away a being that was specifically created to kill All Might. He didn't know what to think. And that's only a taste of your true potential. Inner Deku stated as he snapped his fingers again and that portal that showed the fight vanished. What you did to Nomu will be child's play compared to the power that you will have access to in the future. You can't be serious. What could possibly be more powerful than that? Izuku asked in disbelief. There can't possibly be anything stronger than what Deku did against Nomu, right? Inner Deku just snickered. You'll find out in due time. For now though, you should wake up. You've been out quite a while now. They're getting worried for you. So talk to you later, boy. Izuku started waving his arms around. Wait. I still have a lot more questions. Inner Deku snapped his fingers and Izuku vanished from the subconscious as he was now going back to the real world. Don't worry, friend. All of your questions will be answered in time. You just have to be patient. Izuku's body began to slowly stir as his eyes became lighter and lighter. His body felt weak and very heavy. He didn't feel like moving at all as he wanted his eyes to remain closed. He just felt like staying in bed and not waking up at all. He felt so tired for some reason. His body just felt broken, he could barely move. But right as the green-haired scion was about to once again fall into a deep slumber, he remembered. Izuku immediately widened his eyes as he sat straight up so fast that he nearly broke his neck. He panted very strong as he tried to move his arms in his defensive fighting stance, but immediately winced as he did so. He felt an incredible amount of pain in his left arm, while his right arm was relatively normal. He looked to see that his left arm was in a cast and the majority of his body was covered in numerous bandages. This was most likely due to the injuries that he suffered from the fight with Nomu. OSHTCRP, where's Nomu? Did I pass out? Oh no, then that means my classmates need help. I have to move fast before I'm too late. Wait a minute, this isn't the... Izuku stuttered in shock as he looked around to see that in fact, he was not currently located in the unforeseen simulation joint. He was actually sitting on a bed located in a white room, more specifically, Recovery Girl's office. Izuku then slapped his forehead as he realized his own stupidity. Wait a minute, of course this is not the USJ. Inner me showed me the fight between me and Nomu. I took care of Nomu. He also said that everybody is fine. And here I was thinking that it was all a dream. So you finally woke up? Huh, kid? Sheesh, you had us worried there for a minute, man. I know that voice. Izuku looked to his right, only to see Toshinori in his skinny form alongside Recovery Girl who was sitting down near her desk with various documents in her hands. All might. Recovery Girl. What happened? Wasn't I just in the USJ? Is everybody safe? Or was it all just a bad dream? Izuku said rapidly as his mouth began to move a mile a minute. Both Toshinori and Recovery Girl sweat dropped as they witnessed the ninth bearer of One for All go on his long stutter rants as he talks to himself quietly and isolates himself from the reality. Enough. Relax, young Midoriya. Don't worry, everything is fine. Your classmates are safe. Besides the ones who managed to escape, all of the villains were taken care of. You don't need to worry. Toshinori said as he snapped Izuku out of his trance. He calmed down and sighed in relief. There weren't any major injuries excluding yourself, 13 and Eraserhead. Thankfully everybody else was safe and sound as soon as the pros arrived. Recovery Girl added as she shuffled the stacks of documents on her desk. That's a relief. But then suddenly, Izuku remembered an important detail. Wait a minute. What about Nomu? He's the villain with the beak and with his brain exposed. What happened to him? Did he escape? Izuku asked erratically as he remembered the battle he endured against the anti-symbol of peace. He already knew from what his inner self told him that he had already defeated Nomu, but he wanted to make sure that Nomu didn't escape and was in police captivity. He didn't want a monster like that roaming the streets. You mean you don't remember? Toshinori asked in confusion. Izuku decided to play dumb for a little bit. What are you talking about? Remember what? Izuku. You were the one that managed to defeat him, quite badly might I add. Toshinori stated as he remembered of how the police and investigators managed to find the anti-symbol of peace. They described it as if somebody jumped into a volcano and came out and actually managed to survive. So it seems what Inner Deku was saying is the truth. Figured. Now this means that wasn't a dream then. I'll make sure to speak with him when I get home. Now, I need to relax and get healed. Izuku thought as he began planning on how to get more answers from inner Deku. That isn't something we should ignore. You should be able to remember something like that. It is weird to simply not recall any details regarding defeating something as dangerous as Nomu. From what I've checked, you don't have any severe brain or head damage. Very strange indeed, Recovery Girl said as she hummed in thought. In any case, what matters is that you're all right and safe and sound. However, you most likely wouldn't have had to suffer such traumatic injuries if I would have made it there in time. You were all fighting for your lives while I was here doing nothing, some symbol of peace I am. Toshinori said as he gripped his fists in frustration for not being able to do his job in protecting the students when they were attacked by the League of Villains. It is not your fault, Toshinori-sensei. Nobody had any idea that villains would just randomly attack us out of nowhere. We did the very best we could to defend ourselves and look, we turned out just okay. Don't beat yourself up over something that you had no control over and that turned out fine in the end. Izuku said as he didn't want All Might to feel ashamed over something he knew he wasn't at fault for. Villain attacks can happen at any time. Heroes have to do the best that they can in order to deal with those villains for when they come. The boy's right, you know. Lighten up, we. Just be happy you didn't have to overexert yourself and make your time limit in your hero form even shorter than what it already is. If you ask me, it all turned out for the better. Recovery Girl said as she also didn't want to see All Might get all depressed over nothing. Toshinori sighed, all right, fine. I won't blame myself. But that doesn't mean I'm exactly happy either. Understandable. Izuku said, by the way, Toshinori, did you see the files on Nomu and his quirks? Recovery Girl asked as she wasn't sure if All Might was up to speed on what the police was able to find out. Q quirks. As in more than one. Toshinori asked in disbelief with his blue eyes widened. Take a look at it yourself. Recovery Girl handed Toshinori the documents regarding Nomu's powers. As Toshinori went through them, his levels of shock kept on increasing and increasing with every single page he read. By the time he was finished, he almost found it impossible to form words in his mouth. He was speechless to the core. What is this? Abomination. From what the investigators had gathered from the villains they were able to capture, they learned that Nomu was specifically constructed to kill you. He had quirks implanted in him that were supposed to be direct counters for you. It is a miracle that no other student had major injuries besides Izuku. Recovery Girl said as she too couldn't believe that a being like Nomu existed. It seemed as though he wasn't even human anymore. Toshinori handed the documents back to Recovery Girl as he stood up from his chair. I think I need some time to take all of this in. You should heal and patch young Izuku up and make sure that he's ready to go home. His mother is worried sick. It has been 2 days after all. What? I was out for 2 days. Izuku shouted. Ash didn't know he was out cold for that long. Well, your injuries were very serious. When we found you, you were barely even breathing. I'd say it is a miracle you woke up after only 2 days and not 2 weeks. Recovery Girl said as she was a little suspicious on Izuku's fast recovery. Normally, if a person undergone the amount of injuries that he did, they would be out for weeks, maybe even months. But Izuku was able to wake up after only 2 days. Very strange indeed. Well, I'll see you later, Recovery Girl. Also, Izuku will talk later, alright? Toshinori said as he gave him Izuku a certain look. Izuku knew that look. It meant, we have serious things to talk about later. Toshinori walked out and closed the door. He stood there in the hallway for a good minute as he thought about all that has happened in the past few days. So you're still out there? All for one. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, how many times do I have to tell you, Recovery Girl? I'm good as new, I promise. You healed me up nicely. Izuku said as he took off the bandages around his body. After Toshinori left, Recovery Girl decided to use her quirk on Izuku. All of his injuries were immediately healed. He then began jumping around and doing kicks and punches to the air, testing out his body to see if it was alright. And to his surprise, he was back at 100%. Hell, he even felt a lot stronger than before. That made Izuku wonder on why that happened. He decided to ask inner Deku later about it. Alright, but if you feel any type of pain, you come straight to me. got it? Recovery girl said. Yes, ma'am. Izuku said as he saluted. You're free to go home. Izuku smiled in delight. All right, let's go. I'll see you when school starts again. Izuku then ran out of the office, towards his locker to go pick up his clothes and book bag. That boy really is troublesome. Izuku went home as fast as he could. It was getting late after all, since the sun was already setting. He didn't want to worry his mother too much. He arrived at his front door and opened it. As he stepped in, he shouted, "I'm home." Inko immediately came running to Izuku and crushed him in a motherly hug. "Oh my Izuku, I was worried to death. When the school called and informed me that you were injured from a villain attack, I feared the worst. But they reassured me that they would be all right. But I still couldn't help but fear for you, baby." "Mom, it's okay. I'm fine now. See, I'm all healed up. I have no broken bones, no pain, no nothing. Everything turned out all right. I appreciate you being worried for me, but you don't have to be anymore," Izuku said as smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Inko stared into her son's eyes, before she spoke again. "Izuku, I have something to give you. Something from your father." Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of his father. "Dad left something for me. I'll go get it. Give me a minute." Inko went to her bedroom and came back 5 minutes later with an envelope and 2 capsules. The envelope read on the front in big bold letter, "For Izuku, your father told me to give this to you after you experienced your first transformation." Izuku looked at his mother in disbelief. How did you? Call it woman's intuition. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Your dad said to read this letter. Inko said as she handed Izuku the letter and 2 capsules. Izuku took the items and walked to his bedroom. He opened the letter first. He began to read it. "Dear Izuku, hi, Izuku, it's me, your dad. By the time you're reading this, you have most likely gone through your first transformation. I don't have much time, so I won't be able to explain to you everything in this letter. All I'm going to say is that I'm proud of you, my son. I truly am. I know that you will become a great hero someday. I truly believe that. I'm sorry I have not been around in your life, but it is for reasons that I cannot say in this letter. But I know you will grow up to become a great man someday. You will be strong. Just keep training strong, and you will be able to do anything you put your mind to. Anyway, listen carefully. The small capsule is what you will open first. In there, you will find priceless items that have been passed down from generation to generation in our family. I know you will use them well. The big capsule, you will not open in your room. Open it in a big space where there's a lot of space. You will be using this to train your body in order to become stronger to handle your transformations. If you have any question, ask your inner self. He most likely has the answers to them. Well, time is running out, I have to go now. I want you to know that I love you, my son. Become strong. Protect the innocent and fight in the name of justice. You must tell yourself, no matter how strong it gets, I'm going to make it. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Sincerely, your loving father, Hisashi Midoriyuts. By the time Izuku got to the end, the letter was already wet from his tears. Izuku couldn't help it. It was just too much. My dad, he believes in me. He didn't care that I was quirkless. He still believed in me no matter what. He believes that I will become a hero, Izuku said as he sobbed. Izuku then dried his tears as he calmed down. Papa Izuku looked up, his face void of tears. It was now full of fearless determination. You put all of your faith in me, and I won't let you down. Izuku pushed down on the capsule. It made a poof sound as smoke came out. After the smoke cleared, it showed a large briefcase. Izuku opened the briefcase slowly, and what he saw made his jaw drop to the ground. No way. Inside the briefcase was a brown bean bag and a long red pole. But that's not what got his attention. What got his attention was what was in the middle of the briefcase. In the middle of the briefcase were 3 sets of clothing. Izuku picked up the one that was on top of the pile. It was an orange and blue martial arts GI, with blue shoes and wristbands. It was the GI of Son Goku. Izuku just held the GI in his hands in shock. He couldn't help but admire the ancient apparel. Izuku gripped the GI tightly. Dad, You have put so much faith in me. Thank you very much. I promise it won't be in vain. And I also promise. Izuku lifted the GI up and yelled at the top of his lungs. I will be the strongest hero in the world. League of Villains hideout, sensei, you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. There was this boy with spiky hair. He beat Nomo. Shigaraki yelled as he slammed the bar table. If I may ask, what was the color of his aura when he was using his quirk? Electric green. Shigaraki replied. From purple, to yellow, to green. How amusing. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, sensei. Oh, don't worry about it, Tamura. I'm getting old. Anyways, just keep following the plan. This was a minor setback. I'll talk to you later. Shigaraki then disconnected the audio call. Hi-Iwa. Izuku yells as he punches the air with monster force as the air around him gusts backward due to the power of the strike. Those punches are weak. Put more effort into your strikes, Izuku. I'm trying my best, damn it. Izuku yells back as he begins to launch even harder deadly strikes, all while sweating profusely due to the massive strain his body is currently undergoing. Do or do not. There is no try. It's harder than it looks. Izuku said as he does a front flip and strike up with a huge kick that creates more gust of wind. Come on. I know you can do much better than that. I'm you after all. Punch and kick as if your life depended on it. Well, maybe I would if you just let me use my quirk. Izuku grunts as pants heavily due to the extreme training regime that his inner self has put him through. It felt as though his body was about to drop dead any minute. Inner Deku sighs, come on, Izuku. We've talked about this. You can't always rely on one for all to get you out of every situation and every fight. You have to broaden your arsenal and learn to fight without a quirk by training your physical body. When you have done that, then the effects of one for all will increase even more as soon as your physical body is trained enough. Inner Deku says he watches Izuku continue to practicing his combos, making sure each punch and kick had equal amount of force and were precise, fluid, and not sloppy. Yeah, I completely understand your point. But don't you think training my physical body alone without a quirk under 10 times Earth's gravity is a little, I don't know, overboard? Izuku sarcastically replied as his movements began to get slower and his strikes got weaker because of the huge amounts of energy the green-haired scion has used up during the training session. Also, don't forget that I have to wear these ridiculously heavy weights while training since you told me to specifically wear the orange GI. Izuku said as the training weights in Son Goku's GI made it even harder for Izuku to train under 10 times Earth's gravity, all while not being able to use one for all. You need to wear that GI in order for your body to adapt to the massive weight and mass that it is put through while training under 10x Earth's gravity. Like I said, this will make your own physical body even stronger, which will allow you to even use one for all more efficiently and unlock the hidden power inside of you. Inner Deku said as he understood what Izuku was trying to say, but it was all for his own good. Also, didn't you say that you were going to be the strongest hero in the world? Inner Deku asked as he remembered precisely what Izuku said as he yelled at the top of his lungs the day before when he opened his briefcase. The guy yelled so loud that his mother immediately came running to his bedroom to ask why he was yelling so DMN loud. Izuku stopped mid-combo as he heard the words of his inner self. Yes, I did. I meant it. With every fiber of my being. That is my dream, and I'll stop at nothing until it becomes a reality, Izuku said as his eyes glowed green with pure determination seeping from them. His face now adopted a serious and genuine look, reinforcing the fact that he truly did mean what he said. Inner Deku nodded as he expected that to be Izuku's reply. Well, if you're going to become the strongest hero in the world, like you said, then you can't play games and take the easy path. In this life, if you want something, you have to work strong in order to achieve it. Your dreams are not just going to be handed down to you, and neither is the power that is necessary in order for you to make those dreams come true. I am not Santa Claus, you know. I am not just going to give you powers, techniques, and transformations just because you're a nice guy. You will have to earn all of that. And once you do earn those things, you will have to undergo much more intense training than now to master your new powers. Even with one for all. You had to prove yourself and do something to earn that sacred torch that has been passed down for generations, didn't you? And just getting the quirk was the easy part. Now, you have to MSTR it. It is the same exact concept. Absolutely nothing will be served to you on a silver platter. You will rightfully earn everything that you will get in life. Just like your ancestors did. Izuku took a minute to take in all of what Inner Deku said. Izuku agreed with him 100%. If he didn't start working now and push himself to the limits, then that childhood dream of becoming the #1 hero will stay exactly that, a childhood dream. He couldn't let it stay just a dream. He needed to make that dream into a reality. His father put all of his faith and the faith of his ancestors into him. Even when he was quirkless, he still believed in him, when nobody else, including his own mother, did. He also couldn't forget about All Might. All Might passed on One for All, because he truly believed in his heart that Izuku was the one to become a true hero for the people and become the next symbol of peace. If he started to slack off now, it would be a spit in the face not only to All Might and his father, but to all those who came before them who placed their faith on them. You're right. I apologize for complaining about the workload. That was very childish of me. I should know better. It's hypocritical of me to whine about harsh training conditions when it was me who signed up for all of it. I am the one who wants to become the #1 hero, and I have inherited the power of All Might and my ancestors. So I have no right to say that the training is too much. I have to be a man and own it. I can't act like a spoiled brat who expects everything to be handed down to him. I have to show and prove why I deserve to be a hero and why All Might did not make a mistake in choosing me as his successor. Izuku said as he got back into his fighting stance and felt a new surge of power and adrenaline going through his veins. It's just like what Dad said. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Inner Deku smiled widely as he heard the words of the green-haired scion. Yes. That's the way. Give it your best. As Izuku began to train his body once again under 10x Earth's gravity, Inner Deku relaxed as he got lost in his thoughts. Goku, Vegeta, I wish you can see how your descendant turned out. I know you two would be nothing but proud. 3 hours later, Izuku did one last uppercut to the air before he collapsed to the ground due to complete and utter exhaustion. The young hero in training was panting strong as his lungs demanded oxygen. He felt sore all around. The pain was comparable to when Nomu gave him that bone-crushing bear hug a couple of days ago. Although, he would say that the current pain he felt was slightly worse due to the fact that his muscles and bones were working non-stop with extremely heavy weights on and had to move under 10x Earth's gravity. This was probably the hardest, toughest, and most painful workout he has ever done in his entire life. It even trumps the spars he had against All Might, who was definitely no pushover, but the symbol of peace never made Izuku go through the hell that Inner Deku made him go through today. Inner Deku saw that Izuku's body was practically broken, so he decided to call it a day. Alright Izuku, that's enough for today. Clean yourself up and let's head on home. We did good progress today. We will continue your training tomorrow. Izuku placed his palms on the floor as he used his arms to bring his face off of the floor, which caused more pain than it should. Still go on. Inner Deku sighed as he knew he was going to have to deal with Izuku's stubbornness. Listen to me. You can barely move. If you keep on going, then you'll only be destroying your own body beyond repair instead on making it stronger. That is the opposite effect of what we want. How exactly are you going to be a hero if your body collapses and can no longer function? Inner Deku asked as he was rubbing his temples. He understood and commended the tenacity of Izuku Midoriya. But there is a limit to everything. He has to learn that just because he keeps on destroying his body, over and over again, it doesn't mean it is always going to make him stronger. It can actually have a very negative effect, which is something that they could not afford at all. Plus, don't you have school tomorrow? It isn't ideal for you to go to school all beaten up. You need rest. You have to give time for both your body and mind to recover so it can be ready to train and fight the next day. You're still human, you know. You're not perfect. You did well today. So give yourself the break you deserve. By the time Inner Deku finished speaking, Izuku had already gotten back up on his feet and his breathing was slowly going back to normal. His body was soaking in sweat, and he had a couple bruises here and there. Yeah, you're right. I almost forgot that I had school tomorrow. I guess the training had gone to my head and made me solely focused on it. I can't wait to see everyone again. I hope they're doing alright. I haven't seen them since the whole USJ incident. Izuku said as he walked over the gravity machine. The display showed 10G. Izuku pressed the off button and the display then showed 1G. Izuku sighed in relief as he could finally relax as the environment finally returned to Earth's normal gravity. It turns out, inside the larger capsule that Hisashi left for his son, was a giant gravity chamber made specifically for Izuku to train in and master his powers. When Izuku first saw it, he was in shock. He never heard of such a structure that can actually change the gravity of the environment at will. It is perfect for training the body past its natural limits and make it stronger over time. Deku stated that this is where the beginning of Izuku's training will start. He will begin with 10x Earth's gravity and will continue on from there, gradually increasing the difficulty as Izuku grows stronger and stronger. When Izuku first turned on the gravity chamber, he immediately collapsed to the ground, due to not being used to the extra weight that the chamber inflicted on the green-haired scion. In order to be able to actually stand up, Izuku had to use one for all in order to handle the massive strain that the extra gravity put on his body. After a little bit, Izuku got used to it, and was even able to run, fly, and fight in the gravity chamber, although with a little difficulty. Then, Deku ordered Izuku to not use his quirk at all, while training in the gravity chamber until he told him to and to put on Goku's orange and blue GI. Izuku thought that he could not do it, claiming it was flat-out impossible to move under such harsh conditions without a quirk. Deku reassured him that he would be alright as long as he doesn't go over 10G. Deku told him to focus on strengthening his physical body as well as his ki control. Izuku had trouble at first, controlling his body and ki at 10G, but he didn't quit and persisted until he was able to move and use his ki normally at 10x Earth's gravity. He still had some trouble and it still caused pain and strain, but he had without a doubt made brilliant progress and was definitely going to get better over time. Man, I'm beat. Who knew that 10 times Earth's gravity could be so heavy and taxing on the body? It could kill somebody if they are not careful and if their bodies are not strong enough. Izuku said as he walked over to living room area. The gravity chamber also had enough space to be a living quarters. It had its own living room with couches, chairs and flat-screen TV. It also had essentials, like a bathroom with a shower, and a kitchen with water, food, and dining table where one could eat. Hisashi made sure that his son was comfortable as Izuku was doing his vigorous training. Izuku grabbed a bean bag that was placed on the couch. Izuku opened it to find a bunch of green beans inside. He took one out and threw it into his mouth and ate it. As soon as he swallowed the green bean, all of his injuries were healed. The bruises were gone. The soreness, strain, and pain instantly went away as Izuku was back at 100%. Good as new. Senzu beans. Gotta love him. They really are lifesavers. Izuku said as he began flexing and throwing a couple of punches and kicks to the air to confirm that his body was all healed. Another thing that was inside the briefcase that Hisashi left for Izuku was a bag of senzu beans. Inside the bag was a piece of paper that explained how to plant senzu beans and make more supplies. Deku explained that these senzu beans can heal almost any injury. It didn't matter if you are inches from death. As long as you swallow the senzu bean, you will be back in tip-top shape almost instantly. Deku explained that senzu beans really saved a lot of lives back in the day. They were the difference between life and death on some occasions. It just made Izuku all the more grateful for his father and the fact that he practically thought of everything that he will need. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, but why do I somehow feel stronger every time I get healed after training or when I break my limbs or something? Izuku asked curiously. He already felt a good portion stronger than before he started training in the gravity chamber. He thought maybe it was just him feeling energized the first couple of times, BTU after a while, it started to get more and more apparent, the greater the injury that he was healed from. It's called a Zenkai boost? Deku replied. What boost? Izuku asked, confusion clearly evident on his face. It is a genetic trait unique to the Scion race. It allows a scion to become much more powerful after recovering a near-death state, or any other kind of injury. The more fatal the wound, the stronger you'll get after recovering. This can also work in the middle of a battle. If you're going up against a foe of comparable or greater power than you're yourself, you will learn to adapt and evolve as both your mind and body will get stronger and more efficient due to injuries that you may receive in the battle. You will get stronger and better during the fight. This makes longer and drawn-out battles more in your favor. Zenkai boosts will increase after each use. And in your case, Zenkai boosts will be even greater than normal due to your Scion cells mutating after receiving one for all and making them much more powerful than ever before. Also, your analytical mind allows you to immediately identify the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent and think of numerous different strategies to find the best way to take them down. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard Inner Deku's answered. He had no idea that he has the ability to become so strong. An ability such as the Zenkai boost is a huge game changer. It can turn the tides of any battle in his favor. Even up against opponents that seem to be superior than him, he still had that ace in the hole that can allow him to make a surprise comeback in the middle of a fight when his opponent least expected it. It seemed like he was almost unbeatable. Don't start getting cocky and overconfident now. It doesn't make you invincible though. And you also still have a really long way to go until you can maximize your full potential. That gravity chamber training you just did is nothing but mere child's play compared to the training regime your own ancestors had to go through. The home planet of the Scions, which was formerly called Planet Vegeta, had a gravity that was 10 times that of Earth's gravity. The Scions were walked on that planet like it was second nature while you still struggle with it. Son Goku once trained at 100G on one of his many adventures. This is only the beginning of your training. So be ready for it. Inner Deku said as soon as he heard the thoughts of Izuku when thinking about the possibilities that Zenkai boosts allowed him. He did not need him to begin to get in over his head. Arrogance like that can cost him greatly one day. Izuku gulped when he heard Inner Deku. 100G, I can barely handle 10G as I am now. Man, I really have a lot of catching up to do. Oh well, I guess it just gives me more motivation to keep on training and getting stronger. Plus, it wouldn't be rewarding if it was too easy anyway. Izuku thought as he took off his clothes to go take a shower. Ever since Izuku began communicating with his inner self, he learned a lot about his origins. It is safe to say that he didn't expect to be a descendant of a warrior race called the Scions. He then began freaking out asking if he was actually an alien instead of a human being. Inner Deku had to calm him down and reassure him that yes, he still had human BLD running through his veins but it was just mixed with Scion BLD. Izuku then got curious and asked how much of him was human and Scion. Inner Deku explained that he was able to manipulate the cells and genes in Izuku's body to make it so that he was half Scion and half human instead of what he was supposed to be, which was barely Scion at all, since it has been so many years since the Scion race had died out. Inner Deku told Izuku that in order for him to have the most potential possible, it was necessary for him to be a perfect half-breed since he will need the power from both his Scion side and human side. Izuku was just happy that he had a power that he could call his own, no matter if it came from an alien race. Even though it is technically not a quirk, it can still pass off as one. It still didn't matter to Izuku since this power will allow him to become the hero he had always dreamed of becoming. It is the quirk he always wanted to have to become a hero. When Izuku got out of the shower, he gathered all of his belongings and stepped out of the gravity chamber. He then took out his capsule and placed the large gravity chamber inside the capsule. Hey! Are you sure this is a safe place to come and train in the gravity chamber? I don't want anybody to come out of nowhere and see me training here. Izuku asked his inner self as he began to float up in the air and leave the area. Don't worry. This island has not been inhabited or visited in millennia. The only people that know of its existence are us and your father. Plus, if anyone comes near it, I will be able to sense them immediately, so I'll just alert you as soon as possible if something like that ever happens, which it probably won't. So relax, big guy. We're good. Inner Deku replied. The island that Inner Deku was referring to was none other than Kame Island, the home of Turtle Hermit Todoroki. It still looked the same after all of the years that had gone by since his death. It still had a sunny beach with many appealing palm trees that circled around the entire island. The only difference being that the pink house that the turtle hermit used to live in has gained rust over the years due to being abandoned for so long. Inner Deku told Izuku to come exactly to this island when he decided to start training in the gravity chamber. The reason being, as stated above, that the island has been abandoned for many millennia up to this point. And back then, the only people who knew of its existence were Goku, his family, friends, and the rest of the Z-Fighters. But when they all passed away, the island was left alone, untouched, for many years. Humanity has no idea of its existence due to it being completely isolated from civilization, thus making it the perfect training spot for Izuku in the gravity chamber. Izuku sighs, "Alright, whatever you say. Anyways, time to head home. It is getting late. I don't want Mom to be getting any more worried than she should." Izuku then flew back to his home, where he would prepare for the next day of U8 high school. The next day. "Hey, did you guys watch the news last night?" The invisible girl, Toru, asked to her classmates, referring to the news coverage that was done about the USJ incident a couple of days ago. The USJ incident were made known to the public and it immediately made headlines. It was a really big deal, due to the prestige and high esteem that UH has garnered in Japan for being the #1 high school for heroes in training. It was an understatement to say that the general public was shocked. It was unheard of for a gang of villains to be able to sneak into a UA facility with all of the security measures that the school funds for the safety of its students. Nobody saw it coming at all. And it was all just an unfortunate turn of events. However, when it was reported that none of the students, minus Izuku, suffered major injuries, the press and general public didn't go too hard on UA and criticized to such a high degree. When the press asked for the identity of the student that was fatally injured during the invasion, UA refused to reveal that it was Izuku. Their reasoning was that the student didn't need all of that public attention on them, and it would be safer if their identity was not revealed. "Yeah, I saw it. What about it?" Ojiro replied as he turned his head to the invisible girl. "Did you see how everyone in class was on screen? I didn't stand out at all," Toru said as she whined at not making much of an impression on TV. "That's true," Shoji said as he added to the conversation. "Well, I wouldn't blame them. It is strong to stand out when they can't really see you." Ojiro said as he remembered when watching the news last night that the only way you could have really seen Toru is if you noticed a floating pair of gloves walking beside the rest of the girls in Class 1A, but man, all the channels made a big deal out of it. Kaminari said as he turned his head behind him to talk to Kirishima. "Yeah bro, I was surprised. It made the headlines everywhere. The entire country knows about it by now," Kirishima said as he didn't know he was going to be on TV so soon. Can you really blame them, though? The hero course that keeps pumping out pro heroes was attacked by so many villains out of nowhere. Jiro said as she put herself into the conversation as she was twirling around her long earlobes. "Man, who knows what could have happened if the teachers had not come when they did," Ciro said. Mineta then immediately stopped Ciro from saying anything further. "Stop that, Ciro. Just thinking about it is making me wet myself. Shut the F up. Be quiet, purple grapes. Nothing was going to happen. We had it all under control. Those villains were SHT compared to us. You're lucky that Deku took care of the strongest one, or else it could have been a lot worse." Bakugo shouted as he got irritated at Mineta's childish crying. "Yeah, I heard that Midoriya took care of the big guy with the beak. It was reported that guy had like multiple different quirks inside of him and stuff. He was really overpowered. Midoriya really saved our butts because I don't know if we would be able to take down such a villain," Sato said as he threw a couple punches to the air. "Yes, it just makes you wonder of the true power that Midoriya possesses. Although the drawbacks of such strength seem to take a massive toll on his body. He was the most injured out of all of us. What a strange quirk he has," Tokoyami said as she thought about what Izuku had to do to gain such power. "I really hope Deku-kun is alright. Do you guys think he will be coming to school today?" Achiko asked as she has been worried for the green-haired scion for the whole weekend. "I'm not sure. His injuries were extremely severe. They were worse than Mr. Aizawa's and 13th's. He had to fight that huge villain all by himself. If only we could have came sooner, maybe we might have been able to help him," Momo said as she had a visibly sad look on her face. She was worried for her friend. She had tried contacting him over the weekend, but he didn't respond. For some reason, she found herself think more and more about the green-haired scion more and more as time went on. Who knows? It would be a miracle if he can even walk after the injuries that I saw he had. Shiro said. As if right on cue, the classroom door was opened, and in came the one and only Izuku Midoriya. He looked completely good as new without any sort of bandages or anything like that. He had a big smile on his face as he walked inside the class, happy to see that his classmates were all doing fine. Good morning, guys. Are all of you okay after that whole USJ thing? I haven't had the chance to see you guys since then, so I hope everything is going all right for all of you. Izuku said as he entered the classroom, only to find 19 pairs of eyes all on him. Did I miss something? Why are all of you looking at me like that? And then total mayhem ensued. Bakugo ran up to the green-haired scion and grabbed him by his shirt. Hey Deku. Why didn't you reply to any of my texts, you bastard? You left me undelivered for like 3 days. Who does that? Were you ignoring me? Answer me now before I kill you. Izuku held up his hands in defense. Hey I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ignore you, Kaken. I swear. It's just that a lot of things happened these past couple of days, and I didn't really have the chance to go through my phone. Bullshit. I swear. How are you even here? Shouldn't you be in the hospital or something? You should not even be able to walk, much less be in school. Shiro shouted as he couldn't believe that Izuku was actually in class all fine and dandy. Yo Midoriya. How did you beat that villain? I heard that it was really overpowered and those injuries you suffered from it were no joke. Are you sure you're fine? Sato asked as he was in disbelief just like Shiro was, but was happy to find that his classmates seemed alright. Hey Midori. Tell us about that villain you faced. I didn't know you were that strong. What other things are you hiding from us? Mina asked, how are you even alive right now? Mineta screeched, man, if only we came in sooner, we could have teamed up and taken those villains down easily. Kirishima said excitedly as he bumped both of his fists together. That makes me wonder if it was Midoriya that roared that which shook the whole US. Jiro said as she contemplated on the possibility. Deku, you still haven't properly explained why you left me on deliver dash. Everyone, calm down. Morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats. Ida loudly exclaimed as he stood in front of the classroom. Teasage fine. We'll talk later. Bakugo finally let go of Izuku as they went to take their seats and settle down. Izuku whispered to Ida, hey, thanks man. You saved my butt back there. No problem. Anything for the class president. You also deserve some space after what happened in the USJ. Tenya replied as he went to go take his own seat. Mina turned around to face Azui. Tsuchan, who's gonna teach homeroom today? Tsuyu placed her finger on her chin as she thought about Mina's question. Well, is supposed to be in the hospital recovering from his injuries. Suddenly the door to the classroom opened. Ribbit. Good morning class. I hope you're all doing fine today. Izawa greeted as his face and arms were completely wrapped in bandages, clearly the result of the wounds he suffered against Nomu and Shigaraki at the USJ. Mr. Izawa, you're back too soon. Class 1A shouted out in unison. Man, you're too much of a pro, Kaminari stated, who admired the work ethic of his homeroom teacher. So you're all right, Mr. Izawa? Tenya asked as he robotically raised his arm. Can you really call that all right? Achiko asked as she didn't think that Izawa was in a suitable condition to be teaching right now. Izawa made his way to the teacher's podium. My well-being does not matter. More importantly, the fight is not yet over. Fight? Bakugo asked, intrigued. Don't tell me. Izuku said as his eyes slowly widened. The villains again. Mineta said in panic with sweat trailing down his face. Izawa took a moment to stare at all of his students. The UE 8th Sports Festival is drawing near. That's a super normal school event. The class yelled in unison as they were all relieved that they didn't have to fight villains again and can actually relax for a little bit. Hold on, wait a minute. Kaminari said as he calmed down the classroom. Is it okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains snuck inside? Jiro asked curiously. What if they attack us again or something? Ojiro said, agreeing with Jiro's point of view. Apparently, they think of it as showing that our crisis management system is solid as a rock by holding the event. Security will also be strengthened to 5 times that of previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge chance. It is not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains. Aizawa replied, answering the concerns of a few of his students. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It is just a festival of sports. Mineta said, as he didn't want to be attacked by villains again. Mineta, you've never seen the sports festival? Izuku asked as he turned his head. Of course I have. That's not what I meant. Aizawa continued his announcement. Our sports festival is one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were called a festival of sports, and the whole country was crazy about them. As you know, with reductions in scale and population, they are now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the U8 Sports Festival. Of course, all the top heroes around the country will be watching. For scouting purposes. Momo said as she pumped her fist. She was determined to stand out in the festival. I know that. Mineta said as he still had his doubts. After we graduate, it's typical to join a pro agency as a sidekick. Kaminari said as he held a thumbs up. A lot of people miss their chance to become independent after that and become eternal sidekicks, though. Kaminari, I feel like you'd be one of them. Since you're dumb. Jiro told the electric blonde bluntly. Kaminari's sweat dropped as he heard her words. Wow, that was totally uncalled for. Of course, joining a famous hero agency will get you more experience and popularity. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this event. 1 chance a year. A total of just 3 chances. No aspiring heroes can afford to miss this event. If you understand that, then don't slack off on your preparations. The sports festival is a global event. The entire world will be watching you. So, don't screw it up. Aizawa exclaimed as he did his best to motivate his students. Yes, sir. The class shouted. Homeroom is dismissed. Izuku sat in thought as he processed his teacher's words. It seems like this sports festival event is a pretty big deal, huh? Inner Deku said as he also paid attention to Aizawa's speech. That's right. The sports festival is a major chance for you to jumpstart your career as hero before you even graduate. It can make or break your career. That's why it is important for you to make a good impression each and every time. You only get 3 chances. Izuku said mentally as he replied to his inner self. Inner Deku told him that he didn't have to speak out loud when he wanted to communicate with him, since Inner Deku existed inside Izuku's mind after all. And Izuku didn't want to look like a crazy RETD talking to himself in public. When listening to Aizawa speak, Izuku got more and more determined to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. Izuku wanted to become the #1 hero, so this is a vital opportunity to make good impression or else he might flop. Even though all of that stuff happened, I'm getting really excited. Kirishima exclaimed, pumped both of his fists up with adrenaline rushing through him. If we put on a good show and stand out, we'll have taken the first step to becoming a pro. Siro said, who equally as excited as Kirishima. It was most definitely worth coming to Yuye. Sato said as Fist bumped his own hand. We will only receive a few chances. We cannot afford to miss this. Tokoyami said as he was sitting on top of a table. Ojiro, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I need to stand out at the sports festival. Toru said energetically as she began dancing due to the excitement rushing through her. But the pros might not notice you unless you try really strong. Ojiro replied as he sweat dropped. Oh dear, what'll I do? I stand out just by standing still, so the scouts won't be able to stop looking at me, right? Aoyama said as he pointed at Koji. Koji started sweating nervously and flailing his arms around. Right? Aoyama asked him again as he got closer to the animal talker. Koji earnestly nodded as he didn't want to hurt the blonde's feelings. You're so lucky, Shoji. Your brawn stands out on its own. Kaminari whined as he was envious of Shoji's impressive muscle mass. True, but there's no point if I cannot show them my usefulness. Shoji replied. I think you'll stand out too. Jiro said as she giggled thinking about Kaminari's RETD mode after he overuses his quirk. Izuku glanced around the classroom, observing all of his peers and their conversations regarding the upcoming sports festival. Wow, everybody is so into it. Izuku said as he could tell everybody was really looking forward to the prestigious event. Are you not? We have enrolled here to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Tenya said as he robotically waved his arms around. Ida, you have a unique way of getting fired up. It is weird. Tsuyu said bluntly. Midoriya, do you not feel the same? Tenya asked the green-haired scion. Of course I do. But some things. Deku? Izuku and Tenya both turned to the voice calling their names. Let's do our best at the sports festival. Achiko said with a bloodthirsty grin as a purple aura surrounded her figure. Izuku gulped at the sight. Uraraka-san, your face? What's the matter? You don't look carefree at all, even though that's what your name means. Mina said as she too was perplexed at Achiko's sudden 180 turn in personality. Achiko raised her fist up high. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. Yeah. Izuku and the others yelled as they also raised their fists up high. Achiko turned around to her other classmates. I said, I'm going to do my best. Why? They all replied with sweat drops. What's wrong? Your personality is all over the place. Izuku began thinking, now that I think about it, I never asked Uraraka-san why she wants to be a hero. Izuku, Tenya, and Achiko were currently in the hallway walking towards the cafeteria for lunch. But Izuku had something he wanted to get off of his mind. Uraraka-san, can I ask you a question? Izuku said as the three walked side by side. Of course you can, Deku-kun. Ask away. Achiko cheerfully replied. Why did you decide to come to UA and become a pro hero? Achiko's eyes widened as she didn't expect the green-haired scion to ask her that. I want to become a hero to get a lot of money. Achiko said as her cheeks gained a slight tint of red due to the embarrassment she felt when giving her answer. For money? You want to become a hero for money? Izuku asked as he stopped walking due to the shock of her answer as he wasn't really expecting that to be her reason for wanting to become a hero. Well, if you want to boil it down simply, then yes. Sorry, it is such an unwholesome reason. You two have such admirable motivations. It is embarrassing, Achiko said as she held her face with her hands to try to hide her small blush of embarrassment. But how is having a goal to support your livelihood not admirable? Tenya asked as he flailed his arms around robotically as he usually does. Right, I agree with Ida. But it is unexpected, Izuku said as he knew there was more to her motivations to just simply money. Achiko sighed as she decided there was no harm in telling them. My family owns a construction company, but we have not gotten any work at all, so we're flat broke. This really is not something to tell other people though. Both Izuku and Tenya placed their hands under their chins as they began thinking. Construction? Suddenly a light bulb went off inside Izuku's head. With her quirk, if she gets licensed, then it'd bring costs way down, right? Yes, you're right. She could make any raw material float. They wouldn't need any heavy equipment. Ida followed up with Izuku's idea. Right. That's what I told my dad when I was little. Uraraka exclaimed as she jumped up when she heard Izuku and Tenya say what she has been trying to tell her parents for years. But Achiko said as she remembered many years ago when she tried to explain that very same concept to her dad. You want to work for us? Yeah. When I get big and strong, I'll help you and mommy. Kid Achiko said with tears in her eyes as she desperately wanted to help. I appreciate the thought, Achiko. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you could achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii. Achiko gripped her skirt as the memory came back to her. I'll definitely become a hero and make a lot of money and let my parents live an easy life. Izuku's eyes widened as he could clearly see the determination in her eyes and feel the energy inside her become brighter and brighter as the resolve fueled her. It reminded him a lot of himself when he spoke about his own dream to become a hero. Bravo! Bravo! Tenya exclaimed as he clapped earnestly above his head. He also commended Achiko for her admirable goal of becoming a hero and wanting to bring peace and tranquility into her parents' lives. She's not just aspiring to be a hero. She's also taken reality into consideration. Izuku thought as he smiled, genuinely happy for his friend to have such a commendable goal. Inner Deku was silently listening in the conversation, all of his attention focused on Achiko Uraraka and her reason for wanting to become a hero. Ho ho ho! Young Midoriya is here! All Might yelled as he pointed towards his green-haired successor. All three students looked at the #1 hero in shock as they didn't expect to find him there. All Might, why are you here? Izuku asked as he was curious why his sensei would be here at that moment. Lunch. Wanna eat with me? Achiko started laughing. He's like a maiden. Well, how about it? Let's eat together. Ida nodded to Izuku, mentally telling him that it was fine and to go ahead. I'd love to, Izuku said as he made his way towards All Might. I wonder what's going on. I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku-kun. Achiko said as she and Ida were currently waiting in line to get lunch. I heard that when All Might was about to be attacked by one of the villains during the USJ incident, even with all of his injuries, he rushed out alone to help. Perhaps it's about that. Ida said as he gave his inference on why the symbol of peace requested the class president to have lunch with him. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Me and Yamamo were watching him while the rest of the class were fending off the villains. Then suddenly out of nowhere, we felt a strange amount of heat and energy coming from Deku-kun. And when we looked, he was gone. We then saw that he was right in front of All Might protecting him from the villain. And that's when the pro heroes came. Wow, he moved faster than we could even blink. Achiko said as she was dumbfounded at the superhuman speeds that Izuku moved at. The boundless power they both have are similar too, so maybe All Might has taken a liking to him. He's truly amazing. Ida said. Unbeknownst to the two, a certain bicolored hair teen named Shoto Todoroki was eavesdropping on their whole conversation. All Might and Izuku Midoriya, what are they hiding? What? You're running out of time. Izuku said as he was in disbelief. Toshinori was pouring 2 cups of tea. Yeah. Apparently, every time I use one for all, my time limit in my hero form keeps going down and down. I started to notice this ever since I passed the quirk on to you. My time limit used to be 3 hours, but now it's more like 2 hours and 40 minutes. I've overdone it too many times. Even at the USJ incident, I was pushing it a little since I had already used up all 3 hours that day. I was barely able to maintain the form. It was good thing the heroes arrived when they did. So if all of the villains were taken care of, then maybe you wouldn't have to slightly push yourself. I'm sore dash, ha. You don't have to apologize. Man, we really are alike, you and me. Toshinori said as he laughed and coughed out. BLD Toshinori placed a cup of tea on the table. Here, have some tea, kid. Thanks. Izuku said as he took a sip. Before we talk about why I pulled you in here, I want to address something else that's really important. I want you to tell me what happened at the USJ, specifically how you took down Nomu. Toshinori said as he looked Izuku dead in the eye with a serious face. Izuku sighed. He knew that Toshinori would ask him about that sooner or later, but he didn't expect for him to ask while they were in school of all places. Well, to be honest with you, Toshinori-sensei, I don't remember much from it myself. After I told Mineta and Tsu to take Aizawa to safety, I stayed behind to buy them time in order for them to regroup with the others. After that, me and Nomu just started trading blows. I did my best to keep him at bay and not allow him or the other villains to go after my classmates. But he was just too strong. Everything I threw at him just didn't hurt him at all. He was a monster specifically designed to kill you. I stood no chance. I even combined both of my quirks into one blast and put all of my strength and pushed past my limits into that on attack. When the smoke cleared, I did do a number on him, but he just regenerated like nothing. No matter what I did, there was just no use. After that, my arms were completely broken and all of my energy was depleted. And right when Nomu was about to finish me off, I felt a strange heat going through my body. A yellow aura surrounded me. I felt so much more power than I ever felt before. I thought about you, my mother, my classmates and everybody else, and I just roared with all of my might. And then, it all went black. Next thing, I knew I woke up in Recovery Girl's office. When Izuku finished his story, Toshinori stared at the boy's emerald and electric green eyes, only to find there was no hint of deceit or lies in his words. He was telling him the truth. Toshinori sighed. Well, that's what happened. I'm just happy that you are alive and well. Things could have gone much worse. And if anything happened to you, well, I don't think I could ever forgive myself. Toshinori said as his head faced the floor. Don't worry about it. I won't be going down that easily. I still have a duty as your successor, Izuku said as he gripped his hands. And that's what I like about you, kid. Toshinori thought as he smiled. Well, the reason I'm asking you about this is because me and the other staff members here in UA had a meeting here last night regarding the USJ incident and the villains that attacked us. It seems that their ringleader is named Tamura Shigaraki and has a quirk called decay. Anything he touches turns to dust. They invaded because they wanted to kill me. Their plan to do that was have Noma fight me and overwhelm me. But it seems that you took care of him for me, no problem. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. It really wasn't a big deal. I was just doing what I thought was right. Well, your actions as a hero caused some concern in the meeting last night. Izuku stopped smiling as he heard Toshinori's words. What do you mean? What did they say? Toshinori began to recall the events of last night. Well, apparently the other teachers were intrigued that a freshman had the power to beat a creature specifically designed to end my life. Not to mention, that same creature had multiple quirks put inside of him. They wanted to bring you in for questioning, but me and Principal Nedzu told them that wasn't necessary. I volunteered to keep an eye on you in case something like the USJ happens again. Nedzu knows about One for All and he knows I passed it on to you. So no need to worry. You can trust him. Phew, well that's a relief. I thought for a second that I was going to get in trouble. Thanks for backing me up. Izuku said as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Don't mention it. Later we will talk more about this hidden power of yours and how to control it, but for now, let's move on to other matters. More importantly, the sports festival. You still can't regulate both quirks at the same time, can you? So what will you do? Toshinori asked as he was curious about Izuku's game plan going into the sports festival. I remember there was this one time, when I was fighting Nomu, I was able to focus the power of One for All on one arm and Ki on the other arm. I was constantly switching between the two powers and attacking with unpredictable strikes while also maintaining the power and not using too much strength that will break my bones. I also used a technique that multiplied my power and the effects of One for All while fighting against him, which gave me the edge at that certain point in the battle. Izuku said as he recalled when using Kaioken, it didn't break his bones or cause him to collapse like the other times when he combined both of his quirks. Oh really? That's interesting. So tell me what was different that time than all of the other times before. Different? Well, the biggest difference between that and all of the other times I tried to use both quirks simultaneously was that I didn't focus all of my power in one specific point. I wasn't trying to force the powers together and use brute force alone to succeed. Instead, I was using my powers tactically in a way so that I can get the most out of my attacks, while at the same time, not wasting all of my energy on one big blow that would surely put me out of commission for the rest of the fight. I was using my head. Izuku replied as he reflected back on the battle against Nomu. Toshinori placed his hand under his chin. Looks like you succeeded in putting on the brakes unconsciously. Anyway, that's amazing progress. I'm glad. Now drink your tea before it gets cold. All right. Thank you. Izuku said as he began to drink the entire cup of tea. Toshinori stood up and walked to look outside the window. Frankly, I don't have much time left as the symbol of peace. Oh wait. Izuku whispered in disbelief. And some of those with built-up villainous intent are starting to realize. Toshinori turned around to face his successor. I granted you my power because I want you to succeed me. I want to be like you. I want to become the greatest hero in the world, just like you. Saving people with a fearless smile. Toshinori remembered the words that the green-haired scion spoke to him. You still feel the same as you did back then, don't you? Toshinori asked Izuku. Yes, of course I do. And when I say that, I truly mean it. Izuku said as his eyes glowed green and adopted a determined and serious look. Toshinori smirked. Then, the time has come for you to show that. The UEH Sports Festival is something pro heroes know. The whole world is watching closely. It is a huge event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might? The fledgling symbol of peace. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku began to get goosebumps as he could feel all of the energy and power behind Toshinori's words. In his eyes, the rainbow aura of one for all was getting stronger and stronger until it all cultivated inside Izuku's electric green eyes as all of the colors turned into one massive green star. I want you to tell the world I am here. I am here. Izuku whispered slowly as he repeated the words of All Might. But how? Izuku asked. You know the sports festival system, right? Toshinori asked as he went back to sit down on the couch. Yes, of course. The support, business, general studies, and hero courses come together and fight through preliminary games of different types by class year. The students who make it through face off in the finals. It is a round-robin tournament divided by grade. Izuku explained. That's right. In other words, you can sell yourself with everything you've got. Toshinori exclaimed as he pointed both of his index fingers at Izuku. Toshinori then fell backward as the couch went with him towards the floor. I mean, what you say is absolutely correct. But honestly, it is kind of strong to get completely into it right after what just happened. Besides, All Might is already teaching me. Izuku kept on muttering and muttering until Toshinori had enough. No one is better at spouting nonsense than you. Nonsense? Toshinori looked at Izuku as said his next words. Those who are always aiming for the top, and those who aren't. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out into society. I understand how you feel, and this is more for me than for you. I won't force you. However, I hope you won't forget how you felt back at the beach park. Izuku's eyes widened as he processed Toshinori's words. He was right. If Izuku truly did want to make an impact, then he had to go all out. He can't half-butt an event like the sports festival. If he did, then all of the strong work he has done up to this point would have been all for nothing. And with those thoughts in mind, Izuku made a decision. I have not forgotten how I felt at the beach. And I have made my decision. I vow to win the sports festival no matter what. I have to make a statement at the sports festival, and that is that I'm going to become the strongest hero in the world. And in order for that to be possible, I have to prove myself to the masses that I have what it takes to back up my words. Nobody remembers second place. Years from now, people are only going to remember the results. And I want them to remember that the following sports festival is when Izuku Midoriya told the world, I am here. Izuku finished his speech as now his aura emanated pride and confidence, which is a complete 180 from his usual nervous and low-confident self. It seems like your Scion side is finally starting to come out. About time. Inner Deku commented, who has been paying attention to the whole conversation. Toshinori smirked as he heard his successor's words. Yes, now you finally understand Izuku. You must show why you will be the next symbol of peace. Classes had officially ended for the day and it was dismissal time. However, there was a slight problem. Achiko stood in front of the door as she tried to leave the classroom, but unfortunately she couldn't get. What's going on? Achiko said nervously as she wasn't expecting to find herself in this kind of situation. Currently, there was a crowd of students from other classes blocking the doorway of Class 1A. What business do you have with Class A? Tenya asked sternly. We can't get out. What did you come here for anyway? Mineta yelled. Scouting out the enemy, purple grapes. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival. There's no point in doing stuff like that. Out of my way, extras. Bakugo said as he tried to walk through the crowd. Stop calling people extras just because you don't know them. Tenya exclaimed. That's Kaken for you. Izuku said with a sweat drop. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all of the students in the hero course like this? Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. A student with gravity-defying purple hair and a worn-out and tired face that could give Aizawa a run for his money, said as he made his way to the front of the crowd to see all of the students of Class 1A. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The student asked Bakugo, who only grunted in response. The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. And it seems they may also transfer people out. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he heard the purple-haired student's words. Scouting out the enemy. I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. A bold one, isn't he? Inner Deku said. I'm from Class B, next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. A student with silver hair shouted. Another bold person. If you bark too much, it will be embarrassing for you during the real fight. Bakugo simply walked past the crowd and went on his way. You ignoring me, B? The silver-haired student yelled, obviously not too pleased with Bakugo's behavior towards him. Wait a minute, Bakugo. What are you going to do about all this? It is your fault that everyone's hating on us. Kirishima said. It doesn't matter. Bakugo replied. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. And with that, Bakugo walked off. Kirishima began shedding tears. That's so simple and manly. What? Kaminari said. You said it. Sato replied. There is truth in that. Tokoyami said, agreeing with what Bakugo said. Hang on, don't be tricked. He just made more pointless enemies. Kaminari pleaded. That's right. We'll all just be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Mineta cried. Meanwhile, Izuku was pondering on what Bakugo said. Kaken, are you sure about this? You just barely got accustomed to Tenji. If you do this now, it could kill you. The UE8 Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. I don't have time to waste. I have to get stronger fast. If I take it easy, then it would cost me when I have no doubt that all of my competition are training to their absolute limit right now. I have to do the same, or else I won't forgive myself if I lose because my opponent worked harder than me. Remember what you told me yesterday? That I have a lot of catching up to do well. Well, that just means I have to work 100 times harder than everybody else if I want to stand a chance at winning the sports festival. Izuku said as he put on his orange GI and was about to change the setting of the gravity chamber. Inner Deku sighed. I guess once you make your mind up about something, there's no point in arguing with you. Okay, fine, do what you want. But don't come crying to me when your body collapses. Izuku smirked. Thanks for understanding. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Inner Deku said, obviously annoyed at Izuku's pun. Izuku then switched the setting of the gravity chamber. The display changed from 10G to 20G. The sun was slowly setting as the sky was lit in an appealing orange hue. The day was almost over as evening and night was getting ready to take its place once the sun went down, and the moon will soon be visible in the night sky. It's a good day to relax before the sports festival tomorrow, young, voluptuous, and attractive orange-haired girl said as she stared into the sunset. Itsuka Kendo took the chance to visit Dagoba Beach when she realized that she was in the area. She had spent the last few weeks training and honing her skills for the upcoming UE8 Sports Festival that will be taking place the very next day. The last 2 weeks have been quite stressful, to say the least. Everybody knew just how important an event like the sports festival is. It could make or break your career as a pro hero. It is a major chance to be scouted by other pro heroes who can take the students in as sidekicks once they graduate or even give them internships. It was basically a requirement if a person wanted to go pro. With that being said, such stakes come with an extreme amount of pressure. Students all over the school were being very anxious. Some were even crying, spouting things such as, "What if I don't get noticed?" or "What if I don't even make it past the first round?" It was even more stressful for Class 1B. They didn't want Class 1A, their rivals, to steal all of the spotlight. They understood that Class A may, more likely than not, get much more recognition in the sports festival, due to them surviving a whole villain attack weeks prior at the USJ. Itsuka even heard rumors that one of the students from Class A was able to beat one of the main villains while suffering serious injuries. They were speculations on the identity of said student, since the teachers didn't reveal who it was. Only the principal, teachers, and students of Class 1A know who it was. The rest of U8 does know, and there aren't very accurate theories on who it was, since the rest of the school doesn't know what exactly happened at the USJ villain invasion. When Class 1B heard about this, there was of course an outrage. Many students deemed it as unfair that only Class A got to get some hands-on experience fighting against villains while the other freshman classes were stuck in a classroom reading textbooks. They passed the entrance exams as well, so why don't they get those special classes as well? The situation was even made worse when some of her classmates and other students crowded right in front of the Class 1A's door, supposedly scouting the competition. The animosity between the freshman classes is totally unnecessary in Kendo's opinion. They all go the same school, so shouldn't they look out for each other instead of going at each other's throats? Plus, they don't even know the students of Class 1A. Maybe they are nice people who only want friendly competition. Well, minus Bakugo. Kendo sighed as she thought about tomorrow. Honestly, all of this declaration of war shenanigans is just not needed. It will only cause more stress and unnecessary violence. It's just a sports festival. At the end of the day, we still got 2 more chances as sophomores and seniors, so it is not like it's the end of the world. Kendo is the class president for Class 1B, so she felt that it was her responsibility to keep her classmates under control. Seeing as though everyone else was just as anxious and stressed out, nobody was easing the tension, especially her white-haired classmate, Tetsu and Minoma, who were easily the students who hated Class A the most and wanted nothing more than to completely destroy them in the sports festival. She does her best to calm them down and assert her authority as class rep, but those two are more strong-headed than a rock. Kendo shook her head, doing her best to ease her thoughts. She looked around the beach and couldn't help but admire just how appealing it was. It used to be an absolute dump with trash littered all around the perimeter. The depths of garbage were so tall that one could wonder how such a romantic beach could be turned into a wasteland. Every time she passed by the beach, she always used scrunch up in disgust as the place smelled worse than onions. But when she heard that it was cleaned up by a mysterious person, she was interested to see how it turned out. And the orange-haired beauty's mind was blown at how clean it was. To think that it used to be a dump. So she thought it would be the perfect place to relax as the day of the sports festival loomed closer with each and every passing minute. She wondered who was able to clean up all of the trash. Ever since the trash disappeared a couple of months ago, absolutely no hero took credit for the service. It was a mystery. A very strange mystery. One would think that the person who cleaned the beach would immediately take the credit for it, as it would most likely lead to a lot of fame and popularity. But nope. As of this day, nobody has ever came forward. Very strange indeed. Itsuka stretched her arms and legs as she relaxed in the sunset. Well, whoever it was that took care of the beach, they did an amazing job. I wish I could meet the person that did it to commend them, but oh well. I guess they don't like being in the spotlight much, Itsuka said as she gazed upon the orange sunset. She was right. This is the perfect place to relax. Nothing can ruin her duh. Hey, look at that fine baby over there, boys. Diamen, we caught ourselves a good one. Kendo huffed in annoyance. Oh, come on. And today was going so well too. Just my luck. She turned around to find 3 big and ugly men with the scent of alcohol reeking off of them. Their walking was slurred as they were clearly drunk. Each one had big blushes on their face as one could feel the lust and want emanating from them. They were clearly ogling at Itsuka lecherously as they approached the orange-haired student. Yeah, you're right, Billy. She got a really well-developed bottom and zitsty. Oh, and don't forget about those curves too. That really gets me excited, one of them said as he licked his lips hungrily. He had the features of a lizard-like reptile with scales and a really long tail. His tongue was abnormally long as it was like a lizard's. No doubt about it, Cole. She has such a cute face too. I can't wait to get my tentacles on her, the third one said as this guy had the features of an octopus. Kendo could barely hold in her vomit. These guys were not pleasant at all to look at. They stunk, were ugly, and were clearly drunk. They looked like old men who had nothing better to do than try to pick up women in the streets. She couldn't stand those type of men. She really hated perverts and could barely stand them. And the looks they were giving them did not make her feel at peace at all. Settle down, fellas. I saw her first, so I get to play with her first. Don't worry, you'll get your turn after I'm done with her. I'll give her the night of her life, Billy said as he stood in front of Cole and Jerry, staring down Kendo with more lust than the other two combined. He had the features of a hyena. Billy walked towards Kendo as he could barely contain his excitement. Come on, you pretty little thing. Let's have some fun, why don't we? I will rock your world. Kendo's eyes widened in horror as she listened to Billy's suggestive words. He's planning on doing that to her. And then he's gonna pass her on to his other two buddies like she was some kind of toy. These guys were the lowest of the low. Kendo got into her fighting stance as she was ready to activate her quirk at any moment. Stop right there, scumbag. Don't take one more step. You and your friends better get the hell on out of her or else. Kendo yelled as she really wanted to P&D these DMN degenerates. Or else what? You gonna try to fight me? Hate to break it to ya, but there are strict rules about quirk usage in public without a proper license. Or did you forget about that, my little princess? Billy said as laughed like a drunk hyena. Prince. Kendo said as she grit her teeth in anger. The but was right. She had forgotten about the quirk laws that state that one could not use their quirks for violence without a proper license or authority. She didn't know how to defend herself now. These guys were obviously bigger and physically stronger than her, so they would most likely dominate her in a fight if she can't use her quirk. And there's 3 of us and only 1 of you. So what's it gonna be, my little princess? Either come quietly and have the best night of your life and shower you with our essence. Or we take you by force and leave you in a shell of yourself as we enter inside of you. Choose wisely. Billy said as his ugly hyena face had stupid lecherous smile all over his face. Kendo began panicking inside. She didn't know what to do. If she used her quirk, then the 3 will snitch and tell the authorities that she broke one of the quirk regulation laws and used her powers to enact violence upon them. If she tried to fight them without her quirk, the 3 will easily outpower and outnumber her. If she tried to run, then she will most likely be caught since she is pretty sure she isn't faster than a hyena and lizard. She had no options. Tears threatened to leak out of her eyes as she thought about her fate. Is this really going to happen to her, right when the sports festival is less than 24 hours away? She said get away from her. She's clearly not interested. Didn't your mother teach you 3 that when a girl says no, she means no? Or am I going to have to teach you the definition myself? Itsuka's eyes widened as she heard a voice to her left. She turned her head only for her jaw to be dropped. Standing there was a young man that stood at 6 feet 2 inches with green spiky and curly hair and freckles. He had an orange and blue martial arts GI with blue wristbands and blue boots. Tied to his back was a long red staff and there was also a brown bean bag tied to his waist. He also had a brown monkey tail, but what caught Kendo's attention the most was the boy's eyes. They were an electric emerald green that almost looked like they were glowing. The eyes indicated a sense of warmth, welcome, and pureness, but there was also a sense of power protection hidden in them. In her opinion, those green orbs were the most appealing pair of eyes she has ever seen on a man or woman, for that matter. Wait a minute, he looks familiar. Alright, I know him. He goes to UA as well. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He's the class rep of Class 1A. But what is he doing here, and what is that outfit? Kendo thought in both relief and intrigue as she was glad to see a familiar face but also curious about what he was wearing and what was the purpose of the unique attire. She had never seen anything like that before and it only made the green-haired scion a lot more interesting to her. And who are you supposed to be? Mind your own DMN business, kid. We saw her first, okay? So go on about your day and let us have our fun with this cutie, Billy said as he kept on eyeing Kendo. Then out of nowhere, Izuku appeared next to Itsuka and put his arm around her waist protectively. So fast. I didn't even see him move. Kendo thought in awe of the green-haired boy's speed as she also had a slight tint of red on her cheeks due to the strong arm holding onto her around her waist. Izuku stared at all 3 of them intimidatingly. I'll say it again. She said get away from her. That means she is not interested in any of you. Meaning that you don't have the right to touch her in any way, shape or form. You have two choices. Leave now on your own free will and we can all go home, forget that this ever happened and we will all move on with our lives. Or you can stay and try to persist. However, I wouldn't recommend that choice, things may not end well for you. The three animal-like men stared at the green-haired scion for a good 3 seconds before all three of them engaged in ridiculous laughter. They were holding their stomachs as they were laughing hysterically. This guy was joking. Did you hear that, Cole? He said, things may not end well for you. Who does he think he is, acting like he can take on all three of us? Jerry said as he wiggled his tentacles around. He obviously was not taking Izuku seriously. Yeah, I heard him. Looks like we're going to have to knock some sense into you, monkey boy. Cole exclaimed as he stuck out his long lizard tongue. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, monkey boy. I haven't heard that one before. Well, what do we have here? Somebody trying to play hero, huh? Well, let me make one thing clear to you, boy. In order to use your quirks in public, you need to have a hero license to have the proper authorization. Especially if you use your quirk violently. So, do you honestly think you can take all three of us down without using a quirk? Billy asked as he continued to laugh like a hyena, which was really unpleasant for the ears of Izuku and Itsuka. Izuku merely smirked as he stared at the three hooligans in front of them, who said anything about using a quirk? The three animal quirk users replied in unison. In a blink of an eye, Izuku reappeared behind Jerry, the octopus. What the? How are you so fast? Is that your quirk? Jerry asked as soon as he realized that Izuku was behind him. Nope. That's just how fast I am. Izuku said nonchalantly. Bullshit. No human being can be that fast naturally. Cut the CRP. What are you, trying to make me look like a fool? You already do a good job on that yourself? Izuku replied. Jerry grit his teeth as he raised his tentacles. That's it. I've had just about enough of you. Jerry launched his tentacles at Izuku, aiming to seriously hurt the young man. But Izuku casually dodged each strike as he slowly walked closer towards the octopus man. How are you so fast? How in the hell are you dodging all of my attacks like that? Jerry asked as he panted due to putting a lot of effort into trying to hit Izuku with his tentacles. Oh, that's easy. You're too slow. Izuku said as he had a smug look on his face. Jerry blew a gasket. You piece of issy brat. I'll kill you. Jerry sluggishly and awkwardly rushed towards Izuku, who was looking at the octopus man with a bored look as to him. He was going in slow motion. With movements like that, you will never be able to kill me. Izuku yelled out as he easily dodged Jerry's attack and got into one of his martial arts fighting stances. This time, he decided to go with the turtle hermit. He then decided to go on the offensive and hit Jerry in the jaw with an uppercut. As the octopus flew up in the air, Izuku jumped up and followed up with a kick to the back of the head which knocked him out cold. Wow. I have never seen a fighting style like that in my life. It looks like it's an ancient technique that I have never heard of before. His movements are swift and fluid, but deadly at the same time. Kendo thought as she was amazed at the strength and speed of Class 1A's president. And oh wait, he knocked out Jerry in only 2 moves. Cole said as he didn't realize the young man had power like that. Izuku then set his target to the lizard man as he walked towards him at a calm pace. Think you can make short work of me like how you did to Jerry? Well, sorry to disappoint, but my scales are so strong, they are considered impenetrable. Try all you want, but you won't be able to make a dent in me. Cole said as flaunted about his scales. Izuku then stopped walking as he now looked at the lizard man in interest. You don't say. In a split second, Izuku could be seen with his elbow pushed deep into the lizard man's gut. I'm possible. Cole spit out some saliva before he fell forward straight to the sand as he was now unconscious. So much for your scales, being impenetrable. Izuku said, clearly not impressed as he walked towards the last guy. These guys are not proving well of a challenge. Was it that he was way too strong or that they were way too weak? Maybe both. Billy was now visibly shaking as sweat was trickling down his face. How did you do that? How did you beat them up just like that? Without even trying. I didn't see you use any quirk. I already told you. Who said anything about a quirk? That's just how strong and fast I am in my base form. Izuku said in a neutral tone as he began walking towards the hyena. With each passing the step, the more intimidating the green-haired scion became. It was as if he was an irresistible force that will destroy anything in its path. B-base form. What kind of gibberish are speaking? Billy said as he began taking a couple steps backward due to the green-haired scion getting closer and closer. It doesn't matter. Out of nowhere, Izuku was right behind Billy with only inches separating them. What matters is that you didn't listen, and made the wrong choice. Izuku then chopped Billy's neck. The hyena then fell face first on the sand as he was effectively knocked out. Itsuka just watched all of it in silence. She had her mouth slightly open as she was in complete shock at the utter ease the green-eyed boy handled the three scumbags. She had never seen anything like that before. It was as if he was playing with children. And to think that she didn't even see him use his quirk once during that entire encounter. Meaning that was all just his base strength. Now, imagine what he's like when he does use his quirk. Just how strong is this guy? Kendo thought as said guy turned around to make eye contact with the orange-haired girl he just saved. Izuku's face then turned red as he finally got to take a good look at the girl he was defending. He didn't notice how attractive she was and her body proportions since he was focused on dealing with the three drunk thugs. But now that he got a good look at her, no wonder those three were hitting on her. She is freaking gorgeous. Izuku then began to rub the back of his head sheepishly as his shyness began to take over. Okay. Did A-N-E-O of T those G guys H hurt you? Izuku said as stuttered through his whole sentence. Itsuka raised an eyebrow in confusion. He was acting all cool and like a total badass a minute ago when he was beating those three up, but now he is a stuttering mess that can barely get through a sentence as soon as he talks to a girl. Kendo smiled as she walked over towards her green-haired savior. Don't worry, I'm alright. Not a single one of them laid a finger on me thanks to you. Izuku sighed as he calmed down. That's a relief. Thank goodness I came here when I did, or things could have been a lot worse. Kendo could only shudder at the thought of what would have happened if Izuku never came by. Yeah, thanks for that. You have my gratitude. You really saved my butt back there. They were going to corner me and I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't stepped in. What do you mean? What about your quirk? Izuku asked in confusion. He thought that if she used her powers, she may have been able to handle them as well since they weren't really skilled at all. You can't use your quirk in public against other people in acts of violence, silly. Kendo giggled as she poked Izuku's which happened to be as strong as rock. What the hell? Is he made of marble or something? I felt absolutely no bones. Just what in the world is he hiding under all of those clothes? Kendo thought as not-so-innocent thoughts began to circulate through her mind. And before she knew, her entire face resembled that as a tomato as steam blew from her ears. She comically collapsed onto the ground as her eyes turned into dizzy swirls. Whoa, what happened to you? Are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? Wow, you're really hot. Wait, no, not like that kind of hot. I mean burning hot. Like boiling water. Oh, Sirpi, what am I saying? Izuku continued on rambling as he did his best to bring Itsuka back from her dirty and perverse fantasies. Sigh, teenagers these days. They're always making a ruckus and something out of nothing. Inner Deku said as watched the events from Izuku's eyes. While it was kind of annoying since he was trying to meditate and relax, Inner Deku couldn't help but crack a smile and be amused at the scene happening in front of him. Seeing Izuku's social interactions was like watching something straight out of an anime or drama show. Especially when he interacts with girls. The boy can knock out 3 grown men as if they were children but can't speak to a female his age properly. Oh, the irony. After a few minutes, the 2 adolescents were finally able to settle and calm down. Although Kendo's cheeks were still tinted a little red. I'm really sorry. I don't know what came over me. I sincerely apologize for making you worry. Stuff like that doesn't usually happen to me. Itsuka said in embarrassment as she avoided making eye contact with her green-haired savior. The dirty thoughts were still fresh in her mind and looking into his appealing green eyes would not help her situation at all. It's no biggie. That happens to me too every so often. I'm still trying my best to get over that bad habit. Izuku said as he was a little embarrassed as well. He hoped she didn't misunderstand him when he said she was hot. Inner Deku has tried to help him overcome his stuttering issues, especially for when he talks to girls, but alas, old habits die strong. Maybe one day he'll get over it. Oh, that's right, I still don't know your name, miss. Itsuka Kendo. But you can call me Itsuka if you want, there's no need to be formal with me. You deserve that much after saving me from those 3 drunken bastards over there. Itsuka said as she was still grateful over the fact that Izuku took care of the 3 potential molesters. No problem, Itsuka-san. I will help anyone in need. And those 3 definitely deserved that beating I gave them. I hope it knocked some sense into them. Oh yeah, I haven't introduced myself. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, I've seen you at school before. You're the class rep for 1A. I'm the rep for class 1B. So I guess that makes us fellow student counselor members. I'm happy to have finally introduced ourselves to each other. Although it probably could have happened in a more preferable circumstance than this. Itsuka said as she glanced over to the unconscious bodies of Billy, Cole, and Jerry. Wow, that's really cool. What are the odds that I get to find the class rep of the class next door on this beach on my way home? I'm just happy that I saw you when I did. Izuku said as he didn't expect to find one of his freshman peers on this beach. Me too. I still can't thank you enough for that. I also heard that some of my classmates gave your class some trouble a few weeks ago. I'm really sorry about that. It's just that with the sports festival coming tomorrow, many of the freshmen are getting really anxious, especially since it's their first ever sports festival. It has been a really stressful past 2 weeks with everybody having to complete their schoolwork and also sneak in some training for the tournament. And if I'm being honest, it has been really strong for me as well with the responsibilities of being class rep and all. I'm just curious as to how you can get through it, especially with what happened at the USJ. Itsuka said as she looked Izuku up and down, and she could tell he has been getting a lot of training in due to the amazing physical shape he is in and how he was able to curb stomp Billy, Cole, and Jerry. Hee, well, I have a lot to thank my vice president for that. She is a huge help when it comes to those things. She handles most of those responsibilities. So after school, I just have a lot of free time to train and hone my skills. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly. He has told Momo before that she doesn't have to do most of the class rep work and that both of them could share half of the work, but she insisted on taking the load off of him. He was confused as to why the black-haired beauty liked helping him so much, but he just shrugged it off as her just being nice. Oh, that's nice to hear. My vice president is very diligent as well, so it's nice to have her around and help me as well. So are you ready for the sports festival tomorrow? Itsuka asked as she couldn't wait to see Izuku's full power at the festival. Izuku smirked as he got up and began stretching. Am I ready? You can bet your life I'm ready. I have been training nearly non-stop these past few weeks in preparation for tomorrow. I can't wait. Oh, just thinking about it is getting me excited. Izuku said enthusiastically as some of his Scion heritage is showing itself. Izuku then stopped moving as he thought of something. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you mind telling me what your quirk is? I'm just a little curious, that's all. Itsuka smiled as she nodded. Sure, no problem. It is the least I can do after what you did for me today. Her hands then increased their size tenfold as they were now gigantic. I call it Big Fist. It enlarges both of my hands to gigantic sizes, which enhances my melee power and range and grip strength. Kendo said as she swung her hands around to create mini gusts of winds. Incredible. So in close range, you obviously have an advantage due to your increased power and strength. But your striking speed has reduced, which may be a problem for opponents that are smaller, more agile, and quicker. The best possible use for a quirk such as yours would be medium to close range combat. It can also help in rescue operations if someone is needed to lift really heavy objects. Also, your fists seem to have the ability to create bursts of wind, which can help in flinching and distracting your opponent, as well as giving you the position advantage, as you can create the circumstances of the battle however you like. but you would need to work incorporating various martial arts fighting styles in order to bring the best out of your power, since mindless brawling and brute strength won't take you very far in the department of heroics. Yes, it is a very powerful quirk indeed, but there are still many things that can be improved on. For instance, Izuku kept on muttering and muttering as he scribbled earnestly onto the first page of his hero journal number 15, since he ran out of pages in his 14th notebook. Kendo only stood there in awe, as she had no idea where he pulled a notebook and pen from. He was writing so fast, it almost made her dizzy. She took a peek at what he was writing in his notebook and almost collapsed in shock, as Izuku had already filled up an entire page and a half filled with details about her quirk. Strengths, weaknesses, ways that can be applied and improved on, best and worst circumstances to use in, basically anything that can be thought of about her quirk. Izuku had already written it down. He had also drawn a quick sketch of her as well, which was fairly accurate and realistic. She didn't know he was good at drawing as well. "Ah, hello." Earth to Izuku. Izuku looked up from his notebook as he began to realize what he had done. "Oh, I'm sorry. You see, ever since I was a young child, I always had an interest in quirks and I studied them day and night. It just became a habit ever since then. I just get sucked into my own little world and I just go on all day. Sorry if I freaked you out or anything," Izuku said as he rubbed his head sheepishly in embarrassment. "You know, man, sometimes I just think you're way too smart for your own good. I would not be surprised if one of these days, you just completely fry your brain from an overload of information and overuse." Inner Deku said as he chuckled, seeing Izuku embarrassing himself in front of the orange-haired girl. Itsuka immediately waved her arms around comically. "No, no, no, no. It's fine. I actually think it is very commendable. Your ability to analyze a quirk so thoroughly just by seeing it once is an amazing trait to have. Do you mind sharing some of the information you wrote down? I am very interested to learn more about my own quirk and use it to the very best of my ability. Especially, since the festival is tomorrow." Izuku gave her a genuine smile. "I would love to, Itsuka-san." After about half an hour, the sky began to get darker as night was finally approaching. "Oh man, it's getting late. I have to return home soon or my parents will begin to worry," Itsuka grumbled as she pouted. She was really enjoying her time talking about her quirk with Izuku. She wanted to get to know him a little more, but alas, it seems that their socializing will have to wait until a later day. "Meh, it's no problem, Itsuka-san. We better get going anyways. We have to get good rest for the festival tomorrow. We would not want to be tired in a big event like that one." Itsuka sighed as she had no choice but to agree. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Thank you for sharing all of that information with me. I learned a lot about my own quirk that I never even thought about. You have really opened my eyes." Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. "It really is no trouble at all. Remember, I will always help out anyone in need." Izuku then turned around and grabbed Billy, Cole, and Jerry. He threw two of them over his shoulder and carried the last one in his arms. "I better turn these three in to the authorities. I don't want these bastards to hurt people anymore. They will be held accountable for their actions," Izuku said seriously as he turned around to look at Kendo once more. "Are you sure you don't want me to escort you home? I don't want another incident like today to happen to you again on your way home." "It's all right, Izuku-an. Just go ahead. I am a strong girl. I can defend myself. Plus I know a safe route to my house where the area isn't as dangerous as this one," Itsuka said as she insisted on Izuku going on without her. Izuku smiled in response. "Okay then. I guess I'll see you tomorrow at the festival. Good night and good luck." Izuku then proceeded to blast off into the night sky as he left a white milky trail of ki as he flew. Itsuka just stood there for a couple of seconds before what just happened in front of her dawned upon her. What the hell? He can fly. And CRP, I didn't get his number before he left. Oh well, I guess maybe I can ask him tomorrow. The next day. "Izuku, be careful not to get hurt." "I know, Mom," Izuku replied as he was tying his blue boots. "I'll record it, okay?" "In high resolution," Inko exclaimed. "Okay," Izuku said as he got and grabbed his bag and other belongings. "Do your best," Inko said as she gripped her fists tightly. showing just how excited she was for her son. Izuku nodded as he walked towards the front door. He triple-checked to make sure he had everything he needed and he had everything set. He was about to reach for the door knob, but then stopped abruptly as he turned around to face Inko. "Hey mom, can I ask you something?" Izuku asked as his eyes showed that something was troubling his mind. "Sure, sweetie. What do you need?" Izuku scratched his head. "Well, do you think Dad will be watching? Do you think he will be watching the sports festival? Do you think he is going to be watching me from wherever he is right now?" Inko's eyes widened at her son's question before she smiled as she hugged her son. "Yes, baby. I am positive he will be watching. He wouldn't miss the chance to see his son all grown up for anything the world. That I'm sure of." Izuku smiled and hugged his mother back as his heart was filled with a sudden warmth. A warmth that he enjoyed. They then broke the hug a few seconds later. "Go on, Izuku. I know you can win. I believe in you," Inko said with full confidence in her son. "That's what I needed to hear from you all along, Mom. Thank you. I'm really grateful for you. I hope you know that." Izuku then opened the door as he stepped one foot out. "I'm off. Wish me luck." Izuku then made his way to UA as he jumped from rooftop. He decided that a little warm-up workout wouldn't hurt as it would help to get his muscles and bones ready for the festival. He knew that the city would be bustling with traffic today due to everybody trying to get to the stadium. So there was absolutely no point in taking the train or attempting to walk there when he had a much faster method. As he leapt high in the air, he saw the busy streets of his hometown. Wow. It seems like everybody can't wait to see what will happen at the sports festival. I heard that the freshman sports festival is the one that everybody was most anticipating thanks to the new and up-and-coming talent that we have and the fact that we're just recently attacked by villains. Izuku said as he made another high jump across a building. "Yes, everybody's eyes will be on you and your peers. Are you ready for the upcoming challenges ahead?" "Of course I am. I didn't put myself through hell in that gravity chamber for nothing." During the last 2 weeks, Izuku has pushed himself to the brink while training in the gravity chamber. He pushed himself so far that now he was able to access 25% of One for All instead of only 20%. His ki control had gotten better as well as his ki blasts and energy waves didn't cost as much energy before and he was able to control the output of his power a little more. His overall stamina, strength and speed have also increased, which will increase the effects of One for All even more. Remember to put our training to good use. Don't doubt yourself. You didn't come so far just to do average. You have to excel. Got it? Got it? Izuku yelled as he could finally see the UA campus in his line of sight. Class 1A waiting room. "Oh man, I wanted to wear my costume." Mina pouted as she preferred to wear her hero gear than the standard PE uniform. "Well, to keep everything fair, we can't. It wouldn't be fair if our costumes provided advantages to us while the other freshmen don't have the privilege of doing so. If we all wear our PE uniforms, then it puts us all on an even playing field," Ojiro said as swung his tail back and forth getting it ready for the sports festival. "I wonder what the first round's gonna be," Sato said as the anticipation was killing him. "No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it," Tokoyami said in his monotone voice as he had his eyes closed and arms crossed. "Yeah, you're right. We just have to overcome whatever obstacle gets thrown at us," Shoji said as he wholeheartedly agreed with what the bird-like student was trying to convey. Tenya then came barging in through the door. "Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon," Tenya exclaimed. Person, 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 person," Mineta said as he counted something in his hand and proceeded to eat it. "Alright guys. Prepare yourselves because there is no going back beyond this point," Izuku said as he finished up his warm-up stretches. He was currently wearing the standard U8 PE uniform, but he was wearing his blue weighted shirt from his GI underneath along with the wristbands and blue shoes. Inner Deku suggested him to do that since he still wants Izuku to train his physical body unless a necessary time came where he had to take them off and get serious. Right? Most of the students in Class 1A shouted in unison in response to their class Republic Midoriya. Izuku turned his head in response to his name being called and the person who called him was somebody who he wasn't expecting. It turned out to be none other than Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Todoroki. What is it? Izuku asked as he was curious on what the bicolored teen would want with him. Shoto was a very quiet and reserved kid as he kept to himself most of the time. He is an introvert just like Izuku, so he can understand why he was like that. So this is one of the rare instances where he actually witnessed Shoto directly starting up a conversation with somebody in the class. Everybody present in the room turned their heads to the two who were in the middle of the room as they were also interested on what the half-hot and half-cold user wanted with the green-haired scion. Even Bakugo decided to pay attention. Shoto stared at him for a few seconds before he decided to speak. If we were to look at things from an objective point of view, I think it is safe to say that you and me are the two strongest standing in this room right now. Shoto stated, blatantly not giving a DMN about the other 18 people listening in on the conversation. Izuku tried to think of something to say while keeping in mind that the entire class is listening in. He didn't want to sound rude or hurt anyone's feelings, but with how things are right now, Izuku had no choice but to agree with the bicolored teen. You may be right. You do have a good argument to be made, but why are you saying this now? Izuku asked in curiosity as he wanted Shoto to just get to the point on why he is talking to him right now. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Shoto said as that honestly caught Izuku off guard. He didn't realize that Shoto is so perceptive. I'm not trying pry about that. I'm going to beat you. Shoto finished as he gave Izuku the meanest mug that he could offer. Everybody wasn't expecting that as it came out so sudden. Is the hybrid prodigy making a declaration of war to the class president? Kaminari said as he was instigating. Kirishima stood up and placed his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Hey, why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? Not now, come on, we're about to start the festival. Kirishima said as he did his best to ease the tension and tried to prevent two of his strongest classmates from engaging into a brawl. Shoto pushed Kirishima's hand away from him as he continued to stare down Izuku. Izuku looked into his classmate's eyes before he smiled and stuck his hand out to him. I like the confidence, Todoroki. I welcome the competition. Let's both do our best. May the best man win. Izuku said in a positive tone as he waited for Shoto to shake his hand. Shoto stared at Izuku's hand before smacking it away. I'm not here to make friends. So what does it matter? I'm here to win. Shoto turned around and began walking towards the door. Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but I'm still going to give it my all and I'm going to go all the way. I think you're more capable than most people. Looking at it objectively, Izuku said as he looked at Shoto dead in the eyes as he was not backing down. Midoriya. Let's not try to sour the mood, okay? Kirishima said as he once again attempted to ease the tension in the room. But everyone, the students from the other courses, are aiming for the top with everything they've got. I cannot afford to fall behind. I'll be aiming to win with everything I have too. Izuku said as he finished his thoughts. Shoto listened to the green-haired scion's words before replying with, yeah, may the best man win. Pay close attention to him. He is very strong, and I can tell he is holding back a lot of power. There is also an aura of hate emanating from him. There is more to that boy than meets the eye. Inner Deku said. Bakugo listened in the entire conversation before turning his head and sucking his teeth. Pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UH Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It is time for the students to enter the first-year stage. Present Mike announced as he was the commentator for the sports festival. Why did I let you talk me into doing this? Aizawa groaned as he was still covered in bandages since his injuries still have not fully healed yet. He was sitting right beside Present Mike. Well, because who else will be my color commentator? Anyways, let's all wait patiently as the first years enter through the tunnel. All of the spectators looked towards the tunnel as they eagerly waited for the appearance of the participants. Come on, Izuku, Inko said as she watched the event on her TV back at Izuku's house. Toshinori was watching from the teacher's box as he also was thinking about a certain green-haired scion. I want you to tell the world. I am here. Toshinori thought as he awaited the arrival of his successor. A few seconds later, Izuku could be seen coming out of the tunnel first with his classmates following closely behind. Roger that all might. The U8 Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcame enemy attacks with their hearts of steel. Hero Course, Class 1A, right? Present Mike announced as the entire crowd cheered at the entrance of Class 1A. As Izuku was walking, he couldn't help but sweat as his nerves began kicking in. There are so many people? Izuku stuttered. Relax. They are only spectators. Pay no mind to them. Focus at the task at hand. Don't let yourself get distracted. Inner Deku said. Izuku took a deep breath as he calmed down, right? Thanks for the tip. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero. Tenya said as he gazed up around the crowd. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Aren't you, Kago? Kirishima asked the ash-blonde-haired boy walking in front of him. Nope. I'm just getting more into it. Katsuki said as a maniacal grin was plastered on his face. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. Hero Course, Class 1B, Present Mike announced as the students of Class 1B began to enter through the tunnel. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E Support Course, Classes F, G, and H are here too. And Business Course, Classes I, J, and K, all of the rest of the freshman classes came out through their respective tunnels. They didn't receive equal reception as the Hero Course, but they were still positively received nonetheless. All of you A.'s first years are here now. Present Mike exclaimed. We're just here to make those guys look better. One of the students from the General Studies course said. I'm not really feeling it. One of the other students replied. As all of the freshmen gathered at the middle of the stage, a loud whipping sound caught their attention. Time for the player pledge. A feminine voice shouted. Nearly all of the males in the stadium had immediate blushes on their faces. Oh, this year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero, Midnight. One of the spectators said. What about the principal? The principal is at the third-year stage every year. Most of the male students were flustered to say the least. What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima asked as the outfit Midnight was wearing was little revealing. That's an R-rated hero for you, Kaminari said. Is it really okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated? Tokoyami asked. Yes. Mineta exclaimed as he shot a big thumbs up. Of course you would say yes to that. Kirishima said to the grape-haired freshman. Quiet everyone. Midnight yelled as she swiped her WHP as it effectively got everybody's attention. Now representing the students is Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A, Midnight announced as all eyes turned to the green-haired scion. What? It's me. But why? Izuku questioned in horror. Izuku was horrible at public speaking and his shyness and nervous attitude didn't help the situation either. Well, you did get first in the entrance exams and you are like the strongest person here, dude. Of course it's gonna be you. Siro said as he, Kirishima and Kaminari all pushed Izuku towards the stairs that lead to the microphone. Now hurry up, don't keep us waiting. All three of them said in unison. As that was happening, a certain flaming hero watching from the stands was in a state of shock. Izuku Midoriya. No way. Could he be Hisashi's son? He had a son. Why didn't he tell me? He's the spitting image of him. He even has a tail just like him. What is going on here? CRP, 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 CRP. What am I going to do? I'm terrible at public speaking. I'm going to be a stuttering mess. I'm going to make a fool of myself in global television. Everybody is gonna laugh and make foo dash. OH, will you please shut the F up? All Might was right. Nobody is better at speaking nonsense than you. What do you mean nonsense? Don't you realize how many people are watching me? What if I make a foo dash? The only possible way that you can make a fool of or embarrass yourself is if you let it happen. Remember what I told you like 5 freaking minutes ago. Focus at the task at hand. Don't let the large audience and pressure get to you. You already have all of the words you need to make the pledge. All you have to do is just bring it out. Say what you have been dying to say for years. This is your chance. Don't you remember what All Might said? Tell the world I am here. Remember what you learned in our training. And trust yourself. It may feel like you are at your weakest point, but really, what's draining your strength is your own doubt. Just don't listen to it. Inner Deku finished as Izuku was nearing the top of the stairs. Izuku's eyes widened as all of the memories of his life began rushing back to him. He now understood. He understood exactly what he needed to say. It is all starting to become clear to me. Thank you. I know what I have to do now. Izuku finally reached the top as he made his way to the microphone. He took a deep breath. Take your time, Midnight said as she winked at him. Izuku nodded as he then decided to begin. All men are not created equal. That is the reality I learned at the young age of 4. I learned that in reality, the world isn't fair at all. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It is a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or anybody for that matter are never going to hit as strong as life. Izuku paused as he saw he had everyone's attention and interest. One day, I got one of those beatings. It hurt. It burned. It stung. I could have avoided the beating if I just minded my own business. But I decided that I wasn't just going to ignore when an innocent person was in danger. So I defended him and took the beating for him. But that was my first and last setback. I was always told by everyone around me that I should give up. I should quit. I could never be a hero is what they said. They called it a hopeless dream. I would get laughed at and picked on. And I kept on getting beaten to my knees. Each and every single day. The beatings kept on coming and coming. But I never stayed down. Why did I keep getting back up if I was just going to get beaten down again, you may ask? The answer is simple. It is because it ain't about strong you're hit. Now everybody in the stadium was watching in anticipation for what the green-haired scion was going to say next. It is about how strong you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now if you know what you're worth, go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and nobody participating today is a coward. We're better than that. Izuku yelled out as his words were hitting home with everybody in the arena as they can only watch in silence as they were utterly speechless. Izuku took a deep breath as he chose his next words carefully. I am always going to continue to do my best no matter what. No matter what anybody else says. But, well, after 10 years of being put down by everybody I have ever met, one day I met a person. I remember asking him, can I become a hero? Unfortunately, he said no when I initially asked him. But later that day, I saw somebody who needed help. And believe it or not, this person who needed help was the same person who gave me all of those beatings. They were the epicenter of my sadness and sorrow. They always told me, you can't be a hero, no matter how strong you tried. They kept on beating me up and beating up. But I still kept on getting back up and getting back up for more. You may say that I didn't need to help him, that I should have minded my own business, or that person deserved what was coming to him. But it reminded me of the same situation 10 years prior that led to my first ever beating. I saw someone who needed help. So without thinking, my body just moved on its own, doing what it has always been doing, and that is protecting the innocent. And I was able to save that person's life, the same person who bullied me and tortured me for over a decade. The person who told me every day that I could not become a hero. Well, little did I know that the same certain somebody who I had asked earlier if I could become a hero was watching me the entire time. And as the sun was setting, he came to me. And he said that I did something that nobody else would have done. I risked it all to save a life, because it was the right thing to do, and that is the only DMN reason you need. And next, he said the words that I will never ever forget for the rest of my life. Izuku stopped to take a breath. Now everybody was on the edge of their seats with one thought in their minds. What did he say? Izuku opened his eyes as his eyes began glowing green electricity. he said to me. "Youngman, you too can become a hero." Toshinori nearly choked on his own BLD as he realized what his successor was referring to. Izuku continued his speech. Mark Twain once said, "The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why." And on that fateful day, I find out that I, Izuku Midoriya, was indeed born to become a hero. And even if the whole world doubts me, even if the whole world is against me, I will still keep on getting back up and keep on fighting until my last breath. Why? Because someone out there believes in me. And because it is the right thing to do. And that is all of the motivation I need. Izuku then took one final breath before he ended his speech. Dreams can become a reality, no matter what they. Fight for your dreams, and your dreams will fight for you. Izuku then bowed. Thank you all for your time, and may we have a sports festival that will be remembered through the ages. Izuku then walked back down the stairs and regrouped with his class. At first there was a silence throughout the stadium as one could hear a pin drop. But then a few seconds later, one person began clapping. Then a second person began clapping. Then a third, then a fourth, then a fifth. And so on and so forth until everybody was on their feet giving a round of applause to Izuku Midoriya. Nothing but absolute respect and admiration was present on their faces as they were truly moved by his words. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that the applause was directed at him. Sniff so manly. I have never heard such words before. Those words hit harder than any punch I could ever throw. Thank you, Midoriya. You have inspired me to do my absolute best. Kirishima said as he wiped the tears from his eyes. Yeah. Everybody give it up for Izuku Midoriya. That speech will definitely never be lost in time as it will be repeated through the ages. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering. I gotta hand it to you, kid. Respect is given when respect is earned. And you have both impressed me and earned my respect. That is something not a lot of characters have been able to accomplish. So consider yourself honored, Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa said through the speakers as he was proud to have a student like him. Endeavor smirked as the fire around him began increasing in heat and intensity. Yep. No doubt about it. You are definitely the son of Hisashi. Congratulations, kid. It seems as though you truly have taken after your father. Now let's see if you can back up what you say when the official sports festival begins. I can't wait to see what you are made of. Toshinori looked on in absolute pride as he couldn't get the smug smirk off of his face. Yes, Izuku. You have done it, my boy. You have officially told the world. You are here. Bakugo had his mouth open as he stared at Izuku, who was being congratulated by the students of Class 1A and even students from other classes. D-Day. A sound of a WHP was heard throughout the arena as it got everybody's attention. Alright. Thank you, Midoriya, for that appealing student pledge. You have inspired the hearts of everybody in this arena, including mine. But we have to get back on track. While the speech was a work of art, we still have a schedule to follow. Midnight announced as now everybody was focused on the R-rated hero. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Present Mike announced as the cheer got all fired up now. Midnight smirked sadistically as she whipped the air. Now, let the games begin. Now, let's get started right away. Midnight exclaimed as she prepared to explain the rules of the first game of the U8 Sports Festival. Yuga does everything right away? Achiko mumbled as she and many others still had a certain green-haired scion on their minds. More specifically, the shockingly eloquent student pledge he gave to kick off the sports festival. They certainly were not expecting the Class 1A president to give such a heartfelt speech. Achiko wondered what kind of like Izuku had lived before attending UA to make him say such things. It just made her much more motivated to do well in the sports festival and also get to know the cinnamon roll a little more. Izuku Midoriya, you are an interesting character. Definitely different from the rest. I can't wait to see exactly what you're made of, Shinso, a purple-haired general studies student thought as his respect levels for Izuku grew quite a bit. He expected the student who had gotten the highest score in the entrance exams to be a little more overconfident, arrogant, and would probably declare that he was going to win the whole DMN thing. But instead, the number one applicant seemed to be the exact opposite. Going off of his pledge, Shinso observed as Izuku as a humble young man who wanted everybody to do their absolute best. Maybe he has misjudged some of the students of Class 1. People of the other classes were also having similar thoughts about Izuku. It was truly a surprise to the other classes to hear such words from a student of Class 1A. A good majority of the classes thought that all students from the hero course would look down on the other classes, but they were wrong. They actually appreciated what Izuku said and, just like Shinso, grew a newfound respect him. Although there was something only a few people noticed about Izuku when he giving the student pledge. One of those few were none other than the vice president of Class 1A, Momo Yaoyorozu. While Izuku was giving his speech, Momo focused on the green-haired scion's eyes, and while she did see a burning inferno of motivation and determination to excel in the festival, she also noticed something more hidden. Hidden in his green orbs were years of pent-up sadness and grief. It was very brief, but the black-haired beauty was observant enough to catch it while everybody else was immersed in his words. Izuku, I don't know what may have happened to you in the past to have made you suffer through that much despair, but I promise I will do whatever it takes to help you with whatever you are going through. Momo thought, as like Achiko, she wondered what life Izuku had to live through to have such sorrow in his eyes. It made the two just want to hug the green cinnamon roll and relieve him of all of his pain. A certain orange-haired student from Class 1B had similar thoughts. The first game is what you would call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears at this stage. Now, here is the fateful first game. Midnight announced as with the swipe of her WHP, a projection of a spinning wheel appeared behind the rated R heroine. It immediately began to spin extremely quick as the participants began to grow anxious on what the first game will be. This year it will be. Midnight said ominously as the wheel continued to spin before it abruptly stopped. This. The spin wheel landed on the words, obstacle race. An obstacle race? Izuku said curiously as he wondered how an obstacle race game would work in the sports festival. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, which is about 4 kilometers long. Midnight said as the participants in the festival widened their eyes at how long the race will be. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places, everyone. Midnight yelled as the crowd cheered as excitement filled the air at finally seeing the first years in action. The students went to the tunnel entrance to where the starting will be. As Izuku was getting ready, the words of All Might reverberated in his mind. I want you to tell the world, I am here. As he looked into the eyes of his classmates, he could see nothing but unbreakable will and determination to their best and excel. At that moment, he just realized how much of an effect his words had on his peers. He lit a fire in their hearts to try even harder than they ever would have if it weren't for his student pledge. It brought a smile to his face as it truly made him happy that his words had the effect he wanted them to have. Dad and Toshinori-sensei have put all of their faith in me. That means I can't let them down. I have to win. That is why I have to go even beyond. The first green light at the top of the tunnel, which was the countdown, went out. I have to make a statement. Then the second light went out. Up in the teacher's box, Toshinori folded his hands as he anxiously waited for the race to begin. So please watch me. Izuku thought as his eyes glowed a green hue of electricity. So any advice you want to give me before this whole thing officially starts? Izuku mentally asked his inner alter ego. Use your head. Then the final light went out. Start. Midnight announced the official beginning of the UEH Sports Festival. Music, Jet Set Run. At that moment, all of the students simultaneously began charging towards the tunnel as they wanted to begin with a good lead. Here's the play-by-play. Are you ready to do the commentary, Mummy Man? Present Mike asked Aizawa. You are the one who forced me to come in the first place. Aizawa lazily replied back. Let us get started right away, Mummy Man. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? This part right now. Aizawa said as he looked towards what was happening inside the tunnel. Hey, this is too narrow. Hey, move. Currently, all of the participants were smashed up together as they all started running towards the tunnel at the same time. The tunnel was way too narrow and small for all of the students to fit. It seemed as though it was constructed like that on purpose to test how the first years would get through it. The first sifting. Suddenly, the temperature began to drop dramatically as ice covered through the entire tunnel. Many students were caught trapped in ice as they couldn't move. They then saw a bicolored teen easily running past them. "Sorry, but I have to get a move on," Shoto said as he left a trail of ice behind him. "Awa, what the dash? It's freezing over. I can't move. Dash, so cold. Out of the way. I can't get it off." Multiple students yelled out in agony as they couldn't move forward due to the ice that trapped them courtesy of the Son of Endeavor. "Take that!" Bakugo yelled as he used his explosions from his hands to launch him above and over the other students and past the ice trail that Shoto left. "Naive, Todoroki," Momo huffed as she effortlessly created a staff to propel her over the ice. "Your frost can't escape my sparkle," Aoyama simply stated as he shot a laser beam to get him over the crowd of students. Kirishima's hardening quirk just let him break through the ice without any trouble. "I won't let you get away so easily. You half and half BSRD." Bakugo violently yelled as he ignited even stronger explosions to give him an extra speed boost. "You got me with that once. You won't get me again," Ojiro said as he jumped over Todoroki's ice. "Whoa, that was close," Mina said as she skated across the ice using her acid quirk to melt it with every step she took. "I can't use my special move yet," Achiko said as walked across the ice trail with difficulty. "They are used to using their quirks?" Shinso said as 4 participants seemed to be mindlessly carrying him over the ice trail. Shoto looked back as he saw that quite a number of people were able to get across through his ice trap. More people outside of Class A were able to dodge that than I had expected. Todoroki then looked in front of him to only widen his eyes in shock. Shoto saw that Izuku was running ahead of him in a ridiculously fast pace. It seemed as though he had ran past everybody else, including Shoto, right at the beginning of the race. What? Nobody even saw him move. How is he running that fast without using his quirk? Shoto questioned in his head. "Oh, it seems like Midoriya is already in the lead. I didn't even notice until now." Present Mike shouted as the spectators were confused as to how the green-haired scion had already taken the lead when they never saw him move. That is what happens when you don't pay attention. If you were looking carefully, right when the race began, Midoriya had already ran past all of the other competitors. He figured out that the tunnel would be too narrow to fit in all of the students at once, so he made the smart decision on being the first one to go through the tunnel. Aizawa stated as he knew his student wouldn't have fallen for such a trick like that. Izuku looked behind him to see Shoto trailing behind him. "Nice trick you pulled with the ice over there at the beginning, Todoroki. But you're going to have to do better than that if you want to fool me." Shoto's eyes hardened as he stared at him. "Why yo, what is that?" Izuku got confused as to what Shoto was referring to when he ran into strong metal that made him stop immediately in his tracks. "Targets found. Lots." Izuku looked up to see a zero-pointer robot from the entrance exam. Its red eye gleaming down on him as it locked onto Izuku as his target. What the? It's the faux villains from the entrance exams," Izuku said as he didn't expect to see these robots appear in the sports festival. Obstacles have shown up suddenly, starting with the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Present Mike announced as multiple zero-pointers began emerging and setting their sights on the participants. "Aren't those the zero-point villains from the entrance exam?" Kaminari said in horror as there was a horde of the robots in front of the students. "Seriously, the hero course had to fight those. This is what they meant by obstacles? There are too many. I can't get through. So this is what the rest of my peers had to fight in the entrance exams," Shoto said as he was looking at the zero-pointers for the first time. "I wonder where they got the money for it," Momo said as the robots seemed very expensive to manufacture. A zero-pointer began to lift its hand and aimed it towards Izuku as it planned to crush him. Right before the hand could do so, however, Izuku stopped the robot's hand with his own as he began lifting it back up. "Is that all?" Then, in a blink of an eye, Izuku kicked the robot with monster force as it was sent flying up. Izuku jumped to where the robot was and punched its head clean off, which made the rest of the machine collapse and fall apart due to an explosive that went off when he destroyed its head. Izuku landed gracefully back on the ground as the remains of the zero-pointer landed on the floor behind him. I expected more of a challenge, Izuku stated as he continued running forward and effortlessly destroying any more zero-pointers with one attack as they blocked his path. And just like that, Midoriya of Class 1A destroys the zero-pointers like they were nothing. What a display of strength and speed, as he continues forward and is in the lead. Present Mike exclaimed as the spectators in the stadium and watching at home were clearly impressed with the display of power by the green-haired scion. Shoto sucked his teeth in annoyance as he sees Izuku running in the distance. I can't let him outperform me, Shoto said mentally as his right hand began emitting frost. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better. Since my dear old man is watching, Shoto said as one could notice a negative connotation in his voice when he referenced his father, Endeavor. The bicolored teen then swiped his right arm upwards as he froze a horde of zero-pointers with absolute ease. They all stopped malfunctioning due to Shoto's ice freezing their circuits. He stopped them. Between their legs. We can get through. Many of the participants began to go through the opening that Todoroki made. I wouldn't if I were you, Shoto began as he started trekking ahead. They will fall over. I froze them while they were off balance. On purpose, Shoto said in a monotone voice as the zero-pointers collapsed on a good amount of students, effectively immobilizing them. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. Amazing. He is now right on Midoriya's trail as he is now catching up to him in second place. It is practically unfair. Present Mike exclaimed as the audience saw just how overpowered Todoroki's quirk is compared to the other first years. His actions are logical and strategic, Aizawa said as he observed Todoroki's advances towards Izuku. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. He had never fought them before, BTU those Robo-Infernos could not get past his elite moves. Like hell, I'm going to let them get past me. Bakugo yelled as he blasted explosions from his palms as it propels him towards the head of the zero-pointer. Class 1A's Bakugo. Since the bottom's blocked, he goes overhead. Clever. Present Mike announced as Bakugo landed at the top of the zero-pointer. You seem like the kind of guy who would just plow straight through, but you can go around when you need to, huh? Siro said with a grin as he used his tape quirk to climb over the zero-pointer. I'm going to hitch a ride. Tokoyami exclaimed as he used Dark Shadow to glide over the zero-pointer. The crowd cheered as the students got through the first obstacle of the race. As expected, most of the group that has gone ahead is Class 1A, Snipe commented from the teacher's box as he and other pro heroes observed the sports festival from above. Class B and the other courses are not bad either. It's just, Tashinori began to say, Class A does not spend a lot of time standing around. Aizawa finished Tashinori's thought as now more students were beginning to make their move. The crowd could now see more students from Class 1A beginning to take charge, such as Tenya, who kicked away a couple of two-pointers, Jiro, who used sound waves generated from her earlobes to short-circuit the robots, and Kaminari, who simply fried the robots with yellow electricity. Those who experienced firsthand that world above them through the incident at USJ. Release. Achiko yelled as one-pointers fell from the air behind her. Those who had fear planted in their hearts. Ojiro used his tail to swipe through the robots and counterattack as he destroyed them with ease. Those who dealt with it and pulled through, they all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. Aizawa stated as he acknowledged what his students had to go through during the USJ invasion and is proud that they are using that experience to fuel and drive them in their pursuit of glory in the sports festival. A multitude of explosions were heard as several zero-pointers collapsed as they were destroyed. "Oh, piece of cake," Momo said as she stood by a smoking cannon. She had her PE shirt open due to her needing to reveal some skin to use her quirk. She was able to create a cannon to effortlessly destroy the zero-pointers as they were playthings. She defeated those zero-point villains so easily. One random student asked as he was gobsmacked at the fact that Momo could just create a cannon out of nowhere and just fire down the foe villains. No wonder she got in through recommendations. Less gawking, more running. Come on, she made a path for us. Let's get a move on, another student said as the rest of the participants began running to the next part of the obstacle race. During the entrance exam, they were to be avoided. If you see them as things to be defeated, they are just dumb hunks of metal. You will start to see obvious openings. Snipe said as he was intrigued about the battle prowess of Class 1A. It looks like everybody else was able to get through the foe villains, relatively easy. Nice job, guys. Izuku said as he looked behind him to see his classmates were doing just fine. Alright, now, I just have to keep this lead going, WBBH. Izuku shrieked as he almost fell off the cliff. He looked in front of him to see what exactly almost made him fall. The first barrier's a piece of cake. Then what about the second? Present Mike grinned as Izuku and the others widened their eyes in horror. In front of them was what seemed to be a bottomless pit. There were tall platforms spaced out between each other, but they were so far apart that it seemed like it was impossible to simply jump from one platform to the next. In between each platform were long and narrow trails of rope that honestly didn't seem like they were stable enough to hold the weight of a couple of students. If you fall, you're out. If you do not want to fall, then you have to crawl. It is the fall. Present Mike exclaimed. When did they build this stage? Okacho asked as she, like the other students, were very fearful of dropping to their death. Izuku carefully looked at the entire obstacle for a couple of seconds before smirking as he got into a jumping stance. He then launched himself high in the air as he easily jumped from platform to platform at very quick and agile speeds without even having to use the ropes at all. And now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through first. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering as a good majority of them were now rooting for the green-haired scion. Deku-kun. I didn't know he could jump so high. Achiko exclaimed in shock as she and the participants had their eyes focused on Izuku. His quirk must be super strong to allow him to perform such amazing acts of athleticism. Present Mike shouted as the spectators agreed as Izuku has been nothing but impressive so far. Aizawa sighed as he decided now was the right time to enlighten everybody watching. Pay attention, you idiot. He has not even used his quirk since the beginning of the festival. Aizawa lazily groaned. What are you talking about, Eraserhead? There is no possible way that Midoriya has been able to do everything he has done so far without using his quirk. That is not human. Present replied in shock as he and the spectators thought that Aizawa was joking. How can somebody perform such superhuman feats without any superpowers? Well, believe what you want to believe. But I am only stating the facts. If used over his limit, his quirk will end up destroying parts of his body. So that young man over there has taken upon it himself to train his body accordingly so that he doesn't have to suffer such a weakness. He realizes that he can't always rely on his quirk, so he found a way to train his body past the human limitations in order for him to use the quirk efficiently and without giving away his powers. He is saving most of real power for the later portions of the sports festival. Aizawa finished explaining his claims as he realized that Izuku was actually following his advice and was not relying on others to help him if he gets injured. Present Mike stumbled on his words as he was still in shock. Wow. So this isn't even Midoriya's full power. If he is this good right now, then I can only imagine him when he actually uses his quirk. So you think you can win so easily that you won't have to use your quirk, huh? Well, think again. Shoto yelled as he used his ice slide through the gaps between each platform. DMN Deku. Don't think you can just take the lead without even trying. Bakugo yelled as he was irate at the reveal that Izuku wasn't even using a quirk and he was somehow still in the lead. The ash-blonde student then used his explosions to boost him upwards over the pits and platforms as he made it over the obstacle. Shoto looked behind him to see Bakugo ganging up on him. Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter. Shoto said as he continued to run forward. DMN it? Bakugo noticed that Shoto was picking up speed and catching up to Izuku. So he boosted his explosions to gain even more speed. My older brother is probably also watching. I can't let him see me act so uncool. Tenya saw that some students were already crossing the obstacle. He couldn't let himself be left behind in the dust. He proceeded to land on the rope and use the engines in his calves to move him forward and much faster along the ropes. That is so uncool. Present Mike shouted as the rest of the audience agreed with him. The guy in second place behind Midoriya is way ahead of the rest of the pack. A member of the audience commented as he and many others were impressed at the strength that Todoroki showcased. Yeah, his quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also a cut above everyone else's. Of course it is. That is the flame hero, Endeavor's son. No wonder. The BLD of the guy second only to All Might. They'll be fighting over who gets him as a sidekick? Many members of the audience now understood why Shoto was a cut above the rest. He is the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. So it only makes sense that he was so powerful. The lead pack is a step ahead, but below them, everyone's clumped together. They have not announced how many people will make it through, so you cannot relax. Push forward. Present Mike exclaimed as when the students heard that, they hastily continued through the obstacle course, not wanting to be left behind. Izuku was nonchalantly running T very high speeds before he abruptly stopped as he saw the last obstacle ahead of him. There were signs that read, "Danger Mines." And now we have quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it is a minefield. It is set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they are not that powerful, but they are loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Present Mike announced as he revealed the third and last obstacle. That depends on the person. Aizawa commented as he didn't think those mines would make everybody pee themselves. I get it. So they put this as the last obstacle so that those in the lead would be in a disadvantage so that others lagging behind can have the opportunity to catch up and possibly take the lead themselves. This is very clever design. And also entertaining for the audience here and the viewers watching at home. Izuku began hopping between mines in a consistent but fast pace, making sure he doesn't accidentally set off any mines. Behind him, several students were going through the mines carelessly and igniting pink explosion that slowed them down and in turn caused an area of effect where other competitors nearby were also stunned and slowed down. Shoto was right behind, but he couldn't jump or hop like Izuku, so he was going at a much slower pace. Bakugo looked at the minefield and smirked as it didn't scare him the slightest. This piece of SHT won't affect me. Bakugo yelled as he used his explosions to send him above the minefield. He then passed Todoroki, who had a surprised look on his face. He clearly was not expecting Bakugo to just rush through like that. BSRD. Don't make a declaration of war to the wrong person. Bakugo then aimed an explosion towards the bicolored teen, but Shoto was able to dodge the attack. And now we've got someone new in second place. Rejoice, mass media. It's the kind of development you guys love. Present Mike yelled through the speakers as the crowd cheered loudly as they finally got to see two students fighting for a place head-to-head. Not lagging too far behind them were the other students as they were going through the minefield in their own quirky ways. Hey, the rest of the pack is also speeding up. However, even as they push and pull at each other, can the three at the top remain in the lead? Shoto and Katsuki were throwing blows at each other as each of them dodged each other's attacks as they fought for second place. Izuku looked behind him as he grit his teeth. Ding, Kaken and Todoroki are right behind me. And the others are not too far behind either. At this rate, they will just pass me. I could easily get through this and make it to the finish line, but these freaking mines are being a pain in the butt. One misstep could cost me. Izuku then took a moment to analyze his current surroundings. Every step, mines were littered everywhere. The smallest step could make them explode and blow everybody back. Wait a minute. A light bulb went off in Izuku's brain. He turned around to face the other competitors. Hey Kaken! Izuku yelled. Bakugo stopped fighting Shoto as he heard Izuku's nickname for him being called. What the F do you want, Deku? Catch me if you can. Izuku teased as he stuck his tongue out at him. Bakugo snapped. Why you DMin' nerd? Bakugo then ignited an explosion in both of his hands. Izuku smirked right when he saw explosions forming on Bakugo's hands. Bingo! Before Bakugo could make a move towards Izuku, the green-haired scion fired a small, but dense, yellow ki blast exactly where Bakugo's hand was. Right when Bakugo ignited the explosions in his hands, that is when the ki blast made contact with the explosions as it expanded towards the entire minefield. As soon as the ki-infused explosion hit the ground, all of the mines exploded on contact as the entire field was now clouded with a dust of pink. What in the world? Todoroki shouted in shock as he and the rest of the participants were blown off of their feet. The velocity of the explosion was just too much for them to handle as they were immobilized for quite a bit. What is going on? Hey, everybody except Midoriya is down. How did all of the mines go off simultaneously? Present Mike asked earnestly as he and the rest of the spectators had no clue to what just happened. Izuku waved towards Katsuki. Thanks for the help, best buddy. Izuku then sprinted towards the finish line. Eraserhead, can you explain what just happened because me and everybody else watching here and at home are completely lost? Present Mike asked as he looked towards his co-commentator who was currently trying to take a nap. Oh yeah, well you see, Midoriya taunted Bakugo which provoked him to spark a power explosion. That explosion then had an area of effect where it triggered all of the mines in the field to go off at the exact same time. Izuku made sure to calculate it at the right time so that Bakugo's explosion could have the biggest effect possible, making it so that every participant in the surrounding area would get knocked off of their feet due to the blast radius. Even though he pretty much got rid of all of the obstacles for his opponents and made their path much easier, he in turn got a really big lead and will now more likely than not get first place in the race. Very smart choice for him. He will make it far as a pro. Aizawa finished his explanation as he began to close his eyes again. Oh, well, thanks for the play-by-play explanation, Eraserhead. Present Mike said as he and the audience were now understanding what exactly happened a minute ago. Now, pay more close attention so you don't have to interrupt my naps. Would you believe it? Midoriya cleared the minefield in an instant. Present Mike announced. What an elaborate plan, my boy. Excellent. Toshinori thought as a proud smirk was etched on his face. The first ones to get back up after Izuku's little stunt were Todoroki and Bakugo. Todoroki used his ice to make him run faster. Bakugo then used his explosions to follow closely behind. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. What are you teaching them? Present Mike asked. Aizawa sighed as his nap was interrupted again. I didn't even do anything. They got each other fired up on their own. Aizawa said as the cameras focused on Izuku, Shoto, and Katsuki who were in first, second, and third place respectively as they were running towards the tunnel that led to the entrance to the stadium which was the finish line. U8 Sports Festival, first-year stage. Are you not listening? Aizawa comically sweat-dropped. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Present Mike exclaimed as the audience were now eagerly waiting on who would come through the tunnel first. Right now, the first person back in the stadium is that man. The first thing that the audience saw go through the tunnel was a mop of messy green, spiky, and curly hair. Izuku Midoriya's made a huge splash. Rainbow-colored confetti dropped as the crowd cheered furiously, happy to see the green-haired cinnamon roll come first place in the obstacle race. Outside the stadium, a certain blonde-haired heroine was staring at the Jumbotron which showed the smiling face of Izuku. Had a finger on her chin as she hummed in thought. Where have I seen him before? Her eyes then comically widened as she finally remembered. It was that kid from last year. The one who rushed the slime villain who had a hostage and was then saved by All Might. How the hell could I forget? Death Arms looked at the screen as he raised his eyebrows. Oh snap, hey you're right. It is the reckless boy. And whoa, it looks like he grew half a foot too. It truly is a small world. Who would have thought we would be seeing this kid again getting first place in the first game of the U8 Sports Festival? Kamui Woods commented as he also recognized Izuku from the slime incident from 10 months ago. In a dark room, a certain leader of the League of Villains was watching the sports festival from a computer. Spiky-haired brat. After Izuku crossed the finish line, he took a moment to look around and observe all of the cheers and applause he was getting from the viewers in attendance. He then looked all the way up at the teacher's box and found Toshinori, who was clapping and smiling down at him with proud face. Izuku grinned as he made a closed fist and pointed it towards his idol. Now that's how you make a statement, kid. Great job. If you can keep this up, then you'll be just fine. Show them why you are worthy of the mantle of the next symbol of peace. Toshinori yelled in his mind as he could barely contain his excitement for his successor. The sports festival is a competition where they have to aim for the top, even if it means defeating their friends and classmates. Modern heroes depend a lot on their popularity, so they need to have that longing to be above all the others. At your core, you are a true hero who wants to help and protect others. That is exactly why I chose you, but I thought that was also your weakness. I was worrying over absolutely nothing. Sorry. But hey, at least you're not crying your eyes out like how you used to. Toshinori thought as he was overjoyed at the fact that Izuku was slowly becoming more mature and more of a man and hero. Well, what do you think? First of all, Midoriya's stock will climb really fast. However, he has yet to show his quirk, so it is strong to predict what will happen. If you took on management of an agency, how would you market him? Opinions. What do you think? He definitely has the look. Very tall. Strong and defined muscular frame. He has it all. The power, speed, size, and explosiveness. He also seems to have a brilliant mind. We could really highlight those parts, but we will need more raw material to work with. Toshinori's sweat dropped as he overheard the conversation between the three students. That business course. They never change. The three students that were just discussing Izuku's marketability are a part of the business course in UA. There is not really any benefit to them participating in the sports festival. Therefore, they cultivate their instincts by selling things or doing marketing simulations. They've got a lot of free time. Katsuki made it through the tunnel as he stopped to catch his breath. He was panting strong as boiling with anger. DMNIT. Not again. I fell right into his plan again. DMNUDET. You played me for a fool. I can't let you get away with that. When I'm able to get my hands on you, I swear. And now, they are finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Present mic announced as more and more students began entering the arena. Shoto caught his breath as he glared at Izuku, who was too busy doing his best, trying not to cry as the emotions that we're currently going through were very strong to hold in. Twice. I made it through the first round. Now all I have to do is be consistent and hopefully I can make it through the entire tournament. Deku-kun. You were amazing. Izuku turned around to see Achiko running towards him to congratulate him as Momo and Tenya were not too far behind. Tenya was sulking in the background as he was comically depressed over falling behind with a quirk that was supposed to be most DMT in a racing type of environment. Uraraka-san. Momo-chan. I'm glad to see you guys and Ito were able to make it through the first round. Izuku exclaimed as he was genuinely glad that his friends were advancing to the next round with him. First place is amazing. But did you have to pull that little stunt with Bakugo's explosion? Momo asked as she pouted. Izuku smiled sheepishly, sorry, my bad. But I had to find a way to ensure my victory, and that idea was the first that came to mind. Izuku then looked down towards his hand as he summoned small sparks of green electricity. My real ability will be tested after this. Midnight then began to speak as she saw the last people who were able to advance through the first round. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Now take a look at the results. 1. Izuku Midoriya 2. Shoto Todoroki 3. Katsuki Bakugo, A/N. Foolish reader. You actually thought I was going to list all of the rankings. Listen, Deku, Todoroki, and Bakugo were the top 3. That's all you need to know. Now on with the story. The top 42 made it through to the next round. It is unfortunate, but don't worry even if you did not make the cut. We have already prepared a special event where anybody can have the opportunity to showcase their skills. It will be revealed after the main event, so be patient. The real competition begins next. The press cavalry will be all over it. Give it your all. Katsuki growled in anger as he was still mad over falling for Izuku's trick and having to get third place instead of first. Midnight then swiped her WHP as the spinning wheel began spinning at high speeds to determine what the next game will be. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? What could it be? I just said it and now here it is. The wheel landed on the words, cavalry battle. A cavalry battle. I'm bad at those. Kaminari mumbled as he clearly wasn't excited over what the next event will be. It is not an individual event, so I wonder how it will work. Fuyu said as she along with others were confused as how this whole cavalry battle thing will function. Let me explain. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It is basically the same as a regular cavalry battle, but the one thing that is different is, based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. Midnight said as a screen showed an image of 13 holding up All Might as the horse rider and present Mike was supporting from the back. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand. Sato said as he understood the premise of the game. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who is on the team. Achiko concluded. Mina said as she now got the gist of it. Midnight made a violent swipe of her WHP towards the 2 female students. You guys don't hold even though I'm talking, huh? Let me speak. Scary. The first years thought in unison. Yes, that is right. And the points assigned go up 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points and 41st gets 10 points and so on. Midnight elaborated as she showed the rankings and scoreboard for each place. That is pretty simple. So since I got first place, that means I got 210 points if I did the math correctly. Izuku said as he calculated his score. Midnight then gained a sadistic smirk as she pointed at Izuku with her W. Not so fast, Midoriya. You see there is one key exception. The point value assigned to first place is 10 million. Midnight announced. It took a couple of seconds for Izuku's mind to register what Midnight just said. 10 million. How is that fair? Izuku yelled out in horror. 10 million? In other words, you can take down the first place player's team. You can stand at the top no matter what place you are in. Nearly all of the first years said in unison as they had their targets set on one person. Izuku Midoriya. That's right. It is survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight exclaimed as Izuku froze at all of the bloodthirsty stares he was receiving from his peers. Those at the top will suffer more. You will hear this many times as you attend UA. This is what plus ultra means. Izuku Midoriya, who placed first in the qualifier, is worth 10 million points. Izuku could feel the stares that he was receiving from all of the other participants. They clearly wanted a piece of him and his 10 million points. So this is what All Might has to deal with every day. To always have a target on your back, to have everybody want to have a piece of you. Yes, this is it truly means to be number one. Izuku said mentally as determination began to surge through him. Even if the odds were against him, he didn't make it this far just to go down without a fight. You're quick to understand, huh, a young man. Toshinori thought as he could see the fire of determination in his successor's eyes. Wow, I thought you would be more nervous and shaking in your boots right about now. Aren't you scared? Everybody has set their sights on you. It isn't going to be easy, you know. Izuku's inner alter ego said as he has been quietly observing everything that has happened in the sports festival so far. Izuku smirked. Screw it. I'll fight whoever it is that stands in my way. If that is what it takes to be number one, then so be it. It has been one versus all this entire time. So let's just do it and show the world what we are made of. Now, you're speaking my language. Let's take care of business then. Now then, I will explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number on their foreheads. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. So the more you steal, the harder it will be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, or if your team falls, you're not out. Midnight said as she explained the basic rules of the cavalry battle. Which means, Momo began since there are 42 people, There will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time. Sato said as he finished her thought. That's tough. Aoyama commented. One strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you will be more free. Mina added. It is strong to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina. Tsuyu hummed. During the game, it will be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks. But it is still a cavalry battle. You will get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You will be removed immediately. Midnight warned. Diamine? Bakugo shouted, now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Izuku began scratching his head. Already so who do I want on my T-? Izuku stopped before he finished his sentence as he noticed that practically everybody had moved away from him and began forming their own teams, completely isolating him. CRP. Almost forgot. Nobody wants to be on my team because of my stupid 10 million points. The UH Sports Festival is more about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes than seeing how prepared they are to be heroes. Death Arms, the punching hero said as he smoked a cigarette while sitting down and enjoying his break. He and the other pro heroes who were assigned as security guards for the sports festival were currently watching the prestigious event from a monitor. Of course, they would have preferred front row seats to see the event from up close, but hey, it was better than nothing. What are you talking about? The voluptuous blonde heroine, Mount Lady asked as she too was enjoying her break with her colleagues. Death Arms blew out a puff of smoke before replying, in a world crowded with hero agencies, in order to put food on the table, there are times when you have to kick down others in order to show your stuff. That was what the obstacle course race in the qualifier was about, right? Mount Lady covered her nose as she waved away the puff of smoke Death Arms blew out before she answered. Doesn't that just pain your heart? Poor kids have to show up one another. What? You did that quite gleefully, remember? The wood hero, Kamui Wood said as a tick mark formed on his head. He still remembered clearly the day that Mount Lady made her debut. She stole the spotlight right when he was about to finish off the villain. She shamelessly took all of the credit for apprehending the villain while the poor wood hero moped in sadness in the background. On the other hand, even if you're business rivals, there are many cases where you have to work together to achieve a common goal, Death Arms added as he also knew there were times when pro heroes had to cooperate with one another to take down a group of villains. Mount Lady widened her eyes in realization, oh, that's just like the cavalry battle. If you win, your teammates also win, and you all advance to the next round. You have to think about compatibility and other people's quirks. It is a give-and-take situation. She now clearly understood the purpose of the preliminary rounds of the sports festival. She had to admit, it was a very clever structure and design. She'd expect nothing less from the #1 hero school in Japan. Coordinating with your sidekick and joint quirk training with other agencies? Kamui Woods muttered as he realized that is exactly what the freshman students of UA were doing now in the upcoming cavalry battle. The kids are doing stuff now that will be their way of life after they become pro heroes. The purpose of the sports festival is to give them the experience of what it would be like to be a pro and give them time to prepare for their future. Mount Lady sighed as she thought about what the young adolescents had to go through. Man, they've got it rough. And they have a long way to go. You said it. And let's not even talk about the guy who got first place. Midoriya, was it? He has it the worst out of all of them. Absolutely nobody would want to team up with somebody that has a huge 10 million point target square on their head. Everybody is definitely going to be gunning for him. Good luck with that, green boy. Kamui commented as just like everybody else, was shocked to hear that first place had 10 million points. UH must have done that intentionally to create a huge amount of pressure for whoever came first in the obstacle course. And it seemed to be working due to seemingly nobody wanting to team up with him. Yeah, it's kind of unfair, to be honest. But that's what UA is all about, I guess. Let's hope he's able to advance to the next round somehow. Mount Lady replied to Kamui Wood's comment. Just like everybody else in the stadium, the blonde heroine was moved by Izuku's speech. However, she was one of the few to notice a key minute detail that the young man showed during his student pledge. It was in his eyes. She doesn't know how or why, but Mount Lady was able to notice a slight hint of pain and suffering hidden behind those majestic green orbs of his. It just made her wonder. What kind of life did that boy have to live in order to experience something so traumatic at such a young age? Team up with me? What? Bakugo, team up with me. Don't you want to team up with moi? Katsuki Bakugo stared blankly at all of the students wanting to be on his team for the cavalry battle. Wait a minute. Remind me what all of your quirks are. Oh yeah, and your names too. What kind of question is that? We're your classmates, for crying out loud. I can understand not knowing Class B's, but come on, this ridiculous. Mina Ishido whined as she was annoyed at the fact that Bakugo didn't even know her name, even though they have been classmates and in school together for like 3 or 4 weeks now. He doesn't pay attention to what's around him at all. How can you be that self-centered? Sato exclaimed as he completely agreed with his pink-haired classmate. Even though his personality is really mean and rude, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's still pretty popular. Toshinori commented as he observed the interactions of his students from up in the teacher's box. Hey, Bakugo. I was gonna ask Todoroki, but he chose his team already. So what do you say? Let's team up. Kirishima shouted as he walked up to the crowd around the ash blonde. Oh, hey weird hair, Katsuki said nonchalantly as he had a passive expression on his face. My name is Kirishima. At least have enough decency to remember the name of your own classmates. And my hair is not even that different from yours. Kirishima exclaimed as he pointed towards Bakugo's spiky hair. He did have a point there. They both had very peculiar and spiky hair. Nowhere near the level of Izuku's own spiky mane, but they still stood out. You want to be the rider, right? Then who will be the front horse that can take your blasts? Kirishima activated his hardening quirk to prove his point. Katsuki stared at him with a curious glance. Someone with guts? Bakugo replied. Not really, but yeah. Me with my hardening. I will be the horse that will never waver. You want to get it too, right? Midoriya's 10 million points. Katsuki's eyes widened when he heard the name of his arch-rival. Listen, we all know that Midoriya has a lot of raw power on his side. So we need a team that can be able to handle his super powerful punches. Come on. If we team up, we can definitely overwhelm him and steal his 10 million points no problem. Kirishima added, trying his best to convince the explosion quirk user. As soon as he heard those words, Bakugo's face morphed into a sinister grin as he thought about destroying Deku. Alright, you've persuaded me. Let's do it. Meanwhile, over in a deep corner, a certain bicolored hybrid quirk user was trying to convince a person to join him as well. Listen, I am just going to cut right to the chase. I am aiming for first place. And I'm going to get it no matter what. In order to achieve my goal, there is somebody in our class I have to defeat. And that classmate is of course Midoriya. He pulled a fast one on me and Bakugo in the last round and stole first place from me. I am afraid I can't let him get away with that. So, I am dead set on taking his 10 million points. Doing so will ensure our victory. I know you also don't want to be overshadowed by the class president. I have seen your quirk and fighting prowess. You're good and you are definitely the I need in order to take down that green-haired monkey. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? The other person hummed in thought before opening his eyes, as he finally made his decision. Alright, I'll join forces with you, Todoroki-san. Let's go out there and win. Todoroki smirked smugly. Yes, Tokoi. As expected, people are teaming up with their classmates, huh? Since no one has a good grasp of what quirks those in the other classes have. I need to do something quickly, too. Izuku looked around, to see himself completely isolated from everybody else. About the current state where everyone's totally avoiding me. Izuku saw Ojiro standing nearby. Ojiro, would you mind? Ojiro had a downcast expression as he tiptoed to the side. Sorry, Midoriya-san. Don't take it personally, but you just have way too many points. Ojiro then walked off to find another group. Izuku stood frozen in horror with his mouth hanging wide open. As I thought, no one wants to try to keep over 10 million points for a whole 15 freaking minutes. It would be a better strategy to try to steal the points at the end. And unlike Todoroki or Kakin, I didn't use my quirk, so no one has no idea if their quirk would be compatible with mine. Damn it. That's what I get for holding back and saving it for the later rounds. Izuku thought as his usual nervous and low self-esteem persona was beginning to show itself once again. Inner Deku sighed as he observed Izuku's inner turmoil. Bro, how about you look? Behind you. Izuku slowly turned around as he saw two surprising faces. Hey, Deku-kun. Come on, you, me and Yamamo can be a team together. Achiko's angelic and bubbly voice entered through his eardrums as it seemed to cleanse all of his worries. In front of him were two of his friends, them being Achiko and Momo, as they both agreed with each other that they wanted to be on Izuku's team. Momo-chan. Achiko-chan. Are you too sure about this? Is it really okay with you guys? I mean, everyone will most likely be after me because of my 10 million points. I don't want to place such a burden on you too. Izuku almost stuttered out as he was on the verge of crying tears of joy. He thought that it was hopeless for him, but here are these two appealing angels coming to save the day. Well, yes, your assumptions are more than likely to come to fruition, but me and Achiko both decided that it would be the best course of action to join forces with you. Overall, you're objectively the strongest student in the whole class, as Todoroki so bluntly pointed out earlier. You are physically the most DMNT freshman, given your height, speed, and power advantage and your feats of athleticism during the obstacle course. You are also incredibly intelligent and an MSTR strategist, as shown when you were able to trick both Todoroki and Bakugo to give you the edge to win the race. And I have seen your hero journals. You pay a lot of attention to detail and can probably analyze everything about anybody's quirk just by seeing it one time. So, yeah, we are 100% sure we definitely want to team up with you, Izuku-kun. Momo stated as she explained all of the reasons why she and Achiko wanted to team up with Izuku, despite him having 10 million points. Plus, if we have no other option, we can always just run away the whole time, until the time is up and we automatically win, right? Achiko added her own 2 cents in. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. I think you two are overestimating me, but you do make valid arguments. Like we would. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you get along with. We have been in a team before and won. So we have good chemistry. Plus, Yamamo is also really smart and her quirk is the most versatile out of all of us. So I'm sure we can make it work. Achiko beamed as her angelic smile was as bright as the sun. Izuku had to cover his eyes as they were burning due to how bright her smile was. I see, can't look. I will go blind. Too bright. It's way too pure. Too wholesome. The two female students look at their class president with confusion spread across their faces. Are you okay, Deku-kun? Yeah, is there something wrong with your eyes? Are you sure that you don't need to see Recovery Girl for a minute before the second round begins? Izuku quickly got a hold of himself. No. I'm good. Anyway, I actually wanted to team up with you two as well. So thanks. For teams, it is best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right? Yup. Achiko chirped and Momo nodded in agreement. Actually, with our quirks, and one other person. I have already thought of a plan. Oh, so fast. Achiko exclaimed. What do you have in mind, Izuku-kun? Izuku turned around as he spotted just who he was looking for. He walked up to him and called his name. Ida-kun. The speed quirk user said as he turned to see his brown-tailed friend. Izuku smiled as he told him his plan. The 4 of us would be the horses with Ida in the front. And then if we use Achiko-chan's quirk to make me, Ida, and Momo lighter, we'd be able to maneuver easily. We will have a huge movement advantage. Momo-chan's job would be to support us from the sides and back. She could create distractions and roadblocks for the enemy teams and make it a pain for anybody to get anywhere near us. And if somebody does get close, I can just smash them with my quirk, which would force them to reset their attack strategy. Our setup would be the ultimate offense and defense combined. All 3 of the students listened, had their jaws dropped in astonishment. This guy just came up with the perfect plan. If they utilized all 4 of their quirks fully, literally no one could touch them. It is too fast and their speed will only increase with Achiko making them lighter. Momo can literally create anything, so her quirk pretty much fits any kind of situation they would run into. And if somebody was bold enough to attack them head-on, well, let's just say that they won't want a second Detroit smash straight to the face. Ida straightened himself as he adjusted his glasses. I expected no less from you, Midoriya, but I am afraid I have to refuse. Izuku looked at him, surprised. He thought that his plan was foolproof. So why would he decline? What? Ida looked at him in the eyes. Ever since the entrance exam, I just keep losing to you. You are a wonderful friend, but that is why, if I just keep on following you, I will never grow as an individual. He now had a steely resolve in his eyes. Bakugo and Todoroki are not the only ones who see you as a rival. Ida stepped away as he began walking away. I want to beat you as well. That is why I will challenge you. And I am going to give it my all, so you best prepare yourself, Midoriya. He then walked back to his group, where Kaminari, Tokoyami, and Todoroki were waiting for him. If one looked close enough, a small smug grin could be seen on Todoroki's face. Izuku sighed. He really shouldn't be surprised. He saw something like this coming. He understood that Ida wanted to beat him as well and that he also had a great determination to be a hero. So it was only a matter of time before he eventually decided that he was going to go against Izuku. But the green-haired scion didn't take it personally. As a matter of fact, he actually respected Ida for that. It showed that he was his own man, not willing to rely on the same person to carry him all the time. And that is exactly what a hero should be like. It has already begun. Izuku looked over his surroundings and saw numerous teams staring at him. But it was not the same kind of stares he received in middle school and prior. Back in those days, people stared at him because they saw him as inferior, an outcast, a quirkless freak that had no place to belong in the world. But now, the stares he was getting were the exact opposite. These stares were filled with respect and acknowledgement. They knew what he was capable of. They knew he was strong. They knew that he did indeed belong here. They admire him for his skill and tenacity to be the best. And that is why they want so desperately to beat him. Everyone's an enemy. That's right. I am at the top right now. I can't just play at being friends. It truly is. One versus all. As I thought, this is great. You stand out. Izuku, Momo, and Achiko all turn around to the sound of the unfamiliar voice behind them. Team up with me, Midoriya. The one with the 10 million points. Ah, so close. Who are you? Izuku yelled out in horror as an unfamiliar pink-haired girl with goggles was right up in his face, completely invading his personal space. She giggled as she adjusted her goggles. I am Mei Hatsum, from the support course. Mei proceeded to lift up her goggles, revealing unique yellow irises with what seemed to be a crosshair or reticle embedded in each of her yellow eyes. Oh, that weird person from before, Achiko commented as she remembered seeing Mei in the obstacles course when she used various gadgets to go from platform to platform. I don't know you, but let me use your position. Hatsum shamelessly exclaimed as she seemed to not have a problem with blatantly saying that she only wanted to team up with Izuku to use him. Wow, you're pretty blunt, Momo said as she comically sweat-dropped when she realized that Mei only wanted to team up with them because Izuku had the most amount of points. She then speedily approached all three of them as she began speaking rapidly. If I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? Izuku dumbly replied. Mei continued to speak as she got closer to Izuku and his two friends, which forced them to take a couple of steps back. If that happens, then my super cute babies will inevitably be seen by the big support companies. Babies? Momo asked in confusion as she raised an eyebrow. That means, in other words, that those big companies will see my babies. Achiko then held out her hands in a stop motion. Wait a minute. Can you slow down for a sec? Did you bring babies here? I don't think that's allowed, and what about the big companies dash? And I think you guys will also benefit. Hatsum ignored Achiko as she was solely focused on Izuku as she was explaining her reason for joining his team. Oh, she's not even paying attention to me. Hatsum then opened a box she got from God knows where, and inside it was a selection of many gadgets that she built. The support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks. I have a ton of babies, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you like. Oh, has this one caught your eye? Mei was currently holding what seemed to be a jetpack in her hands. I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. Izuku's eyes widened. Could you be talking about the Buster hero, Air Jet? I like him. Really? Yeah, his agency's close, so I went to tour it before. Wow, amazing. By the way, my quirk is... Momo and Achiko looked on from the background as they saw how Izuku and Mei just started clicking, seeing how they were interacting very nicely. They seemed to have gotten along pretty quick. Momo said as she frowned. Yeah, they have. Achiko replied as she replicated a frown of her own. For some unknown reason, seeing Izuku talk with Mei as they passionately discussed about heroes and their gadgets annoyed the two girls just a little bit. They couldn't quite put their finger on why though. Izuku took a deep breath as he was now assessing his current situation. Not being able to team up with Ida was a huge blow to our game plan, and now I have to rethink our strategy. But with Hatsum, Achiko-chan and Momo-chan. Yes, I got it. I know how to make this work. Izuku turned to face his team as he now had a confident smirk. Alright. Here's our new game plan. Listen carefully, the buzzer went off, signaling that the 15 minutes for gathering your cavalry team were finally over. Time's up. Now then, it's about time to get started. Midnight announced to the students as he did some arm stretches to prep herself. Hey, come on, wake up, Eraser. The second round is about to start. Present Mike said as he nudged Aizawa, effectively waking him up from his nap. After 15 minutes to form teams and talk strategy, 12 cavalry teams are lined up on the field. Present Mike yelled, attempting to hype up the crowd. Aizawa took second to take a look at all of the teams. There are some interesting teams out there. Now raise those battle cries. It is time for UA's bloody battle. You're dragging it. I don't think there is going to be any bloodshed. Aizawa commented. Light the signal fire. Present Mike shouted as he ignored Aizawa's comment. Izuku tied the headband around his forehead, as he internally gained slightly more confidence. The headband reminded him of his hero costume, which was inspired by his late great ancestor, Bardock. Every time he put a headband on, it always made him feel empowered. Alright, here we go. Is everybody ready? Izuku asked his teammates. Yes. All three girls responded in unison. Izuku then adopted a more serious and determined face as he was now in Deku mode. I'm counting on you. A 10-second countdown began as everybody got into their positions. Alright, you've all made your teams, right? I'm not going to ask if you're ready or not. Present Mike yelled as now the audience was on the edge of their seats, eagerly anticipating for the second round of the sports festival to begin. Now let's go. Counting down to the brutal bloody showdown. You're dragging it. 3. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. We are aiming for 2. One thing. Shoto stared at Team Midoriya like how a predator stalks his prey. 1. Izuku smirked as he saw both Katsuki and Shoto staring at him directly in the eyes. He then motioned his finger towards both of them. Then come and get it. Start. Midnight announced as she waved her WHP, thus beginning the cavalry battle. Numerous teams all began rushing towards Team Midoriya as they shouted out battle cries. All with a common goal. It is basically a battle for the 10 million points. Testatisu said. Midoriya, I'll be taking those points. Thank you very much. Toru joyfully shouted. Izuku sighed, so they're coming for us right from the get-go, huh? He honestly shouldn't even be surprised. Momo huffed, talking about being predictable. What do we do, Deku-kun? Achiko asked as she was ready to do whatever Izuku needed her to do. Of course, our move is to run away. Let's make them work for. Izuku replied. I won't let you. Testatisu shouted. His teammate then used his quirk on the ground. It made the quirk all liquid-like. What is this? Achiko asked as his feet began to descend into the ground. We're sinking. Momo yelled as she quickly realized what was going on. No worries. Everybody hold on tight. Izuku reassured his team as he had a plan to get out. He then pushed a button which activated his jetpack. The entire team was sent up high in the air above all of their pursuers. Wow, he used a jetpack. Thanks to the support course. Follow them. Jiro. I know. Jiro proceeded to aim her ear jacks towards Midoriya. However, Izuku simply swatted them away like they were nothing. The force in his hand was strong enough to create a small gust of wind. Jiro sucked her teeth, demanded. I forgot that he had monster strength. Guys, we're landing. Achiko said to prepare her teammates to land safely on the ground. Hatsum used her special boots to create strong winds from the bottom of her soles to slow and ease their landing on the ground, making everyone other than Achiko-chan weightless, so our way is just her plus the equipment and clothes. Izuku mused in his mind as they landed on the ground and began moving. What do you think of my babies? Aren't they cute? Cuteness can be made, you know. Hatsum asked as they were running across the battlefield. Excellent mobility. Your babies are amazing, Hatsum. Izuku replied as he did see all of the benefits that came with her gadgets and tools. Hatsum chirped as she was glad that somebody other than herself saw the value in her babies. I'm the one making them float. Achiko muttered to herself. I can create things too, you know. Momo also mumbled to herself quietly. Momo-chan, Achiko-chan, did you two say something? Izuku asked. Nothing. Both girls replied instantaneously. That's weird. I could have sworn I heard them say something. Maybe I'm just hearing things. I should focus on the task at hand. Inner Deku stayed quiet as he did hear what the two girls said, but decided to just keep his mouth shut for the time being. Izuku needed to focus. We're going after them too. Come on, Jiro, time to get revenge. Toru energetically said as she wanted to get the 10 million points as much as anybody else. Hey, wait, Hagakure. Your headband is gone. Sato shouted as he did not see their headband anywhere. Toru reached her invisible hand up to touch her forehead, only to realize she could not feel her headband anywhere. What? When did that happen? A short distance away, the spectators could see Monoma, a blonde male student from Class 1B, nonchalantly twirling Team Hagakure's headband with his fingers, profiting while others fight. He simply said as shamelessly enjoyed stealing points from Class 1A students. Now then. Even though barely 2 minutes have passed since we have started, it has already turned into a free-for-all. Fights over the headbands are breaking out all over. Ignoring the 10 million points and going for second to fourth places is not bad either. Sometimes it is best to sneak up from behind to an unsuspecting opponent. Present Mike yelled as the crowd was now enjoying the cavalry battle as they were now getting the chance to see many different quirks on display. Izuku was able to sense people running up from behind his team. He quickly turns his head to see Shoji running straight at him. Fighting? No, this is a one-sided pillage. A strangely familiar voice to Deku, Momo, and Okako shouted as Shoji was running towards them at full speed. Shoji? What? By himself? But isn't it supposed to be a team battle? Achiko asked as she thought there could only be teams of 2 to 4 students total. Momo saw that some teams were attempting to close in on them. Don't worry about it, Uraraka-san. For now, let's put some distance between the other teams for now. The black-haired beauty proceeded to create a cannon from the exposed skin of her abdomen, similar to the one she used against the zero-pointers in the obstacle course. We can't be caught standing still against multiple opponents. Momo then fired various shots at the teams try to close in on them. They were forced to back away in order to not get hit by the cannon fire, which would surely do a lot of damage to their team and make them vulnerable enough for people to steal their headbands and points. Achiko tried to move her feet, but one of the rocket boots that Mei lent her was stuck on something. What's wrong, Achiko-chan? Deku asked as he realized they weren't moving. One of my rocket boots is stuck on something. I can't move. Deku looked to see what was making her stuck and he saw a small grape-colored ball. Of course. It's Minetta's quirk. Deku closed his eyes as he focused on finding the purple-haired pervert's energy signature. Once he found it, he immediately turned his head towards Shoji. He's in there. He's hiding inside of Shoji's arms. Hee, so you've caught me, huh, Midoriya? Mineta popped out from inside of Shoji's arms as he had a creepy expression. Is that even allowed? Deku rhetorically asked. It is. Midnight replied. But I was not actually expecting a response, but okay. Then, out of nowhere, a long tongue attacked Izuku as it attempted to take his 10 million point headband. However, Deku was fast enough to dodge it at last second. The tongue tried to steal Tessitisu's headband, but he also dodged it. The owner of the tongue revealed to be Tsuyu as she too was hidden inside of Shoji's arms. "I didn't expect any less from you, Midoriya," the frog girl said as wasn't surprised that Deku was able to dodge her attack. She saw how fast he was when he saved her life when Shigaraki was about to kill her with his decay quirk. And Ajuidu, not a bad combo. Deku acknowledged the strength of the team. "Call me Tsu." The frog girl proceeded to launch her tongue again towards the green-haired scion. Mineta combined her attack with multiple purple ball hurling towards Deku, hoping that one of them sticks to him. Deku, however, was able to impress the crowd as he effortlessly dodged all of their advances towards his headband. Team Mineta makes use of the overwhelming difference in their sizes. They're like a tank, but Midoriya is able to dodge all of their attacks. How is he so fast when he's that big and tall? Present Mike asked as the crowd thought that with Izuku's overwhelming strength, it would most likely come with a lack of speed. But for some reason, that weakness and trope do not apply to Deku. "Izuku-kun, we need to get away or we will eventually be caught." Momo ushered. "Alright, we're blasting off again." Deku pushed the button to activate his jetpack. This forced the bottom part of Achiko's rocket boot to be completely torn off. As they were flying in the air, Hatsum noticed this. "My baby was torn apart." "It is alright, Hatsum-san. I have a backup plan, so don't worry." Izuku reassured the pink-haired mechanic. "Deku." Bakugo yelled out as he used his explosions to blast himself up towards Team Midoriya. "What the footkaken? Is he seriously trying to chase me from all the way up here?" Izuku asked in shock, as he did expect him to chase him around, but he didn't expect Bakugo to literally leave his entire team to go get him all by himself. "Don't get carried away, you nerd." Bakugo prepared a flaming hot explosion aimed right for Deku's face. "He's going to blow us up?" Achiko screamed in horror. "No, he's not. Momo-chan. Shield." Deku commanded his vice president. "Right?" Momo then quickly created a silver shield big enough to cover her entire team. When Katsuki fired his explosion, it directly landed on the shield. However, the defense was so strong that it was able to nullify the attack completely. "Damn it. I forgot that Ponytail is able to create practically anything. You chose her intentionally for that purpose for that, huh, Deku? You cunning BSTRD." Bakugo shouted in frustration. With Momo as their front horse, he realized that Deku was practically untouchable. He would have to attack him from of their blind spots. The crowd cheered as they were finally getting to see some hand-on-hand action. "He's gotten separated from his horses? What's with this guy? Is that even allowed?" A long gray tape then wrapped around Katsuki's shoulder as it pulled him back to his team. "Nice catch, Zero," Kirishima said. "It's a technicality, so it's okay. It wouldn't have been if he'd touched the ground, though. So as long as he stays in the air and above the ground, leaving your team is okay." Midnight announced as she made it clear what the rules said about Katsuki's little stunt. So we're playing by those rules, huh?" Deku said mentally as a couple of new plans began forming in his head. They descended back to the ground. "Thanks, Achiko-chan. Your quirk is really good in these conditions." Deku stated. "It's strong to control with just one foot, but I'll manage." "Yeah, I know. Landing like this is inefficient. It's best if we stay out of the air unless we absolutely need to. We'll just have to make do with our increased mobility from Achiko-chan's zero gravity and Momo-chan's creation. And I have to make sure to protect my teammates with my power. Momo-chan, Achiko-chan, and Hatsum-san are my support heroes while I am their main tank and DPS hybrid. Now, let us take a look at each team's points. It has been 7 minutes. Here the current rankings up on the screen." Present Mike said as the rankings were shown on the Jumbotron. "What?" Some of the audience members said in confusion. "What? Wait a minute. Other than Team Midoriya, Class A isn't doing so well." Present Mike announced as the standings showed that while Team Midoriya was in first place, Team Monoma was in second place with 1,360 points and Team Tessutisu was in third place with 1,125 points. Wait a second. Team Bakugo has 0 points. What happened? Seemingly out of nowhere, Monoma appeared behind Bakugo as he snatched his headband cleanly off. Bakugo didn't know what happened until a couple of seconds later. Class A is too simple-minded. CRP. He got us. Mina said as she too realized that Monoma stole their points right from under their noses. What did you say, BSRD? Give that back or I'll come over there and kill you. Katsuki shouted as he was angry at the fact that some Class B extra was able to catch him off guard. Since Midnight said that it was the first game, it wouldn't make sense for them to cut a ton of people in the qualifier, right? What bullshit are you spouting, extra? Assuming they'd keep about 40 people for the next stage, we just made sure we stayed within that number as we ran, observing from the back the quirks and personalities of those who would be our rivals. There's no point in being obsessive over winning in the prelims, right? Monoma sated with a smug smirk. You did this as a class. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it was a good idea, right? Hey, Monoma. They're coming. One of his teammates whispered as he noticed a couple of teams circling around them. Monoma continued on with his monologue. It's better than going after a temporary top, like a horse with a carrot waving in front of its face. Oh, while I'm at it, you're quite famous, aren't you? As the victim of the sludge incident. You should tell me about it sometime, about how it feels to be attacked by villains once a year. When he said those last few sentences, that struck Katsuki's biggest nerve. Being reminded of that incident about a year ago made him remember when Deku saved his life, and it led him to remember Deku's speech. Kirishima, change of plans? Kirishima looked up only to be horrified at what he saw. Monoma also turned his attention towards the ash-blonde-haired student. Around him was an aura of pure red, filled with absolute hatred and anger. Before we get Deku, we're going to kill these guys. Katsuki simply stated as he was irate at the fact that Monoma even dared to bring that sludge incident up. Deku was overhearing the conversation from not too far away. So Class B had a long-term strategy that involved them throwing the qualifier. It is true that they could leave a stronger impression by overturning the mood that favored Class A before the sports festival started. But based on their way of thinking, it means they won't necessarily come after us. Deku said mentally as he began to rethink his strategy. Everyone, I have an idea. We are going to go on the offensive for a little by dash. Izuku was interrupted as his horses immediately stopped moving. Izuku was confused as to why they stopped, but when he looked up, he realized why. In front of them, staring them down was none other than Team Todoroki. Less than half of the time is left now. Present, Mike announced. Deku smirked as he saw one of his biggest threats staring him directly in the eyes. You finally got impatient, huh, Todoroki-san? The cavalry battle is about to enter the second half. In this unexpected rise of Class B, who will wear the 10 million points in the end? Present, Mike said as the crowd was beginning to get even more hyped up than before. Shoto looked coldly at what he deemed as his biggest obstacle. I'll be taking that now, if you don't mind, Midoriya. I thought we would not have a confrontation against Team Todoroki until the CLMX of the round. He seems to think highly of you, Izuku. Momo said as in her opinion. The second strongest student in Class 1A wasted no time in attacking Team Midoriya. Only half of the time is left. Don't stop moving. Izuku said as he wasn't planning on facing Todoroki so soon. He wanted to save the best for last. Ida, forward. Todoroki commanded. Right? The glasses-wearing teen replied as he activated his engine quirk and charged towards Midoriya. Tokoyami, prepare, Dark Shadow to defend us from all angles? Right? Kaminari, you dash, I know what I have to do. Izuku widened his eyes as he realized what they were planning to do. Momo-chan. Create an insulation sheet large enough to cover us all. Everyone, hold on tight as I watch our surroundings. It is not just one group that is coming after us. Izuku saw that there were many other teams behind Todoroki who were trying to capitalize. Make sure you guard well. Indiscriminate shock. 3 million volts. Kaminari shouted as lighting erupted from his body and it created an area of effect. Deku immediately grabbed the insulation sheet that Momo made and wrapped it around his entire team. Dark Shadow did something similar as it made sure the lightning did not damage any member of Team Todoroki. All around them, teams were getting shocked by Kaminari's lightning attack. They were all rendered as immobilized as none of them prepared for the huge shock. Shoto's right hand began producing frost. Less than 6 minutes left. We can't back down now. He proceeded to ice the floor behind them as it trapped all of the other teams that were ganging up on them. Sorry, but you will all just have to bear it. What did he do? Todoroki took care of that crowd of teams in an instant. Present Mike asked. He froze them after Kaminari's shock stopped them. I guess it should be expected, but he took into account how a lot of people avoided it in the obstacle course. Aizawa commented as he explained Todoroki's strategy. Present Mike gave him a thumbs up. Nice commentary. Kendo then noticed that her neck felt a little lighter. She reached for it, only to realize that the headbands she had stolen were completely gone. I might as well take these, Shoto nonchalantly said as in his hands were numerous stolen headbands. DM it. Give them back. What? He took mine to... Izuku tried to turn on his jetpack, but it wasn't working. Hatsum-san, the jetpack is not responding. Baby. There's room for improvement. CRP. We can't get away, so it looks like we're going to have to fight back. Deku told his teammates. Tokoyami, attack. Shoto ordered. Momo-chan. Izuku called out. I got it. Momo replied as she whipped out another shield to block Dark Shadow's advance. Kaminari sucked his teeth. Yairosa's creation is going to be a pain in the butt to deal with. Midoriya is worse. With that level of overwhelming raw power at his disposal, it will be difficult to actually do some real damage to him. While if he hits us with any of his signature smashes, it's game over for us. Shoto said as he realized that the true threat of Team Midoriya was Izuku. As Izuku's team kept moving back, they suddenly stopped. Oh snap! Team Midoriya has nowhere to go now. Present Mike said as Team Midoriya was now along the edge of the fighting stage. We have nowhere left to run. Alright, F it then. Let's go on the offensive. Everybody hold still. Izuku commanded. All three of his teammates looked up at him in curiosity. What was he up to? Izuku took a deep breath as he closed his eyes and concentrated. H.A. Izuku cried out as he shot 3 white ki blasts towards his teammates. However, these ki blasts were not meant to do damage. When the ki blasts hit the 3 girls, they all shivered in shock as they immediately felt an upsurge of energy. What is this feeling? Achiko asked but was then silenced as around her was a milky white aura of ki which enveloped her whole body. The same can be said for Momo and Mei. Izuku raised his fist in fulfillment. Yes. It worked. It was a success. I knew those ki control exercises were not for nothing. Izuku-an. What did you do? Why do all of a sudden do I feel like I can run 10 miles without stopping and have the power to crush boulders with my bare hands? Momo asked as her whole body was currently feeling euphoric. She had never felt this strong before ever in her entire life. It was almost intoxicating to say the least. And my mind feels like it has opened up to brand new possibilities. Hatsum said in shock as her mind, body, and soul felt much clearer and stronger than before. Izuku smirked at seeing the reactions from the 3 girls. Well, to put it simply, I lent you guys some of my energy. Over the past few weeks, I've been working on controlling my ki and that was one trick I was able to pick up on. I hope it isn't too underwhelming. I didn't want to give you guys too much energy than what your bodies can currently handle. Izuku said. Underwhelming. Izuku-kun, this is incredible. I never thought it would be possible for somebody to be able to share their power with multiple people at once. Momo said as she began testing the newfound energy as she began creating multiple objects at once. It didn't seem like they were wasting her lipids at all. This is Deku-kun's power. It's spectacular. He's so strong. Achiko muttered as she could feel Deku's energy running all throughout her body. All right. Everyone, full speed ahead. Deku commanded. Right? The 3 girls shouted in unison. Shoto began producing ice in his right arm. I don't know what you did, nor do I know why your teammates have a similar aura to you, but if you think I'm just going to let you escape, then you're sadly mistaken. Shoto was cut off as in a huge burst of speed. Team Midoriya completely blitzed them. The speed behind them was so strong that it created gusts of wind that were powerful enough to shatter Shoto's ice. What in the world? Shoto yelled in confused shock. So fast. How the F? Kaminari sputtered as his brain was having difficulty forming sentences. What great speed. I didn't even see them move. Tokoyami said in disbelief. He also couldn't believe that they moved so fast. Momo almost tripped on her feet. Oh my god. I have never moved so quickly in my life. I almost lost control of myself. Yes, it's working. Sharing a portion of my energy to them plus with Achiko-chan making us weightless, we are able to move together at superhuman speeds. This will give us a huge edge in battle. Izuku mentally cheered as he was happy to see that his plan was working. Shoto sucked his teeth in annoyance. Why you? I won't let you get away, Midoriya. He aimed a stream of ice towards Achiko, deeming her the most vulnerable of the group. Achiko widened her eyes in horror. It is coming straight for me. Izuku saw the distress look on her face. Listen to me, Okako-chan. You have enough power to just simply punch the ice away. What? Dekun, I don't know. I'm not strong like you. Yes, you are. Come on, trust me. Hurry up, it's getting closer. Achiko saw that the stream of ice was indeed closing in on her. If it were to make a direct impact, she could be severely injured. Was Todoroki trying to kill her? Achiko gulped as she made a fist. Deden, I trust you. As the ice was inches from her face, Achiko threw the hardest punch she could muster with all of her being. Take this. As soon as the fist made contact with the ice, it was completely obliterated to a million pieces. The force behind Okako's punch was so powerful that it launched some shards of ice all the way up to the sky at high speeds. Shoto's eyes widened as he thought he was hallucinating. What? How is this possible? I put a lot of power into that ice and Uraraka is just able to punch it away like it's nothing. Where did that power come from? Shoto said as he grit his teeth in frustration. Achiko stared at her hand in shock. I did it. Oh my goodness. Dekukuin's energy is so strong. Is this how it feels on a daily basis? Incredible. So not only did Midoriya grant them super speed but super strength as well. Amazing. To think that there is such an ability where one can give portions of their energy away. Tenya said as he too was dumbfounded at how he just increased the physical capabilities of all three of his teammates just like that. Izuku smirked as he enjoyed seeing Shoto frustrated. Hey, Todoroki-san. Are you, by any chance, forgetting something? What are you talking about? Shoto didn't finish his sentence as his eyes widened in realization. He felt that his neck was a little lighter than it was prior to a few seconds. He reached for it to see that all of his stolen headbands were gone. Shoto looked up to see Deku twirling all of his stolen headbands with his finger. Oh, did you remember what you forgot, Todoroki-san? Deku sarcastically asked, all with a smug smirk on his face. How did you? Shoto then remembered what just happened in like the last minute. It must have been when they completely blitzed us. I was not paying attention when Midoriya must have snatched the stolen headbands from my neck when I was monologuing. Didn't you, Midoriya? Endeavor looked on in disgust as he saw how Izuku was playing Shoto. Don't underestimate him. If he's anything like his father, Hisashi, then he must always have some trick up his sleeve. He's exploiting your weaknesses, and you are falling right into his hands. Foolish boy. Izuku then began placing the stolen headbands around his neck. Alright ladies, let's get out of here. There are still other teams we can go steal points from. Deku told his teammates. No. Don't let them get away. Kaminari shouted as he began charging another electric attack. Not so fast. Momo-chan. Smokescreen please. Izuku commanded his vice president. Roger that, Izuku-kun. Momo then effortless created a smoke bomb which then produced a thick black smoke that concealed Team Midoriya completely. No. Shoto shouted as he fired a barrage of ice shards towards the smoke screen. However, when the smoke cleared, Team Midoriya was no longer there. Shoto Todoroki was now beyond pissed off. He felt like pulling his hair out. He never foresaw any of this happening. His plan was just to go after Team Midoriya and take his 10 million points. Thus, he would automatically advance to the next round of the UH Sports Festival. But no. Izuku Midoriya just kept on throwing a curveball, after curveball, after a curveball, one after another, and after another. When he thinks he has the green-haired powerhouse all figured out, he just pulls out another trick and keeps on surprising him. That is not what is supposed to happen. He's supposed to be the best Diamante. He's supposed to dominate and show the world that he can be the #1 hero without his father's power. His father, oh right, that reminded him. He was up in the stands watching. He looked up, only to see Endeavor looking directly at him with utter shame in his eyes. He shook his head as he saw how Izuku just manhandled his entire team and got away with stealing their points. And Midoriya? Do you dare embarrass me? Do you dare make a fool out of me? Do you dare make me look like a laughing stock? In front of my no-good father? Shoto was burning in wrath. Wait, burning. On Shoto's left side, he could see small sparks of flame beginning to form. They were getting bigger and stronger until he realized what he was doing. He quickly deactivated the flames as he used his right side to cool his body down and calm him down as well. Did Midoriya just tempt me into using my left side? What in the hell is going on with me? I never use my flames in battle. But I was just about to summon my flames, subconsciously without even realizing it. Is Midoriya trying to mock me? Die. Bakugo shouted as he charged straight for Monoma. However, the student of Class 1B simply dodged the strike as he used his hand to simply slap Bakugo's hand away. Why, you son of a dash. But before Katsuki could finish his sentence, he was met with an explosion right to the face. Wow. What a nice quirk. Monoma mocked as he used Katsuki's own quirk to blast him away. He then procced to unnoticeably touch Kirishima's hair. What the F? That's my quirk, how in the hell did you do that? Bakugo asked as he stumbled back due to the force of the explosion and the shock of seeing his own power used against him. Bakugo, someone has the same quirk as you, too? Kirishima shouted as he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Bakugo sucked his teeth in irritation. F-U-U-B. Bakugo screamed as he launched a violent explosion right to the side of Monoma's face. Really, such nice quirks? Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? How is he not dead yet? I made sure to put extra power into that last blast. Then the smoke cleared, which then showed the left side of Mono's face and arm had the effects of Kirishima's hardening quirk. But I think we can all agree that my quirk is far superior to yours, am I right? Monoma said with a confident smirk on his face. Wah. Hey, that's my quirk. How are you doing that? Kirishima demanded as he clearly didn't like the fact that a student from Class 1B was using his hardening quirk right in front of him. This guy, he's copying our quirks? Bakugo exclaimed as he observed Monoma's powers. That is correct. Right on the money. It seems you students from Class 1A aren't as slow and dumb as I had initially thought. Name, Nito Monoma quirk, copy. He can use the quirks of anyone he touches as much as he wants for a time span of 5 minutes. He can't use 2 or more at the same time. Well, I guess even an idiot like you can figure it out. Monoma mocked Bakugo as he twirled his headband in his fingers. Well then I guess I'll see you later. With the number of points we have now, we're definitely guaranteed to make it to the top 4. Maybe I'll see in the next round. Maybe I won't. Who knows what can happen? Monoma proceeded to go the other way as he turned around to look at Bakugo one last time. I guess I will go find somebody else that can give me a challenge. Maybe I will run into the guy who gave the student pledge. What was his name? Midoriya. Was it? I'm pretty sure he can give me a much better fight than you ever could. Just saying. I'm going to kill you, Bakugo calmly stated as he heard Monoma's words. What is this BSTRD suggesting? That Deku is better than him. No chance in hell. Bakugo was beyond irate now, especially when he brought up Izuku Midoriya's student pledge. What's wrong with him? Monoma asked. You pushed the Midoriya button? You shouldn't have done that. Kirishima said, the Midoriya button? Hey, did somebody call my name? Deku? Bakugo asked. Behind Team Monoma was Team Midoriya, as they had just escaped Team Todoroki via Momo's smokescreen. Oh, speak of the devil, Monoma said as he now put all of his attention towards the green-haired scion. Midoriya, watch out. He can copy anybody's quirk just by touching you once, and he'll be able to use it against you like it's nothing. Kirishima warned his class president. The copy quirk? Very interesting indeed. Izuku said as he already had a plan formed in his mind on how to deal with the student from Class 1B. Alright, so let's see what you can do. Izuku jumped towards Team Monoma as he deliberately aimed a slow and light punch towards the blonde. Monoma easily dodged the green-haired scion's attack and used the opportunity to touch his arm. Once Izuku felt that Monoma had touched him, he jumped to his team. Monoma smirked. Ha! Did you not hear what one of your idiot classmates just said? I can copy quirks just by touching people. And you just charged blindly at me. I thought you were different, but it seems I was wrong. You're just as dumb as the rest of your classmates. Monoma then activated his quirk. Suddenly, purple vein-like markings started to form around his arm. Along with it, came green electricity that just emanated power. Oh my lord! Your quirk is the most amazing I have ever copied. I feel as if I have the power of All Might himself in my arm. Thank you for being such a stupid idiot for letting me copy your quirk. Now, with this power, I can undoubtedly get first place in this round. Ha! This power is amazing. Monoma then proceeded to hurl towards Deku at full speed, with the intent of blowing him and his entire team away with the power of One for All. Seeing Monoma charge Deku head-on, just made him smirk in victory. Take this? Monoma then smashed Deku with all of the might he could muster. There was a huge shockwave as most teams were blown back just by the raw power of Monoma's punch. CRP. I tried to warn him. Kirishima said as he covered his eyes due to the harsh winds blowing towards him. Such power. Present Mike shouted as the crowd desperately waited for the smoke to clear in order to see the result of Monoma's attack. However, when the smoke did eventually clear, everybody was shocked, to say the least, at what they saw. Monoma's arm had turned into an ugly pinkish-purple color as it was clearly broken due to the unnatural way it was bent. BLD and gashes could be seen all over it. Deku was seen casually blocking the punch with just one finger. What? He was able to block that monster punch with just a finger. Siro said in shock as he voiced most of what people were thinking in their heads at the moment. What? How is this possible? Your quirk is supposed to make me invincible. Monoma stuttered out as the pain his right arm was experiencing had to be the worst he has ever felt in his entire life. Deku smirked smugly as he saw the shocked look on Monoma and many other people's face. While you are right, my quirk does grant the user incredible amounts of strength and power. The thing is, in order to use it efficiently, one must have the proper vessel in order to contain all of that power. I let you copy my quirk because I knew that you would be intoxicated by the power it would grant you. And you would no doubt charge straight at me, attempting to take my 10 million points. You fell right into my trap. Deku finished as he removed his finger from Monoma's hand. Monoma smiled in acknowledgement. Well played, Midoriya. It seems I have misjudged you. You are definitely a cut above the rest. That was the last thing the student from Class 1B said before he fell to the floor, due to the backlash of using One for All without having a proper vessel or training. Deku then adopted a serious expression. Oh, and by the way, don't ever disrespect my classmates. Ever again. Deku then turned away as paramedics immediately came to carry Monoma out in a stretcher. Izuku Midoriya? Truly an interesting character. Those were the last thoughts of Monoma before passed out to unconsciousness. His respect for the green-haired scion has dramatically increased. 1 minute left. Present Mike announced as there was now only 60 seconds left in the cavalry battle. Those who had little points had to step it up soon, or they would be going home instead of the next round of the sports festival. Excellent, young Izuku. You're doing good. Just 1 more minute, and you'll advance to the next round. Toshinori cheered mentally as he was truly impressed by what his suitor has been able to accomplish in the sports festival so far. And he hasn't even been using one for all. 1 more minute. Shoto said in shock as he had not realized that time had gone so quickly. He still needed to get the 10 million points from Midoriya. The BSC. Shoto muttered. Ida opened his eyes as he had made his decision. Everyone, there is less than a minute left. You won't be able to use me after this. I am counting on you. Ida, what are you talking about? Shoto asked curiously. Ida then got into his running stance. Hang on tight. Make sure you get it, Todoroki. Ida's engines then began to light up as a blue fire began exhausting from them. Torque over dash. Ida then quickly ran towards Team Midoriya at a speed that nobody was expecting at all. Izuku didn't even know what him as he was not paying attention to Team Todoroki at all. Reciproburst. Todoroki then grabbed the headband on Izuku's forehead as quickly as he could before Izuku could figure out what was even happening. Wah! Present Mike stuttered out as the audience had no idea what just happened. What happened? So fast. So fast. Ida, if you could accelerate that fast, then show us in the prelims. Present Mike shouted as the crowd cheered. What in the world was that? Shoto asked in shock. He had no clue what was happening, so he just grabbed the headband on instinct. By forcing the torque and rotations to increase, I created an explosive power. With the recoil, my engine stalls after a while. It is a secret move I had not told anyone in class yet. Ida replied as he finally revealed his super secret move. Deku just turned his head to look at Ida in amazement. I told you, didn't I, Midoriya? That I'd challenge you. Tenya looked at Izuku in the eyes as he had a smirk of confidence. Izuku smirked as well, as he gave Ida a look of respect and acknowledgement. Yes, Ida, you did. I have to admit, I was not expecting that at all. Boo. There's one problem that you didn't consider. Tenya frowned, and what would that be, Midoriya? Izuku then looked at Shoto. Hey, Todoroki-san. How about, you take a closer look at the headband you just took from me? Shoto gave him a mean glare. What are you talking about, monkey boy? Shoto proceeded to flip the headband over and take a closer look at it. At first, he didn't see what Midoriya was getting at, but when he compared the headband to the one he had tied around his forehead, he gasped in shock. The menu, UBSRD. All of the headbands that were given to the participants in the cavalry battle all had red numbers on them. The one Shoto stole from Izuku had blue numbers. This is a dash, fake. Izuku finished Shoto's thought as he grabbed one of the headbands from his neck and twirled it around to show that it was the real 10 million point headband. How and when were you able to pull this off? Shoto asked, anger clearly evident in his voice. Remember the smoke screen? Momo asked. Well, Deku-kun told Yamamo to make a fake 10 million point headband with blue numbers instead of red, Ochiko added. And he simply replaced the real 10 million point headband with that one, successfully hiding the real thing under the various headbands that we stole from you. Hatsum finished. You made a great effort, Ida. Boo. You fell just a little bit short. Izuku said. Shoto was just speechless. Oh my. Midoriya out of nowhere with the clutch fake 10 million point headband. Nobody even considered that a possibility. The genius mind of Izuku Midoriya is displayed once again in this round of the UH Sports Festival. Present Mike screamed as the crowd began to cheer even louder than before. Izuku then adopted a smirk. Well, since our victory is guaranteed since we still have 10 million points, and there's under a minute left, I will ensure our victory by doing this. Izuku then blasted off towards the sky as he flew to a very high altitude. He then stopped as he floated there, waiting for the time to run out. What? He can fly. Unbelievable. Is there anything this guy can't do? Many people in the crowd started commentating as they were now witnessing Izuku simply floating in the sky waiting for the time to run out. Reminds me of a certain blue-haired senior. Snipe said as a specific curious student came to mind as he saw Izuku fly. I forgot he can do that. Welp, I guess there goes our chance of getting the 10 million points. Kirishima said as he sighed. He really wanted to get the 10 million points, But alas, Izuku seems to not want anybody else to lay a finger on his headband. Oh, I refuse to give up. Just because you can fly, don't think you can run from me. Bakugo screamed at the top of his lungs as he used his explosions to propel himself towards air straight at Deku. Oh, what's this? It seems like Bakugo has different plans. He is dead set on getting those 10 million points. Present Mike said as the crowd was enjoying the show. What the? Kaken? Are you being serious? You can't fly. You'll hurt yourself coming this far up. Shoto sucked his teeth as he saw Bakugo chase Midoriya. Midoriya, you have made a fool out of me not once, not twice, but 3 times. I can't let you get away with that. Those 10 million points are mine. Shoto created a freakishly tall pillar of ice as he was following right behind Bakugo as he too also wanted a piece of Deku and his 10 million points. Oh wow. It looks like Todoroki wants a piece of Midoriya as well. Present Mike announced. Todoroki-san, you too? Deku shouted in shock. But he then smirked as in reality, he was expecting this all along. And he couldn't help but admire the tenacity of his 2 classmates. Alright then, you guys asked for it? The scent of ozone filled the air as Deku's body began to envelop with powerful green electricity. His eyes glowed with power as he activated, one for all, full cowl. Deku arched his back as he pulled his right arm back and began charging up his attack. Purple vein-like markings appearing across his arm. Deku. Midoriya. Detroit. All 3 were centimeters from each other as Deku was ready to release his attack. Listen dash, time is up. Deku. Midoriya. Detroit. All 3 were centimeters from each other as Deku was ready to release his attack. Listen dash, time is up. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he stopped mid-punch. His green electric aura disappearing as he deactivated one for all, full cowl. He did it right on time. If it had been a split second later, then both Katsuki and Shoto would have been blown out of the stadium with a fierce Detroit smash. That is the end of the second round, the cavalry battle. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering loudly, clearly satisfied with what they were able to see in the second round of the sports festival. Bakugo lost his balance as he plummeted towards the ground as he fell flat on his face. His team immediately coming to check up on him. Hey, Bakugo. Yoking. That stunt you just pulled was dangerous. You had us worried. Kirishima ushered as chasing Izuku at such a high height was definitely not the safest or smartest thing to do. Bakugo began pounding the floor in anger and frustration. A minute. Deku won again. He clearly wasn't keen with the fact that yet again, Midoriya came in first place in one of the rounds of the sports festival. Damn it. I was outplayed by Midoriya again. How do you beat this guy? Shoto said as he was also frustrated at his rival, who was able to win again. He descended back towards the floor in a stream of ice. He made sure to melt the huge pillar of ice that he created to chase Deku up in the sky. Now, let us take a look at the top 4 teams right away. Present Mike announced as the rankings were displayed in the Jumbotron. At first place, with over 10 million points, we have none other than Team Midoriya. Give it up for the team that was able to persevere through the entire round, even when they had the biggest target on their back. Present Mike announced as the crowd began cheering as it almost seemed impossible that the same person was able to win 2 rounds in a row. Alright, I knew we could do it. High five everyone. Achiko Bubbly said as the 3 young girls on Deku's team began high-fiving and congratulating each other. Yes, my babies were on full display to the entire world. Hatsum yelled in joy as she knew that teaming up with the green-haired powerhouse would benefit her and her gadgets immensely. Momo sighed in relief. Even though we won, it felt like we were skating on thin ice. Well, we kind of were. Todoroki was really persistent. But it all worked out in the end. Achiko replied as she still remembered the ice shard that Shoto launched at her. She was glad that Deku lent her some of his power or else that ice would have hurt a lot. After hearing the announcement that Team Midoriya had won, the man himself floated down towards the ground as he regrouped with his team. Congratulations, everyone. All 3 of you were amazing. I sincerely thank you all. You were willing to give me a chance even though I had the biggest disadvantage in the round. Nice work. Izuku said as he made sure that no ashes or ice were on his clothes since Bakugo and Todoroki were always going after him in the cavalry battle. No need to thank us. It was all thanks to you, Izuku-kun. Your strength and planning saved us a couple of times out there. So without you, we would not have won. So in reality we should really be thanking you. Momo said as both Achiko and Mei nodded in agreement. Deku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. You guys are always giving me way too much credit. I just did my job. Nothing more, nothing less. You guys actually helped me a lot more than you think. Everybody is strong in their own special way. Never forget that. Momo blushed a little as she gave a simple nod of acknowledgement. The other two girls noticed the vice president's flustered expression but didn't comment on it since they were struggling on concealing their own flustered faces. To have everybody set their targets on you and still be able to come out of top is nothing short of impressive. He'll definitely make it far when he goes pro. Aizawa said as he commended Izuku for his fighting skill and tactical mind. Oh, what's this? It seems that you have taken a liking to one of your students, Eraserhead Present Mike said. Aizawa shrugged his shoulder. Call it whatever you want. I'm just stating the facts. Nothing more. Nothing less. In second place, Team Todoroki. Present Mike announced the team that had the second greatest amount of points. Todoroki's eyes widened as he thought he had heard wrong. Wow! The only headband we were able to steal was from Midoriya and that one was a fake. How did we get first place? The bicolored teen asked in shock as he thought his team had a much lower amount of points. Kaminari and Ida looked at him, before they both smirked and pointed behind them towards Tokoyami. Midoriya was clearly shaken by Ida's super secret ultimate move. I had hoped to get the 10 million points, but things don't always go as you wish. Todoroki gasped as he saw that Dark Shadow was holding up a headband. Even so, I got one. The number written on the headband was 615. I took the one on his head where his guard was the weakest. This was thanks to the opening that Ida created with his reciproburst. Dark Shadow gave a thumbs up. Todoroki sighed in relief as he finally calmed down. Thank you, Tokoyami-san. I knew I didn't make a mistake when I recruited you. I'm glad you proved yourself. Now we will advance to the next round. Shoto said as he was back to his chill, neutral mood that he's usually in. Going up against Midoriya just put him on edge for some reason. Endeavor was observing from the stands as he sucked his teeth. Oh well, at least you got second place. I don't blame you for falling behind Hisashi's son. That kid is something else. He really is his father's son. Endeavor then walked away as he went inside the building. In third place, Team Bakugo. Present Mike proclaimed. I thought all our headbands got taken. Mina shouted in shock as she thought that her team had lost. Zero grinned as he pulled out some headbands from behind. When that Monoma guy had his arm broken from copying Midoriya's quirk, he dropped all of the headbands he had stolen. So, when nobody was looking, I managed to discreetly take all of the headbands right when Bakugo blasted off towards Midoriya during the last couple of seconds. The tape quirk user with his permanent grin on his face. Oh, good Hisashi Zero. You came in clutch. Now we can advance to the real one-on-one tournament. We owe you one. Kirishima yelled in relief as he high-fived Zero. Don't mention it. Just make sure to at least not get knocked out in the first round. I didn't save our butts for nothing. Oh well. I guess third place isn't too bad. All's well that ends well. Mina said as she was just glad that they advanced. Do you really think that's how he feels? Kirishima asked with a sweat drop. He was referring to Katsuki who was still yelling out profanities in anger. What the F? I got third place again. Demon that. Once I get my hands on him in the tournament, I swear I'll make him regret ever making a fool out of me. And in fourth place we got Team Tetsuta. What? It's Team Shinso. Where did he come from, getting fourth place out of nowhere like that? Present Mike asked in shock as he and the crowd had no idea that Shinso had made any moves in the cavalry battle at all. For some reason, even Shinso's own teammates seemed to be confused as they had no idea where they were at. Thanks for your strong work, the purple-haired general studies student said, before he walked away with a smug smirk plastered on his face. These 4 teams will advance to the final round. Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered, as they were excited for the main event. Toshinori smiled as he looked down at his successor from the teacher's box. Nice work, kid. You're making me proud. Keep it up. Shoto stared at Izuku as the green-haired scion was celebrating with his team. The son of Endeavor looked at his left hand as he remembered what he was about to do when Deku made him look like a fool for the second time. He tempted me into using my flames. I do not know if he did that intentionally or not, but one thing is for sure. I will never use that man's power to attack. At least, that's what I decided, but I was overwhelmed. Todoroki then balled his left fist as he grit his teeth. At this rate, I will be doing what my old man wants. I can't let neither him or Midoriya tempt me into using my left side. Now, we will take a 1-hour break for lunch before we start the afternoon festivities. See you in a bit. Present Mike announced before many people in the crowd got up from their seats as they went to go get something to eat. Hey, Eraserhead, let's go grab food. Go get it yourself. I'm going to sleep. How many naps does one man need? Present Mike asked as Aizawa had taken at least 5 naps already. We lost. Mineta yelled in horror as he and his team didn't qualify to advance to the next round. How disappointing, Tsuyu said in a neutral tone as losing didn't seem to have bothered her much. The frog girl proceeded to walk towards to her pink-skinned friend. Mina, congratulations. Tsuyu said. Mina rubbed her neck as she didn't seem too thrilled at the fact that she was advancing. Yeah, well, thanks and all, but Bakugo just let me join to use against Todoroki's ice, so I don't know if that really reflects my abilities. Ida, I had absolutely no idea that you had a super secret special move like that. No fair. Achiko whined as she was jogging in place. It has nothing to do with fairness. I just wasn't using it as intended. I wanted to do something that could compete with Midoriya. But it seemed like it did not matter either way. He was always 5, 6, or 7 steps ahead of everyone. He truly was something else. The engine quirk user stated as he still couldn't get over the fact that their class president was able to trick them into thinking Team Todoroki had taken the 10 million points. Yeah. He was amazing. Speaking of which, where is Deku-kun? Oh, Izuku-kun. Well, when we were talking, Todoroki came up to him and asked if they could speak in private. He said yes, and they went to go talk where nobody else would be around to eavesdrop into their conversation. Momo said as they were walking to go get something to eat. Really? What would Todoroki want with Deku-kun? Achiko asked as she hoped that nothing bad happened between them. Momo placed her finger to her chin as she began thinking. Honestly, I have no clue. Faculty and student entrance. Izuku and Shoto were currently in an empty tunnel as they stood across from one another, both looking directly in the other's eyes. Izuku decided to break the silence. So what did you want to talk about? Shoto made no response as he continued to coldly stare at Izuku. His eyes unwavering. Okay, let me try a different approach. Izuku thought. If we do not hurry, the cafeteria will more than likely be really crowded. No response. Izuku began sweat dropping as the son of Endeavor kept on staring at him. Wow, talk about a man of few words. He gives off a cold intimidation, different from Kaken. I was overpowered. Deku said as he was confused by Shoto's first sentence ever since they got there. So much so that I broke my pledge. Todoroki stated as shame was clearly evident in his voice. He did not even use half of his power even if it would be to his advantage. Why doesn't he just use left side in battle? Izuku questioned in his mind as he never knew the reason why Todoroki doesn't use the flame side of his dual quirk. Shoto then lifted his left hand. Ida, Kaminari, Tokoyami, Yayorozu, Uraraka. None of them felt it. At that instant, I was the only one who was overpowered. I almost used my flames. And when time was running out, I rushed towards you as I was blinded by anger. I was ready to strike, but when you were about to counterattack, I felt the power radiating off of you. The same kind of power that All Might radiates. Shoto said as he continued to stare at his left hand. Izuku narrowed his eyes. What is your point? What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that I felt something similar coming from you, too similar. Izuku's eyes widened as his heart began beating faster. A bead of sweat running down his face. He held in his breath as he began panicking inside. CRP, 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 CRP. He's starting to connect the dots. Did he figure it out? Shoto now stared back at Izuku's electric green eyes. Midoriya, are you? Izuku swallowed strong as he mentally prepared himself for what Shoto was about to say. All Might's secret love child or something. Izuku's eyes were the size of dinner plates. Secret love child. Izuku asked. Shoto nodded. All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku remembers what Shoto said to him in the waiting room for the sports festival began. I see. So that's what he was thinking. Izuku then proceeded to go into a fit of laughter. Shoto began to get annoyed. What is so funny? Answer the question. Are you? What? That's not it. All Might is not my dad. Like, come on, we look nothing alike. My real father is a man named Hisashi Midoriya. He works overseas, so I have not really seen him in a really long time. His quirk is called Dragon's Breath. Anything but All Might. Why would you even suggest that? Izuku began to calm down as Shoto didn't seem like he knew about One for All. Dragon's Breath. Where have I heard that before? Shoto pondered. Since you said, that's not it, that means there is still a possible connection between you and All Might that you can't talk about, right? Shoto asked as he caught Izuku's slip-up. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he had F-up. I forgot how perceptive he was. I didn't choose my words carefully. Now he is even more suspicious than he was before. Shoto decided to leave that subject alone for now. He needed to get to the real reason why he called Izuku out here. Endeavor, the number 2 hero, is my old man. I am sure you know that he has been stuck as the number 2 hero for forever. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. Izuku's face then adopted a serious expression as he was now paying close attention to what Shoto was saying. My old man has a strong longing to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he could not surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Wait a minute, next plan? What are you talking about, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me? Izuku asked. You have heard of quirk marriages, right? Well, yeah, I have. How is that relevant though? That thing that became a problem for the 2nd and 3rd generation after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own longing by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. Izuku gasped. So, you were the result of a quirk marriage. You were created for the sole purpose of surpassing All Might because your own father could not do it before you. Shoto nodded. It's so annoying. I will not become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. Shoto brought his left hand over to the left side of his face to where his large red scar was located. Do you want to know how I got this scar on the left side of my face? Izuku didn't reply as he waited for what Shoto was going to say next. He took his silence as a yes. Your left side symbolizes the BLD of the devil, that which is your own father. That is what my mother said as she poured boiling water on my face. Shoto said depressingly as the memory has traumatized and scarred him both physically and mentally/emotionally. Izuku's eyes became big with horror as he could not believe Shoto's own mother would say something so ugly to him at such a young age. That's horrible. Izuku simply said as there weren't any better words or phrases to describe such a traumatic event. No mother should ever do or say something like that to their child no matter what. The child didn't even understand why he deserved such ruthless punishment like that. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do, without using my DMN old man's quirk. I will reject him completely by winning first place without using it. Shoto said as nothing but cold, dark hatred could be seen in his eyes. Izuku began shaking a little as he saw and sensed the hatred within Shoto. Todoroki grew up in a completely different world than I did. While I was suffering due to a lack of a quirk, he suffered because of his quirk and meaning behind it. It quite honestly makes me scared. How somebody could go through so much, just because they were born. It had nothing to do with their choice. He had to go through all of that just because he was born. I would never be able to understand what a hell like that is like. Shoto began walking away. I don't care if you can't tell me how you are connected to All Might. No matter what you are to All Might, I will rise above you with just my right side. I am sorry for wasting your time, but I just had to get that point across. I'll see you in the finals. You better prepare yourself. If this were a comic book, he would be the main character. That is the kind of backstory he has. I have nothing compared to that. But still. Wait. Izuku shouted as he walked up to catch up to him. Shoto stopped walking, but he still had his back facing Izuku. Izuku frowned. Look at me when I'm speaking to you. Izuku commanded with a more authoritative tone in his voice, which is a huge contrast to his usual tone. Shoto then turned around as he looked Izuku dead in the eye. The coldness and hatred had not left them. I have always been supported by others. That was the case earlier too. I am here because of the people who have supported me. Saving people with a fearless smile, the greatest hero All Might. I want to be like him. I want to embody everything he stands for and even more. But in order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become the #1 hero. That is my dream, and I will fight for it until the day I die. Our motivations could not be any more different. But if you honestly think that sad story you just told me is enough to make me lose, then you're sadly mistaken. In fact, it even motivates me more. I have to live up to the hopes of those who supported me. That declaration of war you gave to me in the waiting room, I'll return that. We will face each other in the tournament. And when we do, I know it will be a long and strong fought battle, but I will win in the end. I will beat you. And I will win the sports festival to show the world that I am here. That is a promise. Believe that. Shoto looked at the green-haired scion for a moment before he smirked and said, "That's quite some confidence you got. Why have you not shown this side of yours before?" "Oh well, I guess I'll see you in the finals then. I'll be waiting for you to deliver on your promise." He then walked away as he left Izuku standing there alone. Or so he thought. Izuku turned his head behind. He sensed a very familiar energy signature. The person had been hiding there and been listening the entire time. Everything that was said here stays between the three of us. I expect you to keep Shoto's personal information to yourself. I'll see you in a little bit. Kaken. Izuku then walked away to go get something to eat. He was pretty hungry after all those 2 preliminary rounds and needed to make sure he was at full strength for the real tournament. 1 hour later. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who did not make it to the finals. Present Mike announced as now everybody was back in the stadium, ready for the real tournament to begin. This is just a sports festival. So we have prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. As Present Mike was about to move on, he and the rest of the audience plus the participants noticed something peculiar. What are they doing? Aizawa lazily asked. The center of attention currently were all of the female students of Class 1A were dressed up in orange U8 cheerleader uniforms that really showed off their assets. What's the matter, Class 1A? What kind of fan service is that? Present Mike cried out as the majority of the males in the stadium were ogling their curvaceous figures which the cheerleading uniforms didn't fail to display. Mineta and Kaminari gave each other a thumbs, both with a perverted grin on their face. Mineta. Kaminari. You tricked us, didn't you? Momo yelled in fury as she got a giant red tick mark. The 2 pervs told her and Jiro that everybody was required to wear cheerleading clothes to do a cheer battle in the afternoon. But clearly, that was all just a lie to get the girls to wear CC outfits. The CC vice president of Class A dropped to her knees with a sad sigh. Why am I always caught up in Mineta's schemes? I even used creation to make the outfits. Achiko patted her back in an attempt to comfort her, Hey, lighten up, Yamamo. It ain't all bad. The zero-gravity user said as she took a quick glance to the corner of her eye to see a certain green-haired scion blushing strong in embarrassment as he did his best not to get caught looking, although he clearly failed. Achiko smirked inwardly as for some reason, seeing Deku getting flustered from seeing her like that made her feel content. Those are so dumb. Jiro yelled as she threw her pom-poms to the floor in frustration. Well, there is still a little time left before the finals, and it'd be a pain if things got tense. It's fine. Let's do it. Toru exclaimed in excitement as she didn't mind showing off a little. What? Tur, you like this, huh? Tsuyu rhetorically asked. All right, everyone. Let's have fun competing in the recreational games. When that's over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will duke it out tournament style, 1-1-1. Present Mike announced, the last round is a tournament where we fight 1-1-1. I'm going to stand on the stage that I watch every year on TV. Kirishima said as he pumped his fists. Was it a tournament last year? Mina asked. It's different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports chamber match. Siro said. Now, let's prepare to draw lots to determine the bracket. Midnight said as in her hands was a yellow box labeled, lots. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now from the first place team dash. Excuse me. Ojiro suddenly called out as he raised high shand. I am withdrawing. Everybody gasped. Ojiro, but why? Izuku asked with widened eyes. This is a rare chance for pros to see you. Tenya exclaimed as he too was shocked to hear that Ojiro wanted to quit. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he scanned through the participants. If I remember correctly, Ojiro was with? His eyes then landed on Shinso, who just turned his head away as soon as Izuku focused his eyes on him. I know that this is a great chance and that it's foolish to waste it. Well, if you know that, then why would you just quit after making it so far? Izuku asked as he genuinely didn't want his classmate to waste his opportunity like that. Everyone here competed by giving their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. Ojiro said with a proud tone as he balled his fist. You're worrying too much about it. You should just make sure you produce results in the finals. Toru added, if you're going to say that, then I didn't do anything either. Mina said as she empathized with what Ojiro was going through. She didn't feel she did much work either. Ojiro put his palm to his face. No, that is not it. I'm talking about my pride here. I can't. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt an electric shock go through his entire body. It was that word again. But whenever he heard that word, it always sent some sort of rush of adrenaline. It felt so familiar, and whenever he thought about it, it made him feel empowered. Kind of like whenever he puts on a headband. Without even realizing it, Izuku completely understood what Ojiro was trying to say and even commended him as his respect for his fellow-tailed classmate went up a ton. Also, why are you girls all wearing cheerleader outfits? Ojiro asked as all of the girls from Class A sweat dropped. Izuku walked up towards Ojiro as he placed a strong hand on his shoulder. Hey listen man, if that is your decision, I respect it 100%. I completely feel you. You have a valid reason for wanting to drop out of the tournament and as your class president, I commend you for owning up. A lot of people didn't expect for Izuku to actually support Ojiro's decision. As a matter of fact, they would think that Izuku would plead with him to not quit and just show what he can really do in the tournament. But now, they were seeing a completely different side to the green-haired scion. Thank you, Midoriya. I really appreciate that. I'm Nairenjiki Shota from Class B. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival for those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? One chubby student with silver hair said to Midnight as he also felt that he did not deserve to advance to the tournament. What's with these guys? They're so manly. Kirishima said with tears coming out of his eyes. This is an unusual turn of events. We'll have to see what the chief umpire, Midnight has to say about this? Present Mike said as they awaited the R-rated hero's decision. Youthful talk like that is something that turns me on. Shota. Bujiro. I accept your withdrawal. Midnight said with a lecherous grin. Did she just say that turns her on? Kaminari asked with a sweat drop. Bro, just roll with it. Kirishima replied as he also sweat dropped. I'm going to do. Okay. Aoyama said as he placed his hand on Ojiro's shoulder. In that case, we will have to move up 2 people from the 5th place cavalry battle team. Midnight hummed. If that's what's going to happen, then rather than us who barely did anything during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? Itsuka said as her teammates nodded in agreement. The ones who fought to the end and stayed in the top, which is Team Tetsu, right? Kendo, what are you doing? Tetsu asked as he thought it was idiotic for her to throw away her opportunity like that. Itsuka-chan. Are you sure you want to do this? Throwing away your opportunity like that may not seem like the smartest move. Izuku said as he didn't want a fellow class president and new friend to waste her chance at being scouted by pros. Yeah, I'm sure, Izuku-kun. This is not collusion or anything. It just makes sense. Plus, there's always next year, right? Kendo replied with a wink to Izuku. Itsuka-chan. Achiko mentally asked in curiosity as she noticed that Izuku called this rather attractive girl by her first name and with honorifics. How do those two know each other? Izuku-kun. Momo thought as she had the same question as Achiko, and she also noticed that Kendo's wink towards Izuku did seemed a little too friendly. Izuku shrugged. Well, if that is your decision, then who am I to judge? Why you guys? Tetsu cried out to the heavens thanking God for this opportunity. His team then agreed that Tetsu and Ibara should be the ones to advance seeing as they were the two that did the most work during the cavalry battle. And so, Tetsu and Shiozaki have moved up to make 16. Now we will draw lots randomly to decide who faces who in the first round of the tournament. In this box are 16 balls numbered 1 through 16. The way the brackets will work is that when one person gets a number, the other person with the number directly after or before it will be their opponent. So for example, if somebody draws number 1, then the person who draws number 2 will face the person with number 1. So 3 and 4 will face each other and so on, until we get up to 15 and 16, which will be the 8th match of the first round. So without wasting any more time, let's decide the brackets. Izuku Midoriya, come up first and draw your number. Midnight announced as she explained the rules of determining the brackets, which is just like how the old Tenkaichi Budokai tournaments were held back in the day in the era before quirks long appeared. Izuku walked up to the yellow box and stuck his hand in it. He shuffled the ball for a couple of seconds before he grabbed a hold on one ball and pulled it out of the box. He looked at it and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wow, well I got number 1. I guess that means I won't have to wait to fight since I will be in the first match. Izuku said as he gave the ball back to Midnight and recorded his draw. Wow, so Midoriya got number 1. We won't have to wait to see some real power. Kirishima said excitedly as he pumped his fists, secretly hoping that he will draw number 2 so that he will get to face Izuku right off the get-go. He wonders how his hardening quirk will fare up to his signature smashes. Lucky BSRD. I wanted number 1. You better hope I don't draw number 2, because I'm itching to finally kill somebody in a one-on-one. Katsuki yelled in anger as he wanted to be in the first match. Does he always yell like that? Kendo asked Izuku as he walked back next to her. Meh, you get used to it after a while. Izuku replied. The rest of you, come up and draw your numbers. Midnight said. I got 15. Zero said. Damn it, I got F5. You got lucky this time, Det. Bakugo yelled. Fate has chosen number 7 for me. Tokoyami dramatically said. Number 4. Then, that means I will be participating in the second match. Ida said. I drew number 8. Momo said. All of you better hope you don't draw number 11, because you will then be facing moi. Number 12 has chosen me. Aoyama said. I got number 11. Mina said as she smirked at Aoyama. Me and my babies got number 3. Hatsum said. Huh, it looks like I won't have to wait long. I drew number 2. Shinso said as he stared at Izuku. I got 6. Achiko asked in shock. Wow, I got 9. Kaminari said. Number 14 for me. Kirishima exclaimed. What? I got 13. Our fight is going to be too redundant. Tetsu yelled. My prayers have lead me to number 10. Ibra said. 16. Shoto said in a monotone tone as he realized he's going to have to wait a little bit to fight since he will be in the last match. Now that everybody has drawn their numbers, let's take a look at the official bracket. Midnight announced as she pointed her WHP towards the jumbotron that displayed the entire bracket. First match Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Second match, Mei Hatsum vs. Tenya Ida. Third match, Katsuki Bakugo vs. Achiko Uraraka. Fourth match, Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Fifth match, Denki Kaminari vs. Ibra Shiozaki. Sixth match, Mina Ashido vs. Yuga Aoyama. Seventh match, Tetsu vs. Eijiro Kirishima. Eighth match, Hantasiro vs. Shoto Todoroki. Izuku took a look at the bracket as he saw the name of his opponent. The first match of the first round. Wait a minute. If I remember correctly, Shinso was the team captain of Ojiro's team. It's you, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya. Shinso said out of nowhere as he was behind Izuku. Izuku turned around to face him, and as he did, he suddenly remembered where he saw this guy before. He was the one who came to our class making a declaration of war. He said he was from the General Studies course and intended on making it to the Hero course. He's pretty bold. Izuku thought in his mind as this was the first time he was socially interacting with the purple-haired General Studies student. I'm looking forward to our first match, Shinso said. Izuku was about to respond, when suddenly a large yellow-haired tail covered his mouth. Midoriya! Ojiro yelled from behind. Shinso smirked as he walked away. When Shinso was out of earshot, Ojiro removed his hold on Izuku. Ojiro, what's the matter? Answer. It's pretty much done. The pro hero, Cementos said as he was using his quirk to construct a tournament fighting stage. Thank you, Cementos. Hey guys, are you ready? Present Mike asked the crowd. They then proceeded to cheer loudly, showing their anticipation for the tournament to finally begin. The recreational games were finally over, and it was finally time to get to the real fun. A lot has happened, but now it has come to this. A serious battle. You can only depend on yourself. You have no teammates or comrades here. It is a classic one-on-one style tournament. Even if you are not a hero, you will face lots of situations like that. You get that, right? Heart, skill, body, wisdom, and knowledge. Use all of that to rush up. Present Mike exclaimed as he was hyping up the crowd even more. Izuku was currently in the tunnel that leads to the fighting stage. He was currently doing warm-up stretches and doing his best to prepare himself mentally. It was his first ever match in a sports festival, so of course there were some nerves here and there, but overall, he was ready to compete. Hey! Izuku turned around to see Toshinori walking towards him with a grin on his face. Sorry I'm late, but you've increased your control of one for all, right? Izuku grinned as green. Sparks appeared around his hands. Yup. I was able to increase it to 25% over the last few weeks while I was training to prepare for the sports festival. I've also increased my ki control. But then Izuku gained a downcast expression. Toshinori noticed this and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong, kid? You're improving and learning how to control both of your quirks. So what seems to be the matter? Well, I just feel like I've been blessed with friends and luck. I kind of feel like I'm cheatin'. Toshinori smacked him upside the head. What was that for? Oh my lord. You should just say, I'll do my best, damn it, you prince of nonsense. I thought we talked about this already. Is the image of the hero you are trying to be that flimsy? Izuku said as he looked up at his idol. Listen, it's the times when you're scared or worried that you should deal with smiling. Toshinori said as he transformed to All Might mid-sentence and gave Izuku a thumbs up. You've made it this far. It's fine if it's a bluff. Stand proud. Don't forget that I've got high hopes for you. Izuku took a deep breath as he smiled. Thank you, Toshinori-sensei. I needed that. I promise I won't let you down. I'm going to win this whole thing. Just you wait. Now that's what I want to hear. That's the spirit, kid. Now go show them what you're made of. Flames ignited in all four corners of the fighting arena as now, they were finished with the preparations and were ready to begin with the first match. Audience. The tournament that you all have been waiting for are finally starting. Match number 1, we got the powerhouse that has been giving us surprises one after another and finished in first place in the 2 previous rounds. From Class 1A, Hero Course, it's Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced as Izuku made his entrance. The crowd were cheering as he had gained a lot of popularity since the beginning of the sports festival. Some people have already put in their bets and said that Izuku will win the whole thing. Some were still skeptical since he has yet to show his quirk, but hope to see it in action in this match. Izuku's classmates were also cheering him on from the bleachers. Sorry, he has not done anything to stand out yet. From General Studies, it's Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso ignored Present Mike's comment and proceeded to walk to the ring calmly. Okay, the rules are simple. They are classic tournament style. In order to win the match, you have to force your opponent out of bounds, immobilize them, or force them into SBMison. Bring on the injuries. I want this to be entertaining. Don't worry, we have our very own recovery girl waiting on standby to patch any students up. Put your morals and ethics aside for a moment. But of course, anything life-threatening is strictly prohibited. Heroes should only use their fists to catch villains. Present Mike announced the rules. I will stop the fight if things go too far. Cementos said as he made a chair for him to sit on. Izuku took a deep breath once again to calm his nerves and got into his fighting stance. Forcing your opponent into SBMson, Shinso said, suddenly gaining the attention of Izuku. This is a fight to test the strength of your spirit. If you know what you want for your future, then you can't worry about appearances. Ready? Present Mike called out. That monkey was going on about his pride. Start. Present Mike announced the official start of the match. But don't you think he was dumb for throwing away his chance? What an idiot. Serves him right, Shinso said. Izuku's eyes widened as something inside of him snapped. Shinso was disrespecting Ojiro's pride. And that offended Izuku. A lot. He then began to run towards him. What did you say? How dare you disrespect one of my classmates? But suddenly, Izuku stopped in his tracks. Shinso grew a victorious smirk. And that's checkmate. I win. Ojiro began pulling his hair in frustration. DMN it, Midoriya. I went through all of the ruble of warning you, and you still let him get you like that. Toshinori widened his eyes in shock as he saw how Izuku just stopped moving all of the sudden. Hey, what happened? Why did Midoriya stop moving? Come on, it is the important first match. Liven things up. We're trying to be entertained here. Present Mike yelled. What's going on with Deku-kun? Come on, move, do something. Achiko cried out. Midoriya. The match just started, and he's completely frozen. Present Mike shouted as he and the rest of the audience were confused. He's got a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Is this Shinso's quirk? He did not stand out at all, but could he actually be someone amazing? Hitoshi Shino from General Studies has gotten the better of Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Who would have imagined this? Will the bottom really overthrow the top? You see, this is why I said that the entrance exams were not rational. Aizawa said, What are you talking about, erase your head? Here's some basic data on the two of them. Since it's individual matches from here on out, I had someone compile it for me. Shinso failed the practical exam for the hero course. Since he also applied for General Studies, he probably knew that would happen. His quirk is very powerful, but the practical exam consisted of fighting foe villains. That gave an advantage to those with physical attack quirks. Shinso would not have been able to rack up any points with his quirk. Aizawa explained to the whole audience. Shinso should be in the hero course, but thanks to the unfair practical exam, he had to settle for General Studies. You're lucky that you have been blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Turn around and walk out of bounds. Shinso ordered. Izuku, with blank and almost lifeless-looking eyes, turned around and began walking out of the ring without a single sign of restraint. What? Midoriya's being so obedient. He's actually listening to what Shinso is telling him to do. Didn't you listen to the rules? If you walk out of the ring, you're out of the tournament. Present Mike along with others were confused as to what was happening. Was Izuku just joking around or is he seriously just going to get himself out? Deku-kun, why? Come on, get serious. You didn't get first place in the 2 previous games, to just lose in the first round of the tournament. Achiko cried out as she too was confused on why someone like Izuku would be willing to just lose like that so easily. If you go out of bounds, then you will lose the match. What is he doing? Ida asked in shock as he waved his arms around. Momo squinted her eyes until she gasped. Guys, something is not right. Izuku-kun is not doing this willingly. Just pay attention to his eyes. They are supposed to be a vibrant green color, but right now, they are completely blank and lifeless. He's being controlled. Momo shouted out as all of her classmates gasped in shock. That quirk is? Toshinori wondered in thought. Name, Hitoshi Shinso quirk. Brainwashing. Answering his question or replying to him turns on a brainwashing switch in his opponent's brain, forcing them to do whatever he says. If he does not want the brainwashing switch to turn on, it won't. In the fitness test on the first day of school, even without using the full capabilities of his quirk, he was able to outperform his classmates. And when he did go all out, he blew all of the records out of the water. On the other hand, Shinso scored lower than average in these tests compared to the hero course. So if they were to fight normally, then Midoriya would undoubtedly win. If he can just overcome Shinso's brainwashing, well, either way, this will end quickly. Aizawa said as everybody was not expecting the powerhouse Izuku to lose so easily against a student from general studies who had barely done anything in the 2 previous games of the sports festival. Izuku, come on, you have to fight it, my boy. You made a vow to win the sports festival. You can't just go out like that without a fight. Don't come towards me, go towards him. Toshinori shouted in his mind in panic as he was observing from the tunnel that Izuku came through to enter the ring. Meanwhile, with Izuku, although he had no control of his body, his mind was still running normally. My B-body II is moving on its own. I can't control it. It's like, my head is filled with fog. Stop. Stop. I order you to stop. Even though Ojiro warned me. Hey, I know what I'm going to ask you right now is pretty selfish, but please beat him for me too. Please, do it for my pride. As a fellow martial artist, you understand, right? Of course I understand. And don't worry. I promise I will win. I will not let you down. They then both gave each other a fist bump full of honor and pride. Do you mean it? Is it really going to end this quickly? Even though everyone is counting on me, I vowed to win. Am I really just going to go back on my word? Am I really that pathetic? Izuku said in his mind as he could not believe that after all of the work and training he has done, he was just going to lose in the most humiliating way possible. You probably don't understand, but even with a quirk like this, I have my own dream. Lose for me. Shinso shouted as Izuku was now 1 step away from touching out of bounds. No. I refuse to lose. At that instant, in the tunnel across from him, Izuku saw 8 silhouettes that resembled souls or spirits of some kind. They all had golden-colored eyes. They all held out their hand towards him as they said, "Hold on for a second longer, ninth." From their hands, rainbow-colored energy began forming. They all combined their powers and were ready to lend Izuku their power in order to transcend this current predicament and win the match. But a different hand stopped them. Stop right there. Didn't I tell you all not to interfere? He doesn't need to borrow your power. He has all of the power he needs already. So step back and let me handle this. In between Izuku and the 8 spirits was inner Deku, who was blocking the rainbow-colored energy from making its way to Izuku. The 8 spirits frowned at inner Deku for interrupting them, but they put down their hands and relented as they knew they could trust him to get Izuku out of this pickle. Inner Deku turned his attention towards Izuku. Didn't I tell you to use your head? You're just like those 8 stubborn idiots. Your own classmate warned you to not talk or reply to Shinso, but you let your emotions get the best of you, and did it anyway. But I guess I can't really blame you. He disrespected the pride of your comrade. And you weren't going to let him get away with that. You did what you were supposed to do. It is in your BLD after all. Inner Deku then hardened his gaze. You are a scion warrior, born to fight and win in the most glorious and noble fashion. So for you to lose to some mind-controlling trick is unacceptable. Are you really going to let this purple-haired fool ruin your dreams and ambitions? You made a vow to win. You made a vow to avenge Ojiro's pride. And a warrior, especially a scion of royal BLD, never goes back on his word. If you do, then that is a spit to the face to all who came before you. Is that how you want your legacy to be remembered throughout the ages? As a quitter? As a loser who can't even control his own body? Inner Deku then smirked as he balled his fists. You want to know something? There is something that one of your greatest and strongest ancestors once said. He was in the same exact situation as you. An evil wizard was trying to control him, and I will never ever forget these words. Inner Deku began powering up as a golden aura began surrounding him. It will take more than head games to stop me. You may have invaded my mind and my body, but there's one thing a scion always keeps. Izuku's eyes widened as he stopped walking and was half a step from going out of the ring. A golden aura also began to surround him. His pride. His pride. Both Izuku and Inner Deku yelled out simultaneously as the golden energy surrounded Izuku erupted violently as the energy lighted up the entire arena and created large shockwaves that were strong enough to knock everybody off of their feet, even the pro heroes. The golden aura expanded and flew up all the way to the heavens as for a couple of seconds, all of Japan was able to see a golden light in the sky. Oh my goodness! What is this? Midoriya just caused an earthquake and a light show. Present Mike called out as now everybody was able to recover from Izuku's huge golden outburst. This sensation, that power, that voice. I have felt this before. In the USJ. It is too similar to be a coincidence. Shoto thought as he stared at the smoke that was hiding Izuku. Midoriya, just what are you hiding? When the smoke cleared, Izuku was seen panting heavily, the golden aura no longer present. His foot was an inch from touching the floor outside the ring. Midnight swinged her WHP towards Izuku. Participant Izuku Midoriya's foot has not touched the floor. He is still in the match. The crowd began cheering as Izuku's dream was not over yet. He was still in, and was not going to go down without a fight. Midoriya stopped. He has broken through Shinso's brainwashing and is still in the match. Present Mike announced as everybody felt nothing short of amazing. Good job, class president. Ida shouted from the bleachers. I'm so glad. Achiko said as she sighed in relief. You had me worried for a second there, but you pulled through, just like always. Momo said as she too was relieved just like Achiko. He better win now. I was almost going to kill him if he lost right there. We still haven't fought yet, so he is not allowed to lose. Bakugo yelled as he had a smirk on his face, impressed with how his rival was able to do the impossible. Amazing! To think he was able to forcefully remove the brainwashing with his willpower alone. He created a shockwave strong enough to remove the effects of Shinso's quirk, and now he has the advantage. Aizawa commented as even he couldn't deny the incredible feat that Izuku was able to pull off that happened right in front of his eyes. Wow, that's unbelievable. Ojiro said as he had a hand on his knee due to his heart beating really fast. Shinso could not believe his eyes as he gasped in shock. What? Cho. You should not be able to move freely. This has never happened to me before. Since when can the possessed say no to the possessor? What did you do? Tell me. Izuku immediately covered his mouth with his hand. What was that? I was the one who created that light and those shockwaves, but I didn't mean to do that. I did it on pure instinct. What happened? People I didn't know came to mind, and for a second, my mind was clear. Was that one for all? The people, the presence of the people who spun together this power. They were about to save me, but my inner self told them to stop. Then it said, I was able to forcefully remove the brainwashing completely on my own, without any borrowed power. Is that even possible? What did you do? Shinso kept on yelling at him. Izuku took a deep breath and got back into his fighting stance. Even if I think about it now, I'm going to find the answer. Later. I will think about it later. Right now, I have a match to finish. He won't answer. Did he figure out my secret? No, he should have heard from that monkey from the beginning. All I can do is make him talk again. Shinso thought as a smirk came back on his face. Say something. Izuku stayed quiet as he remained in his fighting stance. He wasn't going to fall for the same trick again. You can produce that much power just by screaming. I'm jealous. I felt the same way in the past. Izuku thought in his mind but remained in the same position as he knew that Shinso was just trying to bait him. Thanks to my quirk, I have been behind from the start. Someone who has been blessed like you with such a powerful quirk would never understand, would you? Izuku widened his eyes as he dropped his stance. He looked downwards as depressing memories came back to haunt him. I do understand. You're right. I have been blessed. Someone like you who was born with the ideal quirk. Someone who can reach your goal. I have been blessed by others. Shinso saw that Izuku was staring at the ground and was not moving. You're looking down on me. You dare ignore me. So all of that noble SHT you said in your speech was a lie. You're just like everyone else. You look down on me because I was born with a quirk that would fit a villain. What makes you so special? Just because you were born with a better quirk. It's not my fault I was born with the quirk I got. Life is not fair, and I just have to live with it. You were gifted. You were born with an amazing quirk. You got the luck of the draw. Say something about that, you demon monkey. Shinso ran towards Izuku and threw a punch straight at his cheek. The punch was filled with pure rage and built-up anger. However, the punch did not even make Izuku flinch. Shinso grit his teeth and threw another punch, this one aimed for his forehead. Izuku caught this punch this time as he squeezed Shinso's wrist. He looked up and stared straight at him. Izuku's eyes were filled with tears. What the hell? Why is he crying? Shinso thought as he gasped in shock. That's what? Izuku then pulled Shinso's arm upwards as he lifted the boy over his head effortless with one arm. Izuku threw Shinso out of the ring as his body made a huge thud when he landed on the ground. Lose there. Everybody watched with their jaws dropped as they witnessed Izuku just throw Shinso around like a rag doll, with one arm. And he showed no signs of strain or effort. Midnight raised her hand. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya advances to the quarterfinals. The crowd then began cheering as Izuku was able to come out on top, once again. In the one-on-one tournament, the first person to advance to the quarterfinals is none other than the powerhouse himself, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Present mic announced as the Jumbotron showed Izuku's name going up in the bracket, while Shinso's name was crossed out. Toshinori smirked proudly. Nice job, kid. You had me worried there for a second, but it all worked out. Achiko sighed. I was so nervous. For a second there, it really looked like he was going to lose. Thank God he didn't though. Turning the tables at the last moment. As expected from our class president. Tenya said as he too was relieved that his friend was able to advance to the quarterfinals. He did that shoulder toss on you before too, didn't he, Bakugo? Kaminari asked. Shut up, Pikachu. Bakugo looked towards Todoroki who was observing Izuku intently. So you noticed it too, huh, Frozone? That power, that sensation, it was the same exact one from the USJ. What are you hiding, Deku? I can tell that you're still holding back, you DMN nerd. Aizawa squinted his eyes as he too observed Izuku. Just now, he didn't activate his quirk to throw him out of bounds. That was pure physical strength on his part. But what he did earlier, that golden light, it's different from his quirk. Something is going on here. I'll get to the bottom of it at a later time. Inner Deku was smirking as he nodded his head in approval. Excellent. Don't ever let anybody disrespect your or anybody else's pride. Pride is a Scion's greatest strength. Don't ever forget that. You know, we had the situation under control. You did not have to interrupt us like that. A feminine voice shouted to Inner Deku, showing that she was clearly annoyed. Inner Deku turned around to see 7 spirits, all with their arms crossed as they observed the world through Izuku's mindscape. Please forgive me, Nana. But I think we can all agree that my method was a little better. I told you he didn't need to borrow any of your power. And he was able to win all on his own, using his own power. He needs to learn that he can't always rely on one for all. Also, what were you guys going to do? Combine all of your energy and give it to him. What are you trying to do, kill him? Nana pouted, oh please. The worst he was going to get were a few broken fingers, that's all. Plus he's a big, strong, and healthy young man. He can take it. Inner Deku rolled his eyes, yeah, whatever you say. Yahoo! Okay, that was a nice first match. We definitely were not expecting any of that. So we should praise them both for a bravely fought match. Clap your hands. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd cheered once again. Izuku walked towards Shinso, who was sitting on the floor, sulking. Someone who's been blessed like you can't understand, can you? Someone who can reach your goal? Shinso, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked him with a serious demeanor. Shinso's eyes widened at the unexpected question. He then turned his head to the side. You can't help the things you long for. Deku gave a genuine smile. I feel the same way too, you know. Shinso raised an eyebrow in suspicion. You do? Of course. Ever since I could remember, I always dreamed of being a hero. A hero who saves people with a smile, just like All Might. Izuku's eyes then gained a hint of sadness. But people told me that I could not. That I couldn't become a hero like that no matter how strong I tried. All men are not created equal. This is the reality I learned at the young age of 4. But that was my first and last setback. Until one day he told me, dreams can become a reality. You can become a hero. Shinso gasped. Nobody has ever told him that he could become a hero, not with his quirk. I understand that people may be more lucky than others. I know how unfair and cruel the world can be. But that does not matter. You can't let that stop you. So what if people say that your quirk is for a villain? I don't care, and you shouldn't either. Do you honestly think I would be standing here today if I had listened to each and every person that told me I could not become a hero? Do you? Shinso's mouth was wide open before he regained his senses. No. Exactly. That is exactly my point. You can't let those people bring you down. Because if you do, then you will be proving them right. And you're better than that. You can never allow another person to dictate your whole life. Don't ever let somebody tell you that you can't do something. Not even me. No more of this I can't bullshit. The only person that can stop you from achieving your dreams is yourself. So don't let yourself stop you. Izuku held out his hand to Shinso. Your quirk is amazing, Shinso. And with it, you will become a hero. I will make sure of it. I won't let you down. So what do you say? Do you want to become a hero? Do you want to go beyond plus ultra? Shinso stared at Izuku in amazement and shock. Why was this guy trying to help him? He disrespected his classmate and him and accused him of lying, and yet he still had that same strong and determined look in his eye. Shinso grabbed Izuku's hand with a tight grip. Yes, I do. Izuku smirked. That's more like it. You were really cool, Shinso. Good job. I was really surprised. You're the star of general studies. You put up a great fight against the guy who placed first in the obstacle course and cavalry battle. That's freaking amazing, dude. Props. All of Shinso's classmates were congratulating him for being able to almost defeat Izuku, who has become a favorite to win the sports festival. They were glad to see that he did not go down without a fight, and even though he lost, they were still proud of him. Some pro heroes watching in the crowd were also impressed by Shinso. That quirk would work quite well against villains. I wish I had it. UA is not very smart if he is in general studies. Well, they've got a ton of people applying every year, so some things just can't be helped. It truly is a shame. He should most definitely be in the hero course. It was the difference in combat experience, huh? Yeah, it ends up making a big difference. What a waste. Izuku smiled as he heard all of the comments. You hear that, Shinso? It is not just me. Your classmates and even the pro heroes believe you can become a hero regardless of how your quirk may be perceived. You're amazing. Shinso could not believe it. He's right. I don't believe it. I have been blind this entire time. How come I didn't see it before? I have finally opened my eyes. Shinso looked at Izuku straight in the eye. Depending on the results, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course. Remember that. Even if it didn't work this time, I definitely won't give up. I'll get into the hero course, get certified, and I'll definitely become a better hero than any of you guys. And nobody will stop me. He then grew a smirk as he balled his fists. And when that happens, I will be waiting for my rematch, Midoriya? Izuku smirked as he held out his fist. Alright, let's make it official then. Will you be my rival? With no hesitation, Shinso bumped fists with Izuku. From here on out, we're rivals and I will beat you. So you better be ready. Yeah. Izuku's eyes then turned blank as Shinso's quirk was activated. Shinso smirked, got you? Izuku then smirked as his eyes returned to their normal electric green. Are you sure you got me, or did I get you? Shinso gasped, what the F, how did you break out of my quirk? The only way is to create a shock strong enough to snap you out of it or if I let you go. Izuku pointed to his head, you're going to have to try a lot harder if you want to get me again with your quirk. I have created a strong mental barrier so that nobody will be able to see into my head or control my mind. You better start learning new tricks. Shinso's mouth gaped before he sighed. You really are full of surprises, aren't you? I guess I picked a good rival. Someone who will force me to go beyond plus ultra. Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Hey, what can I say? I aim to impress. Okay, Sonny, it seems like everything is fine with you. I see 0 injuries. Recovery Girl stated as she checked Izuku's vitals for the 3rd time. She made sure that Izuku's heartbeat and breathing were normal, and everything seemed to be perfectly normal. She did not need to use her quirk since Izuku sustained no injuries in his fight against Shinso. Are you sure, Recovery Girl? He looked like he outputted a lot of energy when he broke out of young Shinso's quirk. Toshinori said worriedly as he has never seen Izuku showcase that kind of power before. Toshinori, please, I've checked the boy thoroughly 3 times already. He's fine. You're lucky he didn't break any bones this time or I would have given you both a harsh scolding. Thanks, Recovery Girl. In the match against Shinso, I let my emotions get the best of me. It almost cost me the victory. And his words hit me pretty strong. I almost had a total mental breakdown, but I'm glad it all worked out in the end. Izuku said with a depressed tone as he still remembered when Shinso called him lucky and blessed. Well, his cry hit close to home for you, huh kid? Yeah, but that did not mean I could lose either. I made a vow to win. That's what it means to aim for number 1, right? Izuku exclaimed as he gave Toshinori a sheepish smile. Recover Girl sighed, poor thing. You put some weird pressure on him again, didn't you? Recovery Girl backhanded Toshinori to the side of his ribs. It was necessary. Toshinori yelped in pain as he rubbed his side. Oh yeah, All Might. I had a vision. What kind of vision? Toshinori asked as he recovered from the pain in his side. There were 8 people. They looked like they were spirits of some kind. When it felt like my mind was filled with fog from the brainwashing, the vision appeared as if to drive away the fog. It was like time stopped for just a moment, which gave me the opportunity to break out it with my willpower alone. And if I remember correctly, there was someone who looked exactly like you, too, All Might. Was it? The people who had inherited one for all who did it. What? I'm a ghost. Scary. Toshinori said in fright. What? I thought you would know about it. Izuku yelled as he too was freaked out. No, I also saw it before in my younger days, Toshinori replied as he crossed his arms in a serious manner. Really? Yes. It is a clear sign that you have got a better grasp on One for All. What does that mean? Izuku asked as he was now really curious. I think it's like a trace of something they left behind in One for All. Vestiges of their souls, if you will. You said you have unlocked 25%, right? I think that's why you're starting to get these visions. It is not something with the intent that can interfere with you, and you can't interfere with them. In other words, that vision is not what got rid of the brainwashing. It was that when you saw the vision, your strong emotions, drive, willpower, and determination to win allowed you to overcome young Shinso's brainwashing just long enough where you were able to generate a huge outburst of energy to snap you out of it. At least, that's what I think. Toshinori finished his explanation. Izuku began scratching his head. That explanation seems to be fair, but I still feel like there's more to it than that. Don't get too hung up about it. You won the match and that's all that matters. More importantly, don't you need to go see who you'll be fighting in the quarterfinals? Toshinori asked. Izuku's eyes widened. He forgot that he will be facing the winner of the second match in the next round. Oh snap, you're right. Well, I will be heading off to the bleachers now. Thank you both very much. Izuku said quickly as he ran out of Recovery Girl's office in a blink of an eye. We're 2-2, he said. Recovery Girl said with barely above a whisper. Toshinori closed his eyes as he sighed, knowing what the heroine was implying. That's a good thing. Recovery Girl stared at him sternly. Toshinori. You're running out of time, aren't you? He looked down to the floor as he knew he couldn't lie to her. She took his silence as confirmation to her suspicions. But it's a good thing he has already unlocked a quarter of one for all in so little time. He's a fast learner, isn't he? Yes. Ever since I have met him, he has made me feel nothing but proud. I have no regrets in choosing him as my successor. He has definitely earned that right. To be honest, I think he's stronger than me when I was his age. I have no doubt that he will surpass me one day. Izuku had made his way up to the bleachers until he heard a high-pitched voice call out, "Oh, Deku." He saw both Achiko and Momo waving towards him as they both pointed towards a seat between them. We saved a seat for you. Thanks, Izuku said as he sat down in between them. He then looked over his shoulder to see Ojiro giving a thumbs up. Good work, Midoriya. Izuku smirked as he returned the thumbs up. He then turned his attention towards the fighting stage. So it's Ida's turn, right? Yeah, he's facing Hatsum, Momo said as they were all now waiting for the match to begin. I will be facing the winner of this match in the quarterfinals. I better pay attention so that I could prepare. Izuku mentally said as he was now in hero analysis mode. Then, the flames ignited in all four corners of the ring, signaling that it was time for the next match to start. Thanks for waiting. Next up are these guys. Present Mike announced as the crowd cheered, seeing the next two participants enter the ring. It's like he's the epitome of the middle of the pack. From the hero course, it's Tenya Ida. Middle of the pack. Ida shouted versus fully equipped with support items. From the support course, it's Mei Hatsum. He's up against the support course, huh? Jiro said. I wonder what kind of fight it will be. Tsuyu added. I mean, what is that? Sato asked in confusion. What he was referring to is that Ida had one of Hatsum's gadgets strapped around his back. Ida is also fully equipped with support items. Present Mike shouted in shock. That is generally against the rules for those in the hero course. Those who must use the equipment needed to petition beforehand. Midnight said as she reprimanded Tenya for breaking the rules. Tenya immediately bowed robotically. Oh, I forgot about that. I humbly apologize. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted an even match since she made it this far. She said she wanted to fight fairly. So, she gave me this equipment. I did not think I could ignore her fighting spirit. Tenya exclaimed with vigor as he placed his hand on his ear, clearly touched by Mei's sportsmanship. Oh youth! Midnight cried out as she was turned on by the honor and pride behind Tenya's reasoning for wearing one of Hatsum's gadgets. Midnight then recomposed herself as she swung her hip. I will allow it. So it's fine? Present Mike asked. Well, if they both agree on it, then it's within regulations. Because Aizawa shrugged his shoulders as he guesses that it is in the rules. Is Hatsum someone who'd say that? Izuku muttered out loud as he had a pencil in one hand and one of his hero journals in the other. Where did that notebook come from? Achiko asked as she nor Momo saw Izuku with his hero journal when he came to sit with them. Could it be? Izuku thought as he frowned when he saw Hatsum, smirking. Well, since permission has been granted, let's start the second match. Present Mike announced the official start of the match. Ida started with running towards Hatsum on a straight path, his eyes focused on his opponent. Isn't that acceleration wonderful, Ida? Mei said as her voice reverberated throughout the stadium. A mic Ida asked as he was still running towards her. What? Present Mike asked. She's wearing speakers? Aizawa was also confused. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's only to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along. Hatsum said as Ida was now closing in on her. Before Ida got too close, she jumped up as two longs sprouted from one of her gadgets, can evade easily with my hydraulic attachments. She then looked up high into the crowd as she looked for a specific group of people. The support companies are sitting. Oh, they're biting. I've got him. Hatsum thought as she observed two men in suits talking and pointing towards her. Name: May Hatsum Quirk. Zoom. If she gets serious, she can see clearly up to 5 kilometers away. Tenya started chasing after her again, but she moved out of the way before he could get her. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can deal with attacks from behind. Ida began stumbling as the gadget he was wearing propelled him back towards Hatsum. What are you planning? Ida changed course adeptly. It is thanks to the auto-balancer that I made. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements, so there is no need to worry about time lag. Present Mike's sweat dropped. What is this? She's very good at strong selling. Aizawa commented also with a sweat drop. Hatsum kept on evading Ida. The auto-balancer is equipped with a 32-axis gyro sensor. Ida began spinning around uncontrollably like a madman. It will be sure to keep the wearer from falling unless the wearer wants to. Ida finally got control of himself as he started running towards the pink-haired mechanic with an annoyed expression. Were you not going to fight fairly? Suddenly, Hatsum jumped over Ida as it looked like she was almost floating in the air. What do you think of this lightness? These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet to allow for instant evasive action. Ida sucked his teeth as he blasted off towards her. I will get her when she lands. Once she did land, she brought out a gun that shot out a red-colored net that tied Ida up. What is this? It is a capture gun to use against villains. The capture nets are in cartridges, and you can fire up to 5 before reloading. Who developed all of these items? It was me, May Hatsum. Everyone from the support companies, the choice is clear. May Hatsum, May Hatsum, May Hatsum. She yelled out as her true motivations were quite evident now. What is she, a politician? One of the men in suits asked as Hatsum's way of getting attention was very peculiar to say the least. And now, I will talk about the next support item. There's still more. 10 minutes later. Hatsum walked out of the ring as she was sweating in exhaustion. I've presented each and every last one of them. I have nothing left to say. Midnight shakily raised her hand in confusion. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida advances to the quarterfinals. You tricked me. Ida yelled out in horror. Hatsum looked away as she started walking towards the tunnel. I'm sorry. I used you. She said shamelessly. I hate you. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Man, I should have known that was her plan from the start. She never really wanted to win the sports festival. All she wanted was to get the attention of the big support companies, and she definitely did just that. Ida is very earnest, so she probably said some things that sounded good to get him on board. Hatsum is not just honest, she will also use any means to reach her goal. Izuku began scribbling in his notebook. He then perked up. Oh yeah, so that means next round, me and Ida are going to face each other. Wow, I can't say I'm not excited for that. How about you girls? Izuku said as he turned his head to his left and right only to see that the seats were empty. Oh, they must have left to prepare for their matches while I was focused on my notebook. If I remember correctly, they drew 6 and 8, so their matches are up next. I know that Momo-chan is facing Tokoyami, but who is Achiko-chan facing? Izuku wondered as he had forgotten who drew number 5. But he then remembered as his eyes widened. Oh, he then zoomed towards the player waiting rooms. Player waiting room 2. Ida opened the door to the waiting room with a comedic depressed expression as mumbled things such as, how could I let her manipulate me like that? Or, how could I have been so naive? Good work, Ida. Oh, Urarek, you're not like yourself at all. Your brow is all wrinkled. Tenya yelled out in shock as Achiko's face was indeed not looking like its usual self. My brow, oh, it is just my nerves. Must have reached my brow. Achiko said as her voice did not have the usual bubbly tone. Ida nodded. I see. You are up against Bakugo after all. Achiko sighed. Yeah? I'm really scared. But you know, after seeing a match like yours, Ida? Like mine? Before she could reply, the door was opened as a green blur rushed into the room. Achiko-chan. Izuku ran into the run as it was clear he had rushed to get there. Deku-kun. Why are you here? You don't want to watch the others' matches. Izuku shook his head. I know your match is next, and I know exactly who you will be fighting. I know Kaken is not going to go easy on you, so I came here to try to give you some advice. But, well, I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl. Ida chimed in. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He would. Ida gasped. Everyone's trying to become number one to make their dreams come true. Even if it's not Kaken, no one would think about holding back. You've helped me so much, Achiko-chan. That's why I thought maybe I could help you a little. A plan to use your quirk against Kaken. Izuku held out his hero journal number 14. It's rough, but I came up with something. Oh, isn't that great, Uraraka? Achiko stared at the cover of the hero journal. Within its pages lied all of the answers to how she could win. She has experienced Izuku's strategic and analytical planning firsthand, and she knew that his plans were nothing short of a genius. If she accepted his offer, then there was no question that she was more likely to win than if she rejects. All she had to do was open the notebook and let the knowledge overflow her. Thanks, Deku-kun. But it's fine. Izuku raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? You're amazing, Deku-kun, spectacular even. I keep seeing more and more amazing sides to you. During the cavalry battle, I thought it'd be easier to team up with friends, but now that I think about it, I might have been trying to rely on you. That's why, when Ida said he'd challenge you, it actually made me feel a little embarrassed. Achiko-chan. Achiko began walking towards to the door. That's why it's fine. Everyone's facing the future and trying their absolute hardest. That means we're all rivals, right? That's what. Achiko faced Izuku as she gave him a thumbs up with a nervous and shaky smile. Let's meet in the semifinals. So after that whole marketing scheme fiasco, let's try to get back on track, shall we? We'll start the next match. Present Mike announced as the Jumbotron displayed both Katsuki and Achiko, thus making the crowd cheer as they anticipated the third match of the first round of the tournament. This next one might be the most disturbing matchup. So you said? I almost don't want to watch. Jiro shuddered as she voiced the majority of Class 1A's thoughts. Achiko and Katsuki both began walking towards the ring. Katsuki looked dead on at Achiko as his expression remained neutral. Achiko, however, did not falter against his intense gaze. She was determined to win. Izuku looked on as he tightened his fists. Achiko-chan, do your best. The third match of the first round. These are our participants. Present Mike shouted. He was kind of famous in middle school. That isn't the face of a regular person. From the hero course, it's Katsuki Bakugo. Hey, what did you say about my face? Bakugo yelled out in anger as his face was kind of unsettling due to his mean mug. Versus she's the one I'm rooting for. From the hero course, it's Achiko Uraraka. Present Mike shouted. Wow, way to show how biased you are. Aizawa said monotonically. You're the one that makes things float, right, round face? Bakugo suddenly said. Achiko asked as she widened her eyes in shock. How doesn't he know her name by now? If you are going to withdraw, do it now. You won't get off with just an ouch. Katsuki said as she continued to stare at her with eyes that shone pure fury. Achiko grit her teeth as she stared back with defiance, showing that she was not backing down no matter what. Midoriya, what was the strategy you were going to tell Uraraka earlier for her to use against Bakugo? Ida asked. Oh, it wasn't much really. Izuku replied as he held his hero journal. Kaken's strong. In a real close combat fight, he has almost no openings, and the more he moves, the more he sweats, making his explosion quirk stronger. He can use the blasts from his explosions to move around in the air, but if Uraraka touches Kaken and uses her quirk to make him float, then she would have the upper hand. It would be pretty much game over from that point. That's why. The first thing Uraraka should do is... Achiko took a deep breath as she put on a face that said, I'm ready. Third match, start. Present Mike announced a swift attack. Izuku finished. Achiko immediately rushed towards Bakugo with her right hand outstretched below her. Withdrawing is not a choice. Achiko yelled out, Alright, that's good. Even if it's an accident, as long as she can touch him, she can make him float. Izuku said as he was glad that Uraraka was attacking Bakugo with the proper mindset. Bakugo won't want Uraraka to get close to him. Ida added, that is why Kaken won't want to evade. He will want to counterattack. Izuku said as he knew what Bakugo would do against Achiko in that situation. Bakugo scoffed, then die. Kaken. You usually start with a big right swing. Achiko remembered Deku's words when he and Bakugo had fought during the combat training. Achiko saw that Bakugo was getting his right hand ready to strike. Katsuki raised his arm, preparing for an explosion aimed right for Achiko. If I dodge here... Achiko thought as she got ready for Bakugo's attack. But she was too late. When Achiko was just about to dodge, Katsuki had already fired off an explosion which violently blew the gravity girl back. Izuku frowned, she wasn't fast enough. Uraraka. Ida yelled out in worry. He just blasted her like it was nothing. Mineta cried out. Even though you're fighting a girl, you have no mercy, do you, Bakugo? Tsuyu said as her and the rest of Class 1A realized just how ruthless Katsuki Bakugo truly was. This is no good. Even if I knew what move he was going to make, I still could not react in time. Achiko said as she waved the smoke away from her face. Katsuki got into his stance, I'll make short work of you. Katsuki waited for Achiko to attack him. He couldn't see her due to the smoke, so he was on his toes. He then heard movement behind him. Don't underestimate me. Bakugo turned around and launched a violent explosion. However, he was shocked to see that his hand had only ignited a gym shirt. Achiko appeared behind Katsuki with her hands stretched out. Her top half of the PE uniform now gone as she was now wearing a black tank top. She made her jacket float and sent it over there. She did it in an instant too. Present Mike cried out. If I make him float now dash, but before she could touch him, Katsuki reacted just in time and blew Achiko back again with another explosion. This one with even more force than before. Achiko was blown back, but she managed to get back on her feet. That explosion hurt a lot, but she was still standing. He moved after he saw her. Siro said as he couldn't believe that Bakugo was able to counterattack. With that reaction time, it doesn't matter if there's a smokescreen. With Uraraka not being able to activate her quirk unless she touches him, she's at a disadvantage with Bakugo's reflexes. Kaminari commented as he figured that the matchup was not entirely favorable for Achiko. Achiko began running towards Katsuki again, attempting to catch him off guard. Too slow. Bakugo fired off another explosion right at her face, which made the entire crowd cringe as they could feel the heat of that explosion all the way from where they were sitting. Achiko then reappeared from the smoke. Take this. Achiko yelled out as she aimed to touch him again with her zero gravity. However, Bakugo just hit her with another explosion which blew her back again. Achiko. Tsuyu muttered as she was worried for her well-being. I can't watch. Jiro said as she covered her face with her hands. Bakugo, don't tell me, your taste runs in that direction? Mineta said with a pervy tone, but Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue to prevent him from saying anything more. Bakugo kept on firing explosion after explosion, relentlessly with each one hitting Achiko dead on. It was getting very uncomfortable for the rest to watch. Not yet. Achiko kept on getting back up after each blow, but Bakugo just blew her back down to the floor every time. It was getting to the point where the entire ring was breaking apart due to the force of Katsuki's explosions. Uraraka keeps attacking without rest, but this is... Present Mike stopped mid-sentence as he didn't know what to say. What could he say? He was witnessing a massacre. Achiko attempted another attack, but Bakugo lit her up once again. Her substitution earlier didn't work, so she's getting desperate. A pro hero commented from the crowd. Minoma looked towards him and sighed in annoyance. What an idiot. Hey, shouldn't you stop this? Isn't he going a little too far? A random member of the crowd yelled at Cementos. Achiko ran straight ahead towards Katsuki, but the ash blonde just hit her with another explosion. I can't watch. Hey, how can you say you want to be a hero like that? If there's such a huge difference in your abilities, then hurry up and send her out of bounds. Stop bullying and playing with the poor girl. Yeah. The crowd then began booing at Bakugo for bullying Achiko. There's booing from part of the crowd. But honestly, I also feel the Aizawa elbowed Present Mike in the face before he could finish that sentence. An elbow? What are you doing? Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? Aizawa asked. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers. Aizawa yelled. Everybody was now confused by what he was saying. What do you mean Eraserhead? Present Mike asked. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. The smoke cleared to show Achiko still standing on her feet, panting, but still on her feet. Not yet. She's still not dead. Bakugo thought as he acknowledged the fact that Achiko is a lot tougher than she looks. She commends her for lasting this long. Izuku nods his head in agreement as he had been silently observing the fight this whole time. He noticed what Aizawa was talking about, and even though Bakugo has the usual hatred in his eyes, he can also see something else in his red orbs. It was respect. It's about time. Thanks, Bakugo. Achiko brought her hands together, for not letting your guard down. Bakugo asked in confusion as he didn't understand what she was referring to. It can't be helped from where Bakugo is, but it's for a pro in the stands to start booing without noticing. Monoma suddenly said as he now had everybody's attention. She kept her body low as she advanced, concentrating Bakugo's attacks on the ground, storing up weapons. And then, she narrowed his field of vision with relentless attacks to keep him from noticing. Monoma then looked up and everybody saw what he was referring to. Up in the sky were a bunch of rubble and other debris that were created due to Katsuki's explosions. Everyone stared wide-eyed as most of them didn't even notice that Achiko had been using her quirk all along. I'm gonna win! Achiko shouted with determination as she released her quirk. All of the debris began to descend to the ring at very high speeds. A meteor shower. You should have noticed, Aizawa said. She had a desperate plan like that up her sleeve. Ida yelled out in shock as the majority of Class 1A didn't even realize that she was planning this from the beginning. Izuku smirked as he tightened his fists in anticipation. Yes. You have created an opening. Now's your chance. He had noticed what she was doing ever since the match started but kept quiet about it since he thought it was better to leave it as a surprise. Achiko then began sprinting straight ahead towards Bakugo. With this much debris, whether he's evading or counterattacking, there will definitely be an opening. In that moment, I'll get close to him with my secret move. Achiko then activated her quirk as now she was ready to go for the win. I will win. I will win, and be just like Deku-kun. She outstretched her hand and she was fingertips away from touching Bakugo. She was fingertips away from victory. She was fingertips away from being just like Deku. But right before she could claim her victory, Katsuki raised his palm up and ignited a huge explosion towards that sky that pushed Achiko all the way back. The resulting explosion was strong enough to completely destroy all of the debris that was about to fall on him. The explosion was also able to blow many people off of their feet. Since you're friends with Deku, I thought you'd be up to something. That nerd is too smart for him to not rub off on you. The smoke cleared to show Katsuki Bakugo, unscathed. Achiko stared wide-eyed in horror. I in one shot. After all of the planning and work she put into that plan, he just blew it all away with one attack. Bakugo delivers a satisfying explosion. He blasts boldly through Uraraka's secret plan. Present Mike stuttered as he and the rest of the stadium could barely form words at the display of such raw power. Bakugo took a deep breath. That was close. Achiko shook as her mind could barely process everything that just happened. I did as much as I could. But he was not fazed at all. Izuku's breath hitched as he could feel Achiko's distress. Achiko-chan, don't give up. You can still win this one. Izuku's head perked up as he saw Achiko getting back on her feet. Even so, Bakugo smirked at this. All right, let's get serious then, Uraraka. Izuku gasped. He called her by her name. If it were Deku-kun, Achiko turned around as she stumbled on her legs, he would never give up. Achiko's body was screaming in pain. She could feel her legs about to give out. Her skin was burned in various places due to Bakugo's explosions. Her body was screaming at her to stop. Stop everything. To just give up. But she refused. As she was about to fall, one image entered her mind. The image of Deku turned around and smiled at her, his electric green eyes sparkling with pure energy and power. The image outstretched his hand. You want my power, don't you? Will you take it? At that moment, Achiko felt a strange sensation of pure heat and energy flood her entire being. It felt so warm and empowering. Like it was giving her life. Reminded her of that. Then, out of nowhere, a huge pressure of energy exploded from Uraraka. Sharp winds began spreading throughout the stadium as everybody was forced to shield their eyes due to how fast the winds were. After a couple of seconds, the wind died down and everybody gasped at what they saw. Around Achiko's figure was a bright pink aura of energy surrounding her. Her eyes were now a pink shade as they gleamed in the sunlight. Around her, everything was floating. Rocks and debris circulated around her as they levitated above the ground. Her hair was also floating a little bit as the pink aura almost made it look like it had changed color. She was also floating in the air as everything around her seemed to have defied the laws of gravity. What is this? Uraraka is now all pink. I didn't know she could do that. Present Mike shouted. How in the world? Even Aizawa was shocked as he was definitely not expecting this. That power? She shouldn't be able to do that. Something fishy is going on here. Where did this come from? Had she been hiding this all along? Midoriya, do you know anything about this? Tenya asked as he robotically waved his arms around like crazy. Izuku remained speechless as he was at a loss for words. That isn't Achiko-chan's quirk. Wait, don't tell me. This is exactly the same feeling as when Deku-kun shared his energy with me. Achiko yelled internally as the intoxicating feeling of power she felt during the cavalry battle returned. She felt completely energized and empowered, like she could win. What the F? Why the hell are you pink now? Have you been holding back this entire time? Well, if so, then I'm going to get serious as well. Bakugo shouted as he began running straight towards Achiko with his hands ready to explode. Achiko saw this and immediately responded by swiping her hand and sending many rocks and other debris straight at Bakugo. This forced Bakugo stop and take care of the debris by igniting them with explosions. Bakugo set his sights on Achiko once again, only to see she had disappeared. Where did she go this time? Bakugo looked around frantically in all directions except for one. Above. Katsuki looked up and saw Achiko floating in the air as she collected a lot more debris and rubble and launched all of it towards him at unexpectedly high speeds. Katsuki grunted as he was forced to put in some effort into evading the debris. He tried to blast them away in one shot just like before, but somehow Achiko just kept on throwing an unlimited supply at him. Dmnit. I can't attack her if she keeps on distracting me like this. Katsuki was clearly frustrated as now Achiko was proving to be a lot more troublesome than before. She's keeping him at a long-range distance to prevent him from using his explosions on her. That is a very good strategy to use against Kaken. Izuku said mentally as the rest of the crowd were in awe at seeing Achiko actually making Bakugo struggle. Seeing Bakugo distracted, Achiko decided to go onto the offensive. She went down towards Bakugo and was about to deliver a sneak attack. Like I told you before, don't underestimate me. Bakugo yelled out as he had noticed Achiko sneaking up on him. With his right hand, he aimed a large explosion towards her with the intent on frying her, just like he had done at the start of their match. Okay, I see the explosion coming from a mile away, now dodge. And Achiko did just that, which left Katsuki stunned. She predicted my exact move. Bakugo shouted in his mind as the rest of the crowd watching also were not expecting for Ochako to be able to react in time to Bakugo's explosion. Alright, he's wide open. Now all I have to do is hit him. Just like with Todoroki's ice. I can do this. I have Dekukun's power. I have Dekukun's power. Ochako gripped her right hand as the pink aura enclosed itself around it, giving it power and life. It concentrated into that point until... Ochako gave Katsuki a nasty sucker punch right to his left cheek. The force of the blow was so great that it sent Katsuki flying across the ring, creating a huge gust of wind that blew away half of the debris and rubble. Uraraka lands a devastating blow on Bakugo. That is the first piece of offense that she has made since the beginning of the match. Present Mike cried out as now the entire crowd was cheering as the fight was starting to get a lot more entertaining. Ochako gazed at her hand in awe, the pink aura swirling around it. Dekukun's power is amazing. I almost can't believe it. Was that really mean who punched him? This strength is unreal. As Ochako was gushing over her newfound strength, Katsuki was able to recollect himself as he stood up and rubbed his cheek. There was a pretty nasty bruise on his left cheek, courtesy of Ochiko's super punch. Bakugo's eyes gained a dangerous red glint as his fury began to manifest itself. He balled his fists as he was shaking violently as the pain in his left cheek lingered and stung, almost as if it were mocking him due to getting punched in the face by Round Face. He started shaking his head repeatedly, telling himself over and over again that this did not mean anything, that there was no chance in hell that Round Face is actually stronger than him. There is no chance in hell that she was going to beat him in front of all these people. He could not allow it. He could not allow it. He could not allow to give Deku the satisfaction of getting beat in the first round by one of his DMN girlfriends. Deku, I will not lose to your girlfriend. You will not humiliate me like this. I refuse to lose in the first round. I won't lose until I face your beach butt. Bakugo let out a roar of pure agony and fury as his explosions went off around him, signaling that the ticking bomb was about to set off. Ochako widened her eyes at the sudden outburst. Oh, what now? Well, he sure does have some anger issues. Present Mike said as Aizawa nodded in agreement. Tell me about it. Izuku yelled out comically. I am through playing games with you. Now I'm mad. Bakugo shouted with rage as his hands began to light up frantically as the ticking bomb was just moments away from setting off. Oh no, it looks like he isn't playing around anymore. Come on, Ochako, think. I have to do something, but I have no idea what. Ochako was having an inner turmoil as Bakugo was preparing an all-out blast that would finally end this match. I hope you still have some strength left, because now I'm not holding back. Time was up. The ticking time bomb was now ready to explode. Bakugo brought his hands forward as the explosions were ready to detonate. Ochako gasped as she now had an idea. Her pink aura expanded as she took a deep breath. She then brought her hands together at her side in a very familiar pose. Izuku sputtered when he saw what Ochako was about to do. What? No way. She isn't about to do what I think she is about to do, is she? That's impossible. Ochiko's purple energy began circulating and concentrating into her hands in one point. Oh God. Me. Inside Ochiko's hands, a purple ball of energy was beginning to form as with each passing second, the energy began to get more powerful, more dense, and more potent. What's going on with Uraraka? There is so much pressure being built up within her hands. Is this some sort of ultra super secret move? Tenya yelled out as now his arms were waving around like crazy. Rocks and rubble surrounding Ochako began to levitate in the air as her power was increasing. It was almost beginning to be a little too much for her as she was not used to this type of overflooding of energy. But she still pushed on as she was determined to win no matter what. She's really about to do it. Her energy is overflowing. Her power level is incredible. Izuku remained speechless as he could do nothing but observe the sight he was about to witness. I have to end this in one shot. I don't think I will be able to continue after this. Ochako finished charging up her energy as all of her power was now concentrated into one single point. In her hands was a pink orb of energy that was now ready to be used. Now you die. Bakugo fired a double explosion using both of his hands that had even more potency than the one he used to destroy all of the fall debris earlier in the match. This explosion was fueled by rage and determination to not lose to one of Deku's girlfriends. Achiko arched her back as it was now or never. Ha-awea. Achiko moved her hands forward and launched a pink-colored Kamehameha wave as rubble and other debris levitated around it, making the overall strength of the blast bigger. Everybody take cover. Present Mike shouted as nobody wanted any piece of that blast. The two blasts collided as the recoil was strong enough to push both contestants back by a couple of meters. However, they both remained strong as they placed their feet flat on the ground, not willing to give the other any extra leverage. After a couple of seconds, the two attacks colliding created a huge explosion that blew many people off of their feet. There was a bright flash as smoke covered the entire arena. Present Mike got back on his seat after a few coughing fits. Oh my god, your students are amazing, Eraserhead. There's gotta be some secret training method that you're teaching them. I'm just as surprised as you are. Aizawa replied as some of his bandages were undone due to him falling on the floor. When the smoke cleared, the audience could see both Bakugo and Achiko standing. Bakugo was panting strong as it was clear that he used up all of energy into that last explosion. Achiko's pink aura was now completely gone. She attempted to take one step, but she instead ended up completely collapsing onto the ground. Bakugo widened his eyes as he almost collapsed as well due to the exhaustion he was feeling. Uraraka's down. Present Mike announced as now people were beginning to worry about her condition. She passed her limit a long time ago? Izuka said in his head as using a full-power Kamehameha wave without any training beforehand would surely put a toll on the user's body. Achiko was also running on pure adrenaline. My body won't do what I want. Achiko tried to crawl as her entire body felt dead. I also can stilts. When I get big, I'll help you and mommy. I appreciate the thought, Achiko. But as your dad, I'd be even happier if you could achieve your own dream. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii. I will become a hero. Achiko's vision began to get blurry as she saw darkness. Midnight went to go check on Achiko. She found her unconscious. Uraraka is out of commission. Katsuki Bakugo advances to the quarterfinals.